size of a house, dropped from the sky, slamming into the marble with a thunder that rattled the tribe's bones. On its face was the Ace of Hearts, but the heart pulsed like living muscle.
The first game, Hearts, survive your emotions.
The ace split open into a doorway of blood-red light. From the shadows emerged the rest of the squad. Professor Rapp scribbling theories in a glowing notebook, Spiritual Rapp humming in tongues, Big Head Rapp arguing with Bonnet Rapp about who looked better on camera, and Jeffrey Jerome Price, aka 8-Ball Ice Rapp, carrying his grandma's Bible under one arm like a weapon. He kissed the cover, grinned sideways at Slick Rico's scowl.
Guess the good book just got a sequel.
The doorway pulsed. The chamber whispered, "Enter, face your illusions, or default." Anonymized Cherry adjusted his hood. The tribe exchanged glances. Every Rapp, from Love Rapp to Twilight Zone Rapp lurking in the far dark, felt the pull. Zay CPE Rapp rang a spectral bell.
Welcome to the open house of your soul.
And the first game began. Chapter 2, Pre-Approval. The Ace of Hearts yawned wider, its doorway beating like a pulse. Crossing that threshold felt like stepping into the chest of a living thing. The floor softened underfoot, then firmed again, valves closing, chambers cycling. Overhead, a script of red light scrolled across the air. Pre-approval, show your credit of soul. Zay CPE Rapp walked in first, unbothered by the cardiac thunder. Keywords rolled over his sleeves, clarity, contract, closing. Then settled as if the chamber recognized a fellow professional. He tapped his knuckles together once. A bell you couldn't see answered.
All right, family. This is the part where you prove you can carry what you're asking for.
I can carry everything, but I'll let you carry this 5-star like real quick.
Like share, claim your chair, credit clean, or buyer beware?
We listen first, then we sing.
The space ahead shifted until it resembled a long gleaming counter, Heaven's Credit Union, with teller windows framed in stained glass. At each window stood an underwriter made of light and memory. They smelled faintly of cedar, frankincense, and new books. Their faces resembled no one, then everyone. The one in the center looked directly at Anonymous Cherry.
Applicant, declare your intent and your collateral.
Anonymous's hood shadowed his eyes. Snakechie hummed around his heart like a tuning fork. He thought of Gregory the First, of how a name can be a lock and a promise at once.
I intend to walk whole, to fight without bleeding my past on every enemy I touch. Collateral?
He paused, then lifted the memory of a hospital ceiling account of 9 close calls. The faces of the Rapp tribe reflected in the divine Chakratati rivers.
My choices. I pledge what I do next.
Noted in light.
A stamping sound echoed. APP pending. A red thread unwound from the ceiling and tied itself around Anonymous's wrist, warm, not tight, then sank under the skin, leaving a barely there glow.
I'll go. Intent, balance, to ride chaos without wiping out my people. Collateral mornings, no phone before the tide inside is still.
Documented, another glow thread, pending.
Intent, love without rescue fantasies. Collateral, I'll trade the story where I'm necessary for the truth where I'm honest.
Pending.
Intent, model the algorithm of devotion. Collateral, my certainty, may it be interrupted whenever humility is wiser.
Pending. Genius, Rapp, and Night Rapp arrived shoulder to shoulder. Researcher Rapp flanked them with 3 tote bags and a scanner glare.
Intent, win with elegance or not at all.
Intent, protect while learning to accept protection.
Collateral, we'll surrender our favorite shortcuts and cite everything, even pain.
Pending. 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 Jeffrey Jerome Price, 8-Ball Ice Rapp, sauntered up with the Bible tucked under his arm and trouble under his grin. Slick Rico squared his shoulders in the line behind him, jaw tight.
Intent, be a walking amends. I ain't perfect, but I'm paid up.
Collateral?
My jokes get first pass from my conscience. If the joke costs somebody's dignity, I'll pay cash and kindness and shut it down.
The underwriter smiled with its eyes. Pending. Bonnet Rapp and Big Head Rapp approached together, whisper arguing about who should speak first. Bonnet's lipstick matched the chamber's heart red glow. Big Head's shades mirrored it.
Intent to shine because I am, not because somebody else dims.
Intent, to be honest about how much I like the mirror, and then learn to love the window more.
Collateral?
I'll publish the ugly drafts instead of hiding them under pretty lashes.
And I'll name envy when it sneaks in, then turn it into admiration in public.
Pending, pending. Amani rose the rap crossed the floor like a weather front. The air crackled violet and gold. She wore the hooded poncho with the gold rose pendant. Storms crawled up the hem like obedient cats.
Intent to bring silence to the loudest storms, to be luxury without cruelty, to correct without cutting.
Collateral?
My gift for dramatic exits. I will stay in conversations I can redeem.
Pending. Then the line thinned, and a shadow stepped into the red light. The temperature dropped a degree like a movie theater holding its breath. Twilight Zone rap. His presence made reality feel like it was filmed at 23 frames per second instead of 24. Ati, itani, sai tai, sai shwanai, sai and dai. Sutter, a tiny wrongness, dark ember rap ghosted at his shoulder, smiling like a candle that preferred to drown the room in smoke.
Intent to test the hinges of the universe until they either sing or snap.
Collateral?
I'll post the rules of every game I invent.
We reserve the right to interpret those rules with creative warmth.
The underwriter considered them long enough to measure galaxies. Conditional pending. The stamp echoed twice, harder. A darker thread tied itself to their wrists and smoldered.
Intent, keep the table set when war forgets to eat. Collateral, my pride, where it refuses to say I need help.
Intent. Heal the room beyond my reach. Collateral. I'll rest when I want to fix, and I'll sing when I want to scold.
Pending, pending. Toddler. Yoku rap toddled forward, fierce in a tiny hoodie, clutching a crayon. He made an O with his mouth at the stained glass.
Intent?
Nap and juice.
Then drew a perfect circle on the gleaming counter.
Low-key, that's also my intent.
Pre-approved.
A stamp of pure light. The crayon circle glowed and rose into the air, becoming a halo that slipped down around Tyler Yoku's shoulders. He giggled, then yawned so hard the floor rippled.
See, the kid's paperwork was tight.
Sip your grace, guard your pace. Pre-approval in this place.
The teller windows dimmed, then brightened twice.
Collateral accepted, intent recorded. But faith flows in habits. The chamber will audit your days.
Behind the teller counter, a series of glowing doors inflated like lungs. Above each, a title appeared in living script. Switch Cycle. Day 1. Thought Audit Rev Ike Module. Permission granted Glam Shack Test. Stage or Soul.
3 rooms. Pick the one your pride hates the most.
Genius Rap pointed at the Thought Audit door with academic hunger. Night Rap aimed for permission granted, jaw set. Researcher Rap chose Stage or Soul with a sigh, already composing an ethnography of self-delusion. Anonymous stared at the 3 titles and felt an old gravity dragging at his ankles. Gregory the First. The name was a safe house and a deadbolt. He swallowed, glanced at Mama Amarap. Her nod was small, but it landed like a vow.
Stage or soul?
Brave or fashionable?
I'm going where they check your thoughts. About time I evicted a couple freeloaders up here.
I'll go where permission's granted. I'm tired of asking shadows for a hall pass.
Thought audit for me. I want to monetize my better ideas before my worst ones pitch a brand deal.
Fine, permission. But I swear, if the module ain't got a VIP tier...
The 3 doors hissed open. From behind the counter, the underwriters lifted their palms in blessing. The blessing wasn't dramatic, it was precise. Something like a tuning finally found. Zay touched the air just above the marble. A schematic unfurled, an architect's drawing of the next hour. Little avatars moved along the blueprint. Love Rap's icon pulsing at the thought door. Civil Surfer Rap pacing like tide along permission. Professor Rap hovering between all 3, wishing to audit and grant and stage simultaneously.
Remember, pre-approval is not funding. You must underwrite yourselves, then close. Word is escrow. Action is cash.
Anonymous stepped toward Glam Shack test. Stage or soul, the portal breathed. For a moment, one bright, painful moment, he saw a boy version of himself in the library aisle, staring at a book that wouldn't stop falling. A soldier version pushing through pain. A brother holding a hand in the wreckage. A man with a cape that remembered him braver than he felt. He lifted his chin.
Permission granted.
Showtime.
Anonymous crossed the threshold. The chamber swallowed him into a room made of mirrors that weren't mirrors at all, but scenes expecting him, stages he'd built to survive. One of them wore the first name like a lame jacket, tight and flashy. Another wore silence like a knife. From far behind, the permission door blinked gold, and the thought audit door rang like a small bell in a deep well. The tribe divided, then braided, each moving toward the habit that could save or sink them. Zay CPE rap remained in the heart of the chamber, eyes closed for a heartbeat, listening to the skittering math of reputation and prayer. He felt movement in the escrow, dark ember whirring the knot, twilight zone practicing how to post rules without revealing truth. And he widened the field, slow and sweet, until their mischief met a cushion of consequence. The underwriter at the center window touched a ledger pen to the counter. Audit commenced. The air wrote. Then the ace of hearts beat harder, and the door sealed with a hush like silk.
Episode 1. The Wound was the wave from the series, The Silence That Roared, narration by Mama Ama Rap, Spectator Rap, and Revike Rap RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214A soft wind over broken glass. Footsteps echo in an empty street. Heartbeat like drums pulse slowly beneath a distant humming choir. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 Mama Ama Rap. You ever notice the loudest healing comes after the quietest pain? Welcome to the part of the city most people stopped looking at. Not because it wasn't real, because it was too real to handle. This is Hope Street. At least that's what they used to call it. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 SFX Shoe Scrape Asphalt. An empty bottle clinks down a gutter. Narrator, Anonymous Cherry walks alone, no aura activated, no form unlocked. Just him, the silence, and his thoughts louder than explosions. His last battle didn't end in glory. It ended in exhaustion. He had hit his spiritual ceiling. And in trying to break it, he broke something else instead. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalace 214 Spectator Rap. Dime. You ever see a warrior walk with no bounce, no rhythm, no rhyme? Y'all, he hurting. Hey, real quick though, before we get too deep, like this video, share it if you ever had a fake strength, and comment still breathing if you're healing in silence. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 narrator. In the time chamber, Anonymous had pushed past all 9 near-death flashbacks. He wasn't trying to level up this time. He was trying to escape, but even the strongest forms couldn't cover the wound he was hiding. That night he collapsed. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalus 24AB Rap. Now hold up, son. You can't cash your spirit in gold and call it healing. You can't outpunch a memory. This ain't about power. This about peace. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 sound, wind rustling sacred leaves, a slow heartbeat drum resonance. Mama Amma Rap, I seen warriors glow bright, but I also seen them burn out quiet. Anonymous, baby, it's time to sit in the pain, not fight it, it's time to let it speak. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalace 214 affirmation sequence. I surrender to Yahweh. I do not fear the silence. I honor my wounds. I am not broken. I am being reformed. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 donation rap. If this story cracked a wall in your heart, let it flood. Drop some love to keep the Rap Palace healing. Cash App Rap Palace 214. This ain't just a saga, it's soul support. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 spray paint shimmers in fading light. A red phrase stares back at him, Behrman or broken. Choose. He touches the wall. It's cold, real, but somehow he feels seen. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalist 214 Mama Amma Rap. Healing don't always come with trumpets, baby. Sometimes it come with whispers, with silence, with the courage to pause and let the roar rise inside you slowly. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 closing affirmation. I am not my past. I am not my fall. I am the breath between. I am the silence that roared. Our radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalace 214 Spectator Rap. He felt that one. If you did too, run it back. Subscribe. Donate. Share this with somebody who's still breathing, but barely. Cash App Rapalace 214. We gon' keep telling stories that hug your wounds. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalace 214 Episode 2. The cry behind the beat from the series, The Silence That Roared, narrated by Anonymous Cherry Spectator Rap, and Mama Amma Rap, a heartbeat bass under lo-fi drums. Wind whistles through a cracked window. The faint murmur of a lonely crowd as if the city itself is weeping. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalus 214 Anonymous Cherry. They used to tell me to speak up, but never asked me what my silence was saying. Sometimes I ain't got no words, just a beat. And even that beat ain't always mine. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 SFX. Dust falling, fluorescent light flickers, echoes of laughter long gone. Narrator. This was where the Cypher Circle used to meet, where young raps came to spit bars, spill pain, and build power. Now it's just a memory stained into cracked tiles and forgotten microphones. Anonymous enters slowly, his aura faint. He touches the old boom mic stand and it falls apart in his hands. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalus 214's a Spectator Rap. Mic check 1 to 2. Mic broke, truth still standing. Like if your safe place became a ghost town. Share if your voice ever cracked in silence. Cash App still open for healing. Rap Alice 214 RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214Q. Faint beatboxing, then voices clashing over each other. Energy thick. Emotional. Narrator. The last time Anonymous was here, he wasn't even trying to win. He just needed to say something without saying it. But someone else beat him to it. Shadow Rap, a new recruit from the South Block, took the mic and dropped a verse so raw it cracked the air. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalus 214 Shadow Rap. You ever cry so deep your echo gets stuck in your spine? Ever roar so loud the room stay quiet out of respect? Anonymous heard himself in that verse. He just didn't know how to respond. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 Anonymous Cherry. I was raised on rhythm, but I ain't never learned to cry in 4/4 time. He sits in the center of the cipher circle. The dust dances around him like it remembers, and from his lips escapes not a verse, but a cry silent sharp. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalus 214 Mama Amma Rap. That's the healing, baby. That sound you trying to hold back. That's the roar trying to be born. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalace 214 Affirmation Interlude Mama Amma Rap. I am not weak for feeling. Anonymous Cherry. I am strong for revealing. Mama Amma Rap. I cry not to crumble. Anonymous Cherry. But to cleanse what's been crumbling. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 RIP. This ain't just a story, it's somebody's survival playlist. If this chapter felt like closure in disguise, pass the blessing forward. Drop a seed. Rap Palace 214. Like, share, and let your silence speak too. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. He stands in the circle once more. No mic, no form, no flash, just a steady beat in his chest, and the ghost of a verse he'll write tomorrow. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalace 214 Spectator Rap. You feel that? That was the cry behind the beat, y'all. The one you can't fake, can't stream, can't edit. Next time we pull up on Mama Amma's porch. Word is, she got a story about grief that turned into a garden. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 Episode Summary. Theme. The healing power of expression when words aren't enough. Location. Abandoned rec center, the Cipher Circle basement. Key quote. I was raised on rhythm, but I ain't never learned to cry in 4/4 time. Character growth. Anonymous allows himself to cry for the first time in years. Call to action. Like, share, comment. Still breathing. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Cash App Rap Palace 214. The Rap Palace Chronicles. Behind the mic. Beyond the Story Scene 1. Donation Rap meets Twilight Zone Rap. The camera pans in on a dimly lit warehouse filled with warped clocks and shadows bending against the walls. Twilight Zone Rap leans back in a chair, smirking at Donation Rap. Donation Rap. Viewers wanted to know, do you regret walking away from the rap tribe? Twilight Zone Rap. Regret, no. But the comments from these viewers, they make me think. Maybe my reality isn't the only reality worth shaping. A screen behind them flickers, revealing a live fan submission. Carmen Dela Cruz, 31, Manila, Philippines. Watching Twilight Zone Rap made me confront my own chaos. He scares me, but he reminds me of the parts of myself I try to hide. That mirror is painful, but necessary. Twilight Zone Rap looks away, almost uncomfortable, then mutters, "Mirrors crack, but they also reflect." RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 2, Researcher Rap's response in the library of the Time Chamber. Donation Rap finds Researcher Rap buried in scrolls. Donation Rap. Viewers say your whale song moment broke them open emotionally. Did you expect that? Researcher Rap. Honestly? No. That breakdown was raw. But if it gave someone else permission to break and rebuild, then it was worth it. Viewers respond directly. Jamal Peters, 22, Atlanta, Georgia, USA. When Researcher Rap cried, I cried. I had never seen a man admit confusion like that, and it made me feel less alone in my depression. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 3, Night Rap under fire. In the training yard, Donation Rap corners Night Rap mid-spar. Donation Rap. Night Rap. Some viewers say your armor of denial feels like them avoiding love. What do you say? Night Rap. Armor protects, but it also traps. I see now my steel was suffocating me. These viewers, they're reminding me to take it off. Fan voice cuts in. Sofia Martinez, 28, Madrid, Spain. Night Rap's armor was my walls in relationships. Hearing him admit the suffocation, but that cracked my shell open. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 4, the Evil Rap family responds together. Donation Rap sits the Evil Rap family on one couch for a rare joint session. Twilight Zone Rap, Dark Ember Rap, and others exchange sly looks. Donation Rap. Viewers want to know, are you villains? Or just misunderstood? Dark Ember Rap. Villain is a label. Misunderstood, maybe, but our chaos has truth in it. If it helps viewers see their shadows, then maybe we're more than what the tribe calls us. Viewer submissions play. Amara Johnson, 19, London, England. The Evil Rap family scares me, but they also show me my own anger. It's like they say the things I don't dare admit. Hiroshi Tanaka, 35, Osaka, Japan. Watching them made me confront my resentment at people who left me behind. Their chaos was my chaos. It gave me language for my rage. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 5, Donation Rap closes the day backstage. Donation Rap stares at the camera, visibly moved. Donation Rap. Every viewer letter proves something. These stories aren't just entertainment, they're medicine. Whether it's Night Rap's armor, Researcher Rap's whale songs, or even the Evil Rap family's chaos, these voices are healing lives across the globe. Keep sending your stories. You are as much a part of the rap tribe as anyone on this stage. The article ends with a Rap Palace jingle softly fading. Infinite Spirit, open the way for our great abundance. Keep the stories flowing. Keep the love growing. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Behind the Cipher, special feature, When Stories Become Mirrors, by Rap Palace Media Staff. The cameras fade in on Donation Rap standing in front of a glowing mural painted across the Rap Palace walls, portraits of both the Rap Tribe and the evil Rap family. The mural shifts with the light, showing harmony on one side, chaos on the other, and a winding path that merges them in the center. This is no ordinary feature. It's a reflection of how the audience's lives have intertwined with the saga. Donation Rap leans into the mic, his voice carrying weight, but also warmth. Donation Rap. Tonight, it ain't about battles, powers, or palaces. It's about the people. The viewers who tuned in, who cried, who healed, who stood up stronger after seeing these stories. They sent us their words, and now they gon' speak. Welcome to the special feature, When Stories Become Mirrors. RP Radio love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 1. The soul of the streets, a spotlight shines on Carmen Alvarez, 30 Wonks, New York, USA. She sits in a modest chair, wearing a time chamber hoodie. Carmen. When Genius Rap broke down, crying during his training with the Hawk Spirit, man, I saw myself. I was out here juggling 2 jobs, raising my son, feeling like I was failing, but the way he owned his weakness. It gave me permission to not be perfect. It changed how I looked at myself as a mother. That episode made me breathe again. The camera cuts to Genius Rap watching from backstage. His eyes glisten. Genius Rap. Carmen, you don't know how much your words mean. I used to think my breakdown was weakness on screen. But hearing you, that was strength. We carry each other. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 2, Healing in Harmony, the set shifts. Ravi Patel, 22, Mumbai, India steps into frame. He bows respectfully, wearing headphones around his neck. Ravi, the Harmony Lockdown arc. It broke me down. I had anger inside from fights with my family. But when Night Rap had to take off his armor of denial and finally face his own pain, I did the same. That night I wrote my father a letter. We hadn't spoken in 2 years now. We shared tea every morning. Rap Tribe taught me reconciliation. Night Rap nods, removing his own stage armor prop. Night Rap, Brother Ravi, you put down a heavier armor than I ever wore. Respect to you. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 3. From darkness to direction, Donation Rap dims the lights, and Sophia Mensa, 27, Accra, Ghana appears. She wears a necklace of wooden beads, her voice trembling with power. Sophia, I thought I was lost to depression. But when Twilight Zone Rap twisted reality in the story, it mirrored my mind, chaotic, lonely, terrifying. Yet when the Rap Tribe refused to let his darkness define them, I realized maybe I could fight my own shadows too. I'm in therapy now, I'm alive, and it's because of this series. Twilight Zone Rap, normally smirking, drops his guard for a moment. Twilight Zone Rap, Sophia, I created my chaos to control others. You turn my chaos into courage. That makes you stronger than me. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 4, Bridges Across the World, Kenji Nakamura, 19, Osaka, Japan steps forward in a basketball jersey. He clutches a notebook scribbled full of rhymes. Kenji, I never thought my voice mattered. I was always quiet. But when Anonymous Cherry synced his Ultra Initiative with his ELI Venom forms, the message was clear. Every part of you matters, even the parts you hide. Now I rap, I perform at open mics. I'm not invisible anymore. I found my tribe because of this show. Anonymous Cherry places a hand on his chest and bows deeply. Anonymous Cherry. Kenji, you remind me why I trained in silence so that others could find their sound. Keep rapping. The world needs your voice. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Scene 5. The Ripple Effect donation rap walks back into center stage, summing up the night as voices echo behind him. Donation rap, you heard it. Stories ain't just stories. They're mirrors. They show us who we are, who we could be, and sometimes who we need to leave behind. From New York to Mumbai, from Accra to Osaka, the Rap Palace is global family. These aren't just characters. They're reflections of us. And every time you tune in, share your voice or donate to keep the palace standing, you're part of this story too. Infinite Spirit, open the way for more testimonies like these. The lights fade out as the mural on the wall glows brighter. The harmony and chaos finally blending into one radiant design. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Special feature closing note. Every testimony tonight was submitted by real viewers whose lives were touched by the Rap Palace saga. The family grows stronger, one story at a time. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content.
The Invisible Gospel. The meditation grove slept under a violet dawn. Anonymous Cherry sat cross-legged on the sacred platform, his breath syncing with the rhythm of unseen drums. Around him, the gospel's energy shimmered like invisible hieroglyphs, thoughts older than language. He could feel them moving through him, not words, but intentions. The gospel of the Egyptians had fused with his chi weeks ago, and yet he still could not see the spirit behind it, only its shadow on his mind. Show me how to read you without eyes. The air thickened. A serpent of pure light slithered from his spine and hovered before him, its body transparent, made of rhythm, not matter. It hissed in tones that echoed through his bones. The invisible is not unseen, it is unresisted. Anonymous inhaled slowly. His snake chi rose, and for the first time, his DBZ-honed aura softened instead of bursting outward. Energy flowed backward, folding into him instead of exploding away. He felt every cell hum like a shrine, rediscovering its God. Through hours or centuries, time dissolved here. He learned to listen instead of control. Each chakra revealed a fragment of the gospel's invisible spirit. The root whispered of endurance beyond fear. The heart murmured forgiveness in the tongue of serpents. The crown sang with silent lightning, showing him how to bend light without movement. When he finally opened his eyes, he was surrounded by hovering glyphs, serpents, suns, wings, all etched in pure sound. He understood the spirit was not something he commanded, it was the command itself.
Then teach me to think like Simon.
Later, the time chamber opened a corridor made of mirrors. Each one reflected not his body, but his emotional distortions. Anger, pride, fear of losing power. The invisible spirit spoke within the mirrors. You have mastered the moves, now master the motive. Anonymous stepped into the first mirror and found himself facing Rathrap, the part of him that fought to prove worth. The clone struck first, energy blazing red. Anonymous countered, but every block multiplied his opponent's power. He realized the lesson. The more he resisted wrath, the stronger it grew.
So he dropped his guard, exhaling slowly. I see you, he said to Rathrap. You protected me when I was broken. Thank you. You can rest now.
The clone dissolved into light. Next came Doubtrap, whispering every insecurity he had ever buried. The chamber filled with echoes of failure, songs unfinished, missions lost. Instead of silencing them, Anonymous began rapping back, each verse an affirmation coded in rhythm.
Fear ain't final, it's fuel in the spiral. I burn it for balance. I turn it to fire.
His rhyme became mantra, his mantra became chi. Doubt evaporated, replaced by clarity so sharp it hummed like a blade. By the time he reached the final mirror, he no longer saw an enemy, only potential. Inside waited the invisible spirit itself, shaped like an outline of himself made of light and memory.
Why hide from me?
Because I am not apart from you. I am the rhythm you ignore. He bowed. The mirror melted into him, completing the circuit. His snake chi changed color, green gold, vibrating at the exact frequency of truth. Back in the grove, Anonymous stood on the river of Toti. The currents of energy now responded before he moved. Each breath shaped wind, each blink rearranged the mist. He spoke aloud, and the gospel's invisible energy echoed back not in words, but manifestations. When he said peace, the air cooled. When he said truth, the horizon widened. He was in conversation with existence itself. To test his mastery, the time chamber conjured a final opponent. The spirit of noise, a being formed from every uncontrolled thought he'd ever released into the world. It attacked not with fists, but with chaos, flashes of old regrets, angry faces, sounds of disappointment. Anonymous closed his eyes.
Silence.
All motion stopped. The serpent within him coiled around his heart, glowing brighter with each heartbeat. He raised one hand and let the chi spiral outward, not in violence, but in rhythm. A slow, sacred tempo filled the chamber. Thump, breath, thump, breath. The noise spirit dissolved, transformed into harmony. The gospel's invisible spirit expanded, merging with him completely. A golden serpent halo wrapped around his form. His aura no longer flared or dimmed. It simply existed, constant and balanced. He had mastered the power and the peace. From the heavens, celestial rap's voice echoed. He who can quiet his power will never lose it. Anonymous smiled. The gospel no longer guided him. It was him. His body was the text, his life the verse.
He looked to the horizon where the rat palace shimmered like a new sun and whispered, "Let my silence speak louder than lightning."
As he walked away, the air behind him rippled into scripture, invisible to the eyes, eternal to the soul. Chapter 1, The Call to Gather Rat Palace Broadcast, Saga, The Rap Palace pulsed like a living heart, marble veins glowing with rivers of light. Every corner of the chamber hummed as if the palace itself had tuned into a higher frequency.
Check it. Welcome to the biggest broadcast this city ever seen. We here to talk wealth. We here to talk healing. We here to talk divine chi. So don't play around. Like, share, donate, keep the palace gates open.
Drop $1, drop a dime, healing rivers all the time. Amen to that. The spirit don't move without offerings, and the tribe don't thrive without flow. Think of it like planting seeds in sacred soil. Your harvest gonna be divine. The great bronze doors creaked, opening wide. Ladies and gents, let me remind y'all, every mansion, every shack, every plot of land, I got the keys, baby. Invest in your chi and your property. Zay sells space, outer or inner place. Buy now before you lose your grace. Children, settle yourselves. Even foolish jingles are part of the song. This is a gathering for all verses of the universe, and every rap shall speak. Crossroads open, doorways wide. Whoever steps inside tonight chooses their path by rhyme and stride. Infinite Spirit, open the way for great abundance. Say it with me, tribe. Infinite Spirit, open the way. Balance, y'all. Don't get lost in the hype. Wealth, spirit, politics, it's all waves. Ride 'em or drown. If I redirect the flow just right, I could bend this broadcast into my new show. Yes, subtle manipulation.
Yo, Professor. Stop plotting, join the cipher, or get schooled.
Training is coming. Patience, young flames. The lesson is never as quick as the power. I'm late, but I brought the energy drink. You walk too slow, you talk too much. Shut up, we late already. And then came Toddler Yoku Rap, toddling in with chi blast sparking from both hands, giggling as he accidentally knocked over a statue. The whole palace shook with laughter. The storm has arrived. Let's see if you can stand in silence. Finally, Anonymous Cherry emerged from the meditation grove, cloak striped purple and black, hood shadowing eyes that had seen death 9 times and still lived. Snake Cheese slithered around his fist like living fire. He said nothing, his presence was the verse. The palace roared with energy, elders, tricksters, healers, fighters, prophets, all gathered in one chamber. The broadcast was alive. Like, share, subscribe, keep the tribe alive. The crowd cheered. The show had officially begun. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 14. Chapter 2, The Council of Voices, Rap Palace. Broadcast, Saga, the marble table in the center of the Rap Palace, stretched wider than any hall in the city, etched with glowing sigils of every tribe member's name. Tonight, that table became the stage for the council. My children, listen. The palace called us here because the city is thirsty. The people want healing, wealth, and spirit, but they also crave power. If we don't guide that craving, the evil rap family will. The path is never straight. Every choice opens 2 doors, and every door hides a price. Tonight we choose not just for ourselves, but for the whole world tuned in. Donate 5, sow to thrive. Keep the palace broadcast alive. Infinite Spirit, open the way for great abundance. Say it with me, tribe. Infinite Spirit, open the way. Tell them what happens when they sow into spirit. Simple math, family. You give, you grow, you sow, you flow. Don't think of it as losing, it's multiplying your verse. If your wallet feels tight, that's not a reason to stop. That's the very reason to give. Yo, let's not forget balance is everything. Too much focus on wealth, you drown in greed. Too much spirit, you forget to eat. Surf the middle wave, tribe, flow, steady. Or we could monetize this entire broadcast, funnel donations into a long-term empire. I'll start Rap Palace News 2.0 and...
Boy, sit down. We know you trying to flip this for your own show. Keep your schemes light.
Every broadcast is a trial. Every message carries weight. If you rush, the palace slows you. If you linger, the palace tests you. Tonight, don't chase shortcuts. Let the message grow at the pace of spirit. Wait, I got a word too. It says here, don't be no fool, stay in school, and tithe if you want to ride. He laughed at his own remix, stumbling straight into Big Head and Bonnet, who were already arguing about who should have carried the snacks. Zay got houses, Rev got prayers, give your share if you really care. Finally, the palace, speaking my language. Order, children. Joy is welcome, but focus is holy. We must prepare, because the rivers whisper, the evil rap family is stirring. The laughter died. A chill swept the chamber, even before Twilight Zone Rap's name was spoken. And so, the Council of Voices began their work, half prayer, half strategy, all wrapped in rhythm. The city leaned in through invisible frequencies, hungry for whatever came next. Chapter 3, Wealth, Healing, Politics, and Spirit, Rap Palace, Broadcast, Saga. The marble table flickered like a stage, sigils glowing brighter as the next speakers rose. The room grew tense. The council had passed the torch from elders to the heavy voices of vision. Listen, let's be clear. People need money. People need power. The city's broken because nobody's in charge. You want healing? Fine. You want spirit? Fine. But without wealth, without control, you got nothing. We build walls. We build banks. We build legacy. And everybody wins big. Believe me. Big checks, big respect. Donate now. Get the effect. See? Even the palace knows wealth comes first. Wealth without spirit is greed. Power without balance is tyranny. The people are not coins to be stacked or walls to be built. They are storms, chaotic, beautiful, uncontainable. If you want to lead Trump rap, then learn to stand in silence while the storm speaks. The palace dimmed, thunder rolling faintly inside its very walls. I've died 9 times and still live. Wealth didn't save me. Politics didn't save me. Healing and spirit did. But don't mistake me, I'm no fool. Without resources, without power, the people starve. Without healing, they rot. Without spirit, they lose themselves. The truth is, we need all three. The table itself glowed brighter, recognizing his truth. Like, share, subscribe. Balance keeps the tribe alive. Man, Anonymous sound like he been through 9 lifetimes. Somebody pass that boy some cornbread and a microphone. All 3? No. Wealth leads, then healing, then spirit. You can't help nobody if you broke. Spirit leads, then healing, then wealth. Without soul, money is poison. You're both wrong. They rise together or they fall together. The chamber shook as if the palace itself wrestled with the argument. Give a seed, meet a need, spirit, wealth, and healing feed. The room erupted in laughter and applause. Even Trump Rap smirked, shrugging like the palace had voted against him. Children, the palace has spoken. The answer is harmony. Spirit, healing, and wealth must walk as one. The city cannot survive any other way. The council nodded, but in the shadows, unseen, something stirred, warping the edges of reality. The evil rap family was listening. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace. Chorti Chorntotsi. Open in prayer. And so, we do acknowledge the forces of light, asking for guidance, direction, and courage to know the truth, as it is revealed for our highest good, and the highest good of everyone connected to us. Oh, Holy Spirit of God, protect me from all forms of self-centeredness, and direct my attention to the work at hand. Help me to know myself in the light of the Akashic Records, to see myself through the eyes of the Lords of the Records, and enable me to share the wisdom and compassion that the masters, teachers, and loved ones of me have for me. The records are now open. Closing prayer. I would like to thank the masters, teachers, and loved ones for their love and compassion. I would like to thank the Lords of the Akashic Records for their point of view. And I would like to thank the Holy Spirit of Light for all knowledge and healing. The records are now closed. Amen. The records are now closed. Amen. The records are now closed. Amen. PA 165.
Professor Rap presents Yumio Neo, the Network of Elevation by RP Radio Chapter 1. The digital hub awakens. The lights of the city flickered, not from power lines, but from the restless energy of people, dreamers, workers, creators, hustlers, and neighbors, all searching for connection. Professor Rap adjusted his glasses, tapped the mic, and leaned in like he was about to reveal the secret formula hidden in plain sight. "Class," he said, his voice carrying the rhythm of a street preacher and the wisdom of a business sage. The world has shifted. We don't live in isolated corners anymore. The true wealth, it ain't just cash, it's community. And let me introduce you to the hub where community meets business and business meets opportunity. Welcome to UMIO Network. The projector behind him flickered to life. Images rolled across the screen. Families at kitchen tables, students huddled over laptops, small business owners unlocking storefronts, young artists recording tracks in home studios. "Look close," Professor Rap continued, pacing the room with a grin. "What do you see? Residents supporting businesses. Businesses supporting residents. A circle, a cycle, a rhythm. That's the heartbeat of Yumio." He snapped his fingers and the slide changed to bold letters. "Your digital hub for community and business." "Let me make it plain," he said. "This ain't just a website, it's a movement. Inside UMIO, you don't just scroll, you build. You don't just like posts, you earn opportunities. You don't just consume, you create, and you elevate." The audience leaned forward. Students whispered to each other. A local barber raised his brow. A cafe owner crossed her arms but couldn't help smiling. Professor Rap clapped his hands once, sharp as a snare hit. Think of it like this. The neighborhood block party got upgraded. Instead of only food and music, now there are prizes, job listings, digital services, podcasts, radio shows, and 30-plus hubs, all connected, all working together. Whether you're a lawyer, a doctor, an influencer, a high school student, or a local restaurant, you got a seat at this table. He pointed to the QR code on the flyer, holding it up like a key to a locked door. Every movement starts with a step. And your step, it's simple. Sign up. Because UMIO ain't asking you to just join. UMIO is asking you to belong. When you belong, you don't just benefit, you give back. And together we rise. The room pulsed with applause. Not loud at first, but steady, growing, like a drumbeat swelling into a march. Professor Rap raised his hand, quieting the noise. His tone softened almost a whisper. This is just chapter 1. The awakening. But stick with me because I'm about to show you chapter by chapter how this network transforms lives. And by the time we reach the final page, you won't just understand UMIO. You'll be inside it, living it, elevating with it. He leaned into the mic one last time. Class dismissed, but your journey with UMIO has only begun. Chapter 2. The promise of Neo. Professor Rap stood at the front of the hall again, chalk in one hand and energy in the other. Behind him, 3 words stretched across the board in bold electric strokes. Earn, create, elevate. He tapped the chalk against the first word, earn. Class, let me break it down for you. Too many platforms out there want you to give your time, your data, your dollars. without ever giving back. But UIO, it's different. Here, earning ain't a bonus, it's baked in the system. Every week, $5,500 in prizes. Every month, a $20,000 video contest. That means while you scroll, post, or participate, you got a chance to walk away with more than just likes. You walk away with something real. A student in the front row raised her hand. Professor Rapp, you mean people actually get paid? Professor Rapp grinned, adjusting his body. Paid, recognized, elevated. You put in your energy, UMIO gives it back. That's the earn. He circled the second word with a flourish, create. Now this one right here, this is where your soul breathes. UMIO gives you the stage. It's podcast, radio slots, TV, Distribuku, and Amazon Fire, Apple TV. 30 plus hubs waiting for your talent, lawyers, doctors, musicians, students, creators. Don't just watch content, make it. Don't just dream, stream it. With UMIO, creation ain't confined to a notebook or a bedroom mic. Your vision can hit the airwaves, reach your city, and circle the globe. The projector lit up with images of young podcasters in headphones, DJs behind turntables, business leaders giving interviews, and students hosting live streams. Professor Rapp snapped his fingers. Snap. That's create. He drew an arrow pointing upward to the third word. Elevate. This is the climb. You don't stay where you started. Every connection, every hub, every collaboration is designed to lift you higher. Businesses grow because residents support them. Residents grow because businesses give back. Students elevate into leaders, creators into entrepreneurs, dreamers into doers. UMIO ain't just a platform, it's a ladder. And the rungs, they're made of community. The room hushed. You could almost hear the promise hanging in the air like a sacred chord. Professor Rapp set the chalk down, his eyes glinting. Neo means new, a new way to build, a new way to rise, a new way to live in rhythm with others. Earn, create, elevate. That's not just a motto. That's your mission when you step into UMIO. He leaned forward, palms pressed on the desk, his voice dropping low like a secret. And when you sign up, you ain't just signing into a website. You're stepping into your next level. The promise of NEO is the promise of you becoming more than you ever thought you could be. The audience erupted, this time no hesitation. Cheering, clapping, nodding heads. Professor Rapp smiled knowingly. That's the sound of elevation. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214, Chapter 3. The power of hubs, the projector screen flickered off. This time, Professor Rapp didn't stay at the podium. He motioned for the crowd to follow him. Class, today we're taking a field trip. No buses, no backpacks, just imagination. Step with me into the UMIO hubs, where every community has a home and every profession has a voice. The walls of the lecture hall dissolved like smoke, and suddenly the audience found themselves standing in a glowing digital plaza. Bright pathways stretched in every direction, each marked by a sign glowing with a name. Lawyers, doctors, entrepreneurs, restaurants, students, creators, and beyond, dozens more. Professor Rapp spread his arms wide. Welcome to the 30 hubs of UMIO. Each one is a village, a network inside the network. Alone they shine, together they blaze. He led them first to a hub lined with tall books and court gavels. Here, he said, the lawyer's hub. Attorneys, paralegals, and legal minds connecting with those who need counsel. You don't just search for answers, you find advocates ready to support you. The scene shifted to clean white halls filled with the smell of herbs and the hum of machines. Doctors greeted patients with warm smiles. The Doctors and Health Hub. Wellness, fitness, nutrition, mental health, every strand of healing woven into one space. Residents gain guidance, professionals gain visibility, lives improve. He snapped his fingers, and the tour spilled into a bustling street market. Food sizzled, music played, waiters carried plates piled high with tacos, pho, and BBQ. Hungry, the restaurant's hub feeds both stomachs and businesses. Chefs connect with customers, and customers turn into community regulars. That's support, seasoned and served hot. Next, the plaza shifted into classrooms buzzing with young energy, high schoolers on laptops, college students rehearsing presentations, mentors guiding interns, the Students' Hub. High schoolers, college kids, and graduates stepping into opportunity, jobs, internships, ambassador programs. It's the training ground where the next generation learns to rise. Finally, the air filled with the sound of music and laughter. Creators held cameras, podcasters leaned into mics, dancers filmed routines under bright lights. And of course, the Creators Hub. Content makers, influencers, dreamers. They don't just entertain, they inspire. And here they find sponsorships, collaborations, and distribution to platforms beyond their wildest reach. The audience looked around, wide-eyed, but Professor Rapp wasn't finished. He gestured to the connecting bridges between each hub, glowing golden pathways, weaving them all together. Here's the secret, class. The power isn't just in the hubs, it's in the connections between them. A doctor collabs with a podcaster to host a health talk. A lawyer partners with a student journalist to explain new laws. A restaurant teams up with a creator for a food review video. Each hub strengthens the other. He pointed upward, where the pathways merged into a single radiant network above them. That's UMYO. Not isolated silos, but one living, breathing ecosystem. A digital city built on collaboration. And the more of us that join, the stronger every hub becomes. The walls of the plaza shimmered and faded, returning everyone to the classroom. The audience sat in stunned silence, as if they'd walked through another world. Professor Rapp grinned, and that was just the tour. Wait until you see what each platform inside those hubs can do for you. He tapped the board, writing the words for the next lesson. Chapter 4, Platforms in Your Pocket. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214, Chapter 4. Platforms in Your Pocket. Professor Rapp leaned against the desk, tapping his phone like it was a treasure chest only he knew how to unlock. All right, class, he said, voice smooth as velvet. You've walked through the hubs. You've seen the neighborhoods, the restaurants, the creators, the students. But what good is a hub without tools? What good is a vision without a stage? That's why UMIO ain't just giving you space, it's loading your pocket with platforms. 20 plus to be exact. And every single one is designed to make you shine. He held his phone up high. The screen glowed, and suddenly holographic icons filled the air above the classroom. First up, he said, pointing to a glowing mic icon, podcast. You got a voice? Here's your megaphone. Weekly shows, talk radio, niche conversations, all broadcast and distributed across Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and 300 plus radio stations. That means your voice isn't stuck in your living room. It's coast to coast. The mic spun, transforming into a play button surrounded by lights. Live podcasts and media streams. Go live, go bold, go global. Interview a doctor in one hub. Stream it to creators in another. Let the whole network tune in. Your story becomes a broadcast. Next, a glowing note icon floated forward, vibrating with rhythm. Music distribution. Independent artists, listen close. UMYO puts your tracks into playlists, streams, and digital spaces where fans discover you. No waiting on a record deal. No praying for a label call. Just drop it, distribute it, and let the world press play. Then a golden ticket appeared, spinning like a coin. Giveaways and contests. Remember what I said? Every week, $5,500 in prizes. Every month, $20,000 for the best video content. Creativity isn't just recognized here, it's rewarded. Think about it. Your hustle could pay the rent, buy new equipment, or fund your next big project. One by one, more icons lit up the room. A handshake for business collaboration tools. A graduation cap for online learning. A shopping cart for digital business cards and marketplaces. A megaphone for community announcements. A heart for family support programs. Professor Rapp walked under the glow of icons like he was in a digital cathedral. Here's the truth, class. Platforms like these, they're usually scattered, expensive, locked behind gatekeepers. But UMIO puts them all in one place, inside your hub, inside your network, inside your pocket. That means you can run a podcast, launch a business, share your music, and enter contests, all from the same platform that's built to support you. The holograms dimmed, but the excitement in the room stayed lit. Professor Rapp leaned in close, his voice dropping to a near whisper. You see what's happening here? UMIO ain't just a network, it's an arsenal. And when you sign up, those 20 platforms, they're your tools, your stage, your ladder, your mic. He smiled, sliding the phone back into his pocket. And this, my friends, is just the toolbox. In our next chapter, I'm going to take you into the arena, the contests, the prizes, the thrill of turning creativity into reward. Welcome to the contest arena, or P Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214, Chapter 6, Student Pathways to Success. Professor Rapp strolled back to the podium, but this time he wasn't holding chalk or tickets. Instead, he carried a backpack slung over his shoulder, worn and patched like it had traveled through every classroom, library, and dorm across the nation. Class, he began, setting the backpack down gently. Success doesn't wait for diplomas. It doesn't hide in the back of the lecture hall. Success moves with the students who seize opportunity while they learn. That's why UMIO created clear pathways for students. Today I'm going to show you how it works. The projector flashed to life. A high school senior appeared on the screen, headphones around his neck, typing furiously on his laptop. This young brother, he's part of UMIO's high school ambassador program. Instead of waiting for college to open doors, he's learning marketing, networking, and event promotion now. His hustle spreads UMIO to classmates, earns him recognition, and drops a check in his pocket every month. The image faded, replaced by a college student handing out flyers on campus. Here's the University Ambassador Program. Paid positions, real marketing campaigns. Students don't just rep their school, they rep themselves, building resumes that outshine the rest. Ambassadors run campus events, manage digital content, and network with local businesses. That's learning and earning rolled into one. He clicked again. This time the screen showed a student in a virtual meeting, her face glowing as she spoke to us on the other side of the call. Then there's the HBCU internships and student jobs. Partnerships with historically black colleges and universities, alongside other campuses nationwide, give students access to internships that actually pay. Amayo don't play with unpaid labor. Here you put in work, you get compensated. Period. Professor Rapp's voice grew more personal. When I look at these students, I see bridges being built. Bridges that connect the classroom to the boardroom, the dorm room to the dream job. UMIO makes sure no one's standing at the edge of opportunity wondering how to cross. He zipped open the backpack on his desk and pulled out 3 items: a notebook, a microphone, and a business card. He held them up one by one. Notebook. That's your learning. Microphone. That's your voice. Business card. That's your connection. UMIO hands these to students through jobs, internships, and ambassador programs so they can walk into the real world prepared, not panicked. The audience of young faces glowed with hope. For once, their questions weren't about student loans or rent. They were about possibility. Professor Rapp closed the backpack, slinging it back over his shoulder with a knowing smile. Class, let me put it plain. UMIO student pathways aren't promises, they're practice. They're proof that your grind can turn into growth before you even walk that stage at graduation. And when you step in this network, you step into success. He tapped the board, and the words for the next lesson appeared in bold letters. Chapter 7, The Creative Lab RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 Chapter 7. The Creative Lab Professor Rapp dimmed the lights again. But this time the room didn't transform into an arena or a plaza. Instead, a single spotlight shined down on a sleek workstation. Cameras on tripods, ring lights glowing, laptops humming, a wall covered with digital business cards. It looked less like a classroom and more like a production studio. Class, he said, voice steady with purpose. Every movement, every brand, every creator needs a lab. Not the kind with test tubes and beakers, the kind with tools to make your vision real. That's why UMIO built the Creative Lab. This is where ideas get polished, businesses get branded, and creators go from local to global. He picked up one of the glowing business cards from the wall. First stop, digital business cards. Forget paper that gets tossed in the trash. These live online, clickable, shareable. One tap and your contact info, your socials, your portfolio, all of it lands directly in somebody's phone. Networking in the 21st century starts here. He slid the card back into place and tapped the camera. Next, video production. You've got a product? UMIO helps you put it on screen. Commercials, promos, short films, ads, it's all here. You don't have to know Hollywood editors or beg a cousin to borrow their camera. UMIO gives you the crew, the editing, the polish. You bring the vision, they bring the shine. The screen behind him flickered with examples. An entrepreneur showing off their clothing line in a slick promo. A local cafe running an ad that looks straight off television. An artist cutting a music video sharper than anything they'd ever dreamed. And it doesn't stop there, Professor Rapp said, pacing the room. Editing ads, SEO, websites, funnels. You think that's just tech jargon. No. That's the language of growth. He ticked them off on his fingers. Editing makes raw footage into stories people can't ignore. Ads put your message in front of the right eyes at the right time. SEO, search and optimization, make sure you don't get lost in the digital noise. When people search, they find you. Websites, that's your headquarters, your storefront, your office, your handshake. Oh builds it sleek, smart, and mobile ready. Funnels, now that's where the magic happens. Step-by-step systems that guide your audience from curious clickers to paying clients. Funnels are how you stop chasing customers and start attracting them. The room buzzed with energy, like students realizing they'd just been handed the blueprint to digital success. Professor Rapp raised his hands like a conductor. All of these pieces, when they work together, that's your brand symphony. The Creative Lab is your orchestra pit, and UMYO is the maestro making sure every instrument hits the right note. He leaned closer, his glasses catching the light. Here's the truth, talent alone don't cut it. Hustle without tools leads to burnout, but hustle with tools. Hustle with a lab, that's how you build legacy. He pointed at the glowing UMYO logo on the wall. Every lab needs a scientist, and when you sign up, that scientist is you. UMYO just gives you the gear to turn sparks into fire, and fire into a movement. The screen went black, but the energy stayed lit, pulsing like the glow of a neon sign in the back of the mind. Professor Rapp turned to the chalkboard and scrawled the words for the next lesson. Chapter 8, the podcast and radio wave. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214, Chapter 8, the podcast and radio wave. The classroom doors creaked open, not into a hallway, but into a recording studio glowing with red and blue lights. Microphones dangled from silver arms, soundproof panels lined the walls, and a glass booth hummed with the quiet static of airwaves waiting to be filled. Professor Rapp waved his class inside. Welcome. Today, you don't just learn about media, you step inside it. This is the podcast and radio wave of UMYO, where voices become brands, and brands become broadcast empires. He pulled up a chair to the mic and leaned in. The red on-air light blinked to life above him. Class, he said, his voice carrying through invisible speakers. When you join UMYO, you don't just get a platform, you get distribution. You could record a 30-minute show, and by the end of the week, it's not just on your page. It's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and over 300 radio stations. That means your story, your interview, your music, your message, it doesn't stay small. It travels. The studio walls shifted, revealing screens showing creators at work. One screen showed a young woman in headphones hosting a talk on wellness. Her show streamed live on Roku. Another screen revealed a college student podcasting about sports. His voice broadcast to 300 radio affiliates. A third screen showed an entrepreneur interviewing a restaurant owner, their segment appearing on Apple TV and Fire TV menus. Professor Rapp gestured to the glowing wall of screens. This right here is the wave. Once upon a time, you needed connections, money, or a miracle to get on TV or radio. Now UMYO puts the broadcast tower in your hands, from your living room to living rooms across the nation. He snapped his fingers, and a holographic chart floated in the middle of the room. It showed a podcast growing from 10 listeners to 10,000. That's the difference between posting and broadcasting. Posting is a drop of water in the ocean. Broadcasting is a wave that moves the tide. A student raised his hand. Professor Rapp, can anybody really start? Even if they've never touched a mic before. Professor Rapp grinned. Anybody. UMIO don't gatekeep. You could be a rookie podcaster or a seasoned DJ if you've got a voice. UMIO has a channel. And the creative lab we talked about last chapter, that's your production team, making sure your sound and visuals hit professional levels. All you gotta do is step to the mic. The class looked around, half in awe, half in excitement, like they were ready to hit record right then and there. Professor Rapp's tone softened, almost like he was passing down a family heirloom. Your story matters. Your voice matters. And in this age of noise, the ones who rise are the ones who broadcast. That's what UIO offers, a stage so wide your voice echoes far beyond your block. The on-air light faded, and the studio returned to quiet. Professor Rapp set the mic down gently and wrote on the board, his letters bold and sharp, Chapter 9, Support System Strong. And Chapter 9, Support System Strong. The classroom was quiet this time. No holograms, no flashing lights, no booming beats. Just the steady presence of Professor Rapp at the center, hands folded like he was about to share something sacred. Class, he began softly. We've talked about the hubs, the contests, the podcasts, the labs. All powerful. But none of it means a thing without support. That's the foundation of UMIO. That's the glue that keeps this network alive. He drew a simple circle on the board. Inside, he wrote, residents, businesses, families, community. This is the rhythm, he said, tapping the chalk in a steady beat. Residents support businesses. Businesses support residents. Families uplift one another. Communities grow stronger. And round it goes. A cycle of giving and receiving that never breaks, because UMIO holds it together. The projector flickered on, showing snapshots of members in action. A restaurant owner offering discounts to local families through the platform. A group of parents pooling resources to sponsor a student's entry into the monthly video contest. A podcaster raising awareness for a local health clinic, bringing patients to their door. A small business owner winning a giveaway, then using the prize money to hire from the student hub. Professor Rapp smiled at the images. This is what makes UMIO unique. It ain't just about personal gain, it's about community gain. You win, we all win. You grow, we all grow. Support ain't charity. It's an investment that pays back tenfold. He looked around the room, eyes locking with each student as if speaking directly to them. Maybe you're a parent working 2 jobs, worried about your kid's future. Maybe you're a student juggling classes and bills. Maybe you're a small business owner fighting to keep your doors open. UMIO is built to remind you you're not alone. You've got a network at your back. The chalk tapped the circle again. Tap, tap, tap. This class is the heartbeat. And every time someone signs up, every time someone shares their story, every time someone enters a giveaway, hosts a show, or joins a hub, that heartbeat gets stronger. Together, we're not just surviving, we're elevating. The silence in the room was heavy, but not empty. It carried weight, the weight of realization, of possibility. Professor Rapp capped his marker and let out a slow breath. That's why I call this chapter Support System Strong. Because in UMIO, strength ain't about standing alone. It's about standing together. He He turned to the board one last time and wrote in bold final letters for the day's lesson. Chapter 10. The Call to Action. Sign up today. Professor Rapp stood tall at the front of the classroom. No holograms, no props, no flashy tech this time. Just him, the chalkboard, and a fire in his eyes that made the whole room lean forward. Class, he began, his voice steady but building like a rising drum beat. We've walked through the hubs. We've opened the toolbox of platforms. We've stepped into contest arena, felt the power of student pathways, toured the creative lab, and heard the echo of the podcast and radio wave. We've seen families supported, businesses lifted, and communities strengthened. He paused, letting the silence settle. Then, with a sharp clap, his energy surged. But all of it, means nothing unless you take the step. The first step. The only step that matters, joining the UMIO family. He picked up a piece of chalk and wrote in huge letters on the board, $5.59. That's it. That's all it takes. For as little as $5.59 a month, you're not just subscribing, you're investing. In your growth, in your business, in your family, in your community. You're unlocking weekly giveaways of $5,500, monthly contests worth $20,000, jobs, internships, creative labs, podcasts, radio shows, and 30-plus hubs filled with people just like you, ready to build, ready to elevate. His voice rose, filling the room like a sermon. You spend more than that on a fast food meal. You spend more than that on a cup of coffee. But this $5.59, it's not an expense, it's a seed. And seeds, when planted in the right soil, grow into forests. UMIO is that soil. He paced the room, eyes locking with each face, his words landing heavy and sharp. Don't tell me you're waiting until tomorrow. Tomorrow ain't promised. Don't tell me you'll think about it. Opportunity doesn't wait. Don't tell me you'll watch from the sidelines while others step into the arena. Because one truth remains. If you don't sign up, you'll never know what elevation feels like. The chalk hit the board one final time as he wrote the last word, elevate. Professor Rapp turned back to the class, his voice dropping into a powerful whisper. This is your moment, your call to action. Join UMIO today. Step into the hubs, claim your place, and build a future worth living. Don't just scroll life away. Sign up, show up, and rise up. The room erupted with applause. Some students stood, others wiped tears, all of them moved by the truth ringing in his words. Professor Rapp raised his fist high, sealing the lesson with one final declaration. For $5.59 a month, you can earn, create, elevate. Don't just dream it, live it. Welcome to UMIO. The spotlight dimmed. The chalkboard glowed faintly in the dark. The word elevate shining like a promise that could no longer be ignored. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Palace 214 on MeoNetwork.com. Chapter 1. They pushed me. Rapp the Rap Palace didn't open like a door. It parted like lips about to spit a truth. Marble ribs arched into a throat of vaulted gold, and sound lived there, breathing, waiting, half asleep, like a lion that knew the sun would come to it. Floor tiles shimmered as if pressed from old vinyl. Each one held a trapped groove. Torches along the colonnade burned without fire, their flames made of waveforms rising and falling in soft blue decibels. Every pillar had a pulse, every shadow had a tempo. In here, emotions didn't hide inside chests. They walked. Anonymous Cherry stood on the threshold, palms open, a thin scar of midnight under his eyes from nights spent wrestling with a city that wrote his name into rumor. Whispers had followed him to the palace like stray dogs. Some called him shameless, some called him cold. More than a few said he didn't care at all anymore. He stepped forward. The first tile clicked under his heel snare. The second tile kicked, the third hi-hat. The palace caught his pace and folded it into a beat that belonged to him. From the high balcony, Watchman Rapp leaned on a halberd made of metronomes and surveyed the newcomer. "State your verse," the guard intoned, voice like a slow cymbal swell. "I'm here to make room for my truth," Anonymous said, not loud, but the walls carried it like a secret that wanted out. "Then the palace will test you," Watchman Rapp replied. "We only keep what can keep time." The great hall opened, a cathedral-sized cipher. In its center, a stage rose from the floor like a record lifting from a sleeve. Around it, benches curved in crescents, and those benches were already filled. They came as names with legs. Anger Rapp in a jacket stitched with red waveforms, joy bright as a choir. Fear Rapp thin, eyes like keyholes, love Rapp barefoot, ankles jangling with silver bells of harmony. Guilt Rapp dragging a chain of minor chords. Forgiveness Rapp carrying bolt cutters made of light. An onyx circle beside the stage rippled as if it were water. From it, Whisper Rapp climbed up, a swarm of translucent mouths with no faces, talking over one another in gorgeous, poisonous, multi-track harmony. "Did you hear? He doesn't care," he went numb. "Digi af, digi af." The word echoed again, then multiplied until the rafters shook with it, turning judgment into chant. Division Rapp cracked his knuckles and smirked. Jim Rapp licked a dry lip. Anonymous's jaw tightened. "I'm not numb," he said. Whisper Rapp rolled its 1,000 unseen eyes. "They pushed you, boy," it thrummed. "Now you wear frost like a medal." Before Anonymous could answer, the stage thumped once, a heartbeat the size of a moon. The torches dropped into a lower register. The room's oxygen grew heavy and tasted like brass. On the second thump, fissures spidered across the vinyl floor, and a figure rose out of them slow as a confession. He was tall and rope-muscled, hair a halo of clipped faders. His coat looked welded from crowd control barriers. Across his knuckles, pushed on the right hand, me on the left. He carried a mic stand bent into a shepherd's crook. The moment he inhaled, the entire palace inhaled with him. "Who calls me?" he asked, and his voice was the scuff of boots on concrete and the low motor of a heart that refuses to stall. Watchman Rapp struck his halberd twice. "They pushed me, Rapp. The hall requires your measure." The figure, "They pushed me, Rapp," tilted his head toward Anonymous, searching him like a sample looking for the bar it came from. Then he snapped the mic free. "House," he growled, "drop me the floor." The floor obliged, a spare beat, iron and gravel. And he began, "I ain't cold, I'm cauterized. I ain't closed, I prioritized. I ain't stone, I stabilized. You push a man long enough, he stops apologizing." Every syllable landed like a mallet on a church bell. Whisper Rapp tried to hum back, but their vapor mouths filled with dust. Joy Rapp swayed, half smiling. Anger Rapp grinned, showing teeth like broken bottle glass. "They pushed me," Rapp circled Anonymous as he continued. "First shove, they take your name and stretch it into slander. Second shove, they set your open hands on fire. Third shove, they call your armor ego when it's only bandage wire. But hear me, I'm not indifference. I'm distance. I'm not absence, I'm fence." I'm the line you build to keep your soul from hoping where it's gone and gone again. He stopped before Anonymous, a breath apart. Truth. Anonymous's throat worked. He wanted to say no, wanted to insist he was above it untouched. But his shoulders hurt with the honest weight of long pushing. Truth, he said, quieter than a brush on a snare. The hall reacted, some raps nodded. Others recoiled. Division Rap rolled his eyes. Empathy Rap, small, almost unnoticed in a gray hoodie, exhaled like the first relief after a cramp. From the benches, Stoicism Rap touched his temple and sent a steadying click down the room, a metronome to calm the restless. Proceed, he murmured. They pushed me Rap leaned into the crowd. You hear it, he barked. You think DGAF means dead heart. But this man's got a flame he keeps in a fist because every time he opened his palm, wind stole it. A hush fell. Even Anger Rap stopped popping his jaw. Anonymous stepped onto the stage. It moved under him, adjusting to his weight, finding his music. He could feel the groove that belonged only to him, the one the world had tried to drown out in the noise of its opinions. He looked at the swarm of whisper rap and spoke into the mic voice steady. I didn't stop caring, he said. I stopped letting the careless decide what my care should cost. Palace paused. The line went out like a net. Whisper Rap faltered, then hissed. Pretty words. He'll set them to melody and sell them. Freeze, warm, freeze. He's nothing but a thermostat of pride. An ache tugged in Anonymous's ribs, old, familiar. He almost turned to Anger Rap. It would be easy to let anger spit for him, burn the benches smooth. But in the corner he caught Love Rap watching, not smiling, not pleading, just present, bells at the ankle quiet as patience. They pushed me Rap, lifted a palm the size of a verdict. Let him work, he said, and even Division Rap obeyed. Anonymous closed his eyes. Inside, the city's clamor became a single long hallway lined with closed doors. Behind each door, a version of him tried to explain himself to people who didn't intend to listen. He didn't go to those doors. He walked to the end of the hall, kicked open the exit, and stepped into a night made of bass. He opened his eyes and rapped soft but clean. I trimmed my circle to a prayer. I kept my warmth where hands were fair. If I'm quiet, call it air I save for those who choose to care. A beat of silence, then Joy Rap laughed, one bright note honest. Forgiveness Rap's bolt cutters sparked as if eager. Fear Rap hugged his elbows, uncertain but listening. Guilt Rap rattled his chain. But what are the ones you shut out, he moaned. What if you were too hard, too late, too loud? Anonymous faced him. Then I will apologize where life calls for it, he said. But I won't apologize for closing doors that only ever opened on storms. They pushed me Rap's mouth twitched. It might have been approval. You're not here to make a monument to not caring, he said. You're here to make a sanctuary for what you still do. The torches brightened a hair. Somewhere in the rafters, Memory Rap took notes in a ledger that smelled like rain on dust. A rustle swept the benches as a new figure arrived. Pressure Rap, shoulders broad as a press, forearms stamped with deadlines. He set down a crate that clanked like obligations and stared at Anonymous. You call me by living, he said. I stack, I stack, I stack, and when they push you, I push you too. Anonymous walked to the edge of the stage. I know your weight, he answered. Pressure Rap gestured at Whisper Rap. They are my whispers. They live in the space between what you owe and what you are. They say hurry, they say impress. They say don't care is a crime and care is a contract. They're noisy, Anonymous said. They're loyal, Pressure replied, almost fond. They've kept more men moving than Courage has. They pushed me, Rap stepped between them, eyes slitting. Pressure, back up half a bar. The boy is not asking to be free from you. He's asking for a rhythm that isn't a choke. Pressure, Rap considered, then nodded and slid 2 steps away. The air loosened imperceptibly like a collar button undone. From the hall's far door, a small procession entered, Boundaries Rap with a silver tape measure, Patience Rap carrying a stool, and Craft Rap rolling in a battered case of tools. They arranged themselves without hurry. Craft Rap popped the case and laid out instruments that were not instruments. A schedule, a glass of water, a pair of shoes that didn't hurt. Set, Craft asked. Set, Boundaries answered, and drew a soft line on the stage around Anonymous's feet. A circle meant not to trap, but to define. They pushed me, Rap tapped the mic. House, he said, strip the beat down to bones. The palace obliged, kick, space, kick, space, a spare frame where words had to hold their own weight or fall. Now, he told Anonymous, say the sentence that keeps the flood from thinking it's the ocean. Anonymous inhaled, slow. He could feel the line under his soles. He could feel the room's eyes, some kind, some cold, most curious. He thought of the voices that had chased him all the way here, calling him heartless for closing windows they kept climbing through. I care, he said, and his voice didn't tremble. Just not like you want me to. The line landed with the force of an anchor that finally found bottom. Whisper Rap tried to twist it. Careless, careless, but the palace didn't let them. The sentence had weight. It made a shape in the air. From the benches, Order Rap set a stone on a scale. Chaos Rap tossed in a wind. The scale wavered, then balanced. Joy Rap clapped, the sound like sun on water. Anger Rap cracked his neck, oddly satisfied, as if someone had finally punched back with precision, not rage. Empathy Rap's eyes shone. They pushed me, Rap lifted his mic in salute. First truth spoken, he rumbled. The palace hears. Above them, the ceiling peeled back into constellations of LED and old stars. A breeze moved through the hall, smelling like fresh notebooks and sweat after work well done. Love Rap took 2 quiet steps closer, not to claim anything, not to fix, simply to be within the circle's edge, bells whispering approval. Pressure Rap cocked his head. Can you work like this? He asked. With the circle, with the space. I must, Anonymous said, or I'll work for Noise. Craft Rap slid him a simple pen. Then write what you will keep, she said. Before the whispering fills your pockets again. He took the pen. On the black face of the stage, he wrote, my time is an altar, not a buffet. The words glowed. Memory Rap's pens twice to capture it, and the letters sank into the vinyl like a groove cut into a record. The palace had a new track now. Whoever stepped here after would feel that sentence underfoot and walk different. They pushed me, Rap slung the crook of his mic stand over his shoulder. This part of me stays with you, he told Anonymous. Not to make you hard, but to make you clear. When they shove, I'll keep your feet. When you need to open, I'll set the hinge. Will you leave when I don't need you? Anonymous asked. They pushed me, Rap considered, then smiled with one corner of his mouth. No one ever stops needing good fences, he said. But fences can learn to be gates. The torches lifted a half step brighter. Watchman Rap struck his halberd once, rhythm of approval. The benches began to murmur again, but the murmurs were different now, Less swarm, more conversation. Whisper Rap retreated to the rafters to sulk, a storm cloud trying to remember why it started raining. Trial of first entrance complete, Watchman Rap announced. Proceed to the inner corridors when ready. The next measure waits. Anonymous looked toward a hallway where the light turned softer, not dimmer, as if it respected privacy. In that glow, he could already feel the presences waiting. Indifference Rap with the cool eyes of self-control. Vulnerability Rap, thin-skinned and brave. Loyalty Rap with a spine like a flagpole in high wind. He gripped the pen. He took one long breath. He stepped off the stage, and for the first time in months, the word they had hurled at him didn't stick. It slid off and cracked on the tile and became what it had always secretly been, a crude way to say you chose your soul over our approval. Inside his chest, a tempo steadied, kick, space, and he walked toward the corridor where the next voice was already clearing its throat to rhyme. The light between shelves, Gregory's Sigma path of glory, a journey of self-discovery, energy mastery, and silent leadership. RP Radio Donate Today Cash App, Rapalus 214 Acti, The Discovery Chapter 1. Stacks of stillness, the library had its own pulse. I felt it for years without ever naming it. Not the ticking of the old brass clock, not the faint whir of the AC, but something subtler, the way the air seemed to draw breath with me, as if the walls and I were sharing lungs. Every inhale, every exhale perfectly in time. I was shelving in the music section again. Dewey Decimal 782.42164, Jazz Standards. My fingertips lingered on the spine, tracing the faded gold lettering. I've always remembered numbers before faces. Numbers are cleaner. They don't change moods or look away mid-sentence. The late afternoon light cut through the tall windows in long, unwavering beams, dust drifting like microscopic planets caught in orbit. The quiet here wasn't empty, it was full. And I needed full quiet more than most people need company. The universe was watching him closely now. It had been arranging these conditions for decades, the silent corridors, the repetition of order, the small but consistent mysteries he noticed when no one else did. Each moment in Gregory's life, even the ones he dismissed as random, had been placed with care, like books on a shelf no one else could reach. The world called it isolation. The universe called it incubation. RP Radio Donate Today, Cash App, Rapalus 214. There were only 3 patrons left in the building, and none of them were in my section. My supervisor had left early, the clock ticking toward closing. I liked it this way, no interruptions. Just me and the cart of returns. I slid a hardcover into its place, but my phone buzzed in my pocket. It wasn't a message from anyone I knew, just one of those generic notifications I normally ignore. But something about the headline made me pause. Are you an adult on the autism spectrum? Take this free self-assessment. For a moment I stared at the screen, thumb resting on the link. I could have swiped it away and kept working. I almost did. But the light on the desk caught my attention, falling in a perfect rectangle across the wood, the edges so clean it looked cut by hand. The shape felt deliberate. Like an invitation, I tapped. This was the first door. No hinges, no sound, no wind from its opening. It appeared the way all true doors appear, in the exact moment one is willing to look. The questions were oddly specific, like they'd been written for me alone. Do you find social situations exhausting? Yes. Do you notice patterns others overlook? Yes. Do you prefer routine and feel unsettled when it's disrupted? Yes. Do you struggle to filter noise or light when there's too much of it? Yes. Do you sometimes miss implied meanings in conversation? Yes, I didn't have to think. Each answer surfaced instantly, as if it had been waiting at the top of my mind all my life. When the result appeared, my chest tightened. Strong indicators of autism spectrum condition. I let the word sit there. I'd never had a name for it. I wasn't sure yet if I liked having one. But something inside me settled. Like a piece had clicked into place in a puzzle I'd been turning over for decades. The air felt charged, louder. The shelves behind me seemed to lean in. 2 RP Radio Donate today, Cash App Palace 214. And so, Gregory's silence gained definition. Not as absence, but as alignment. The library had always been his sanctuary. Now it become his forge. The Sigma INFJA path, a path of glory, had been unlocked. And the first lesson was already unfolding between the shelves. Chapter 2, Whispers Between Pages. I thought the library had been quiet before. I was wrong. It wasn't quiet now, it was listening. The shelves seemed to lean in closer than they had an hour ago, casting shadows across the aisle in patterns I didn't remember. They weren't random. They bent at odd angles, meeting each other in sharp points, forming what looked almost like letters. My eyes tried to follow them, but the shapes changed when I blinked. I pushed the cart slowly, every wheel squeaking louder than usual. The sound bounced off the high ceilings like it was meant to be heard by something above me. I stopped in front of the mythology section. There was a single book pulled halfway out, its spine tilted like it had been waiting. I didn't recall shelving it there. I didn't recall anyone checking it out. My fingers hesitated, brushing the edge of the cover. The Light Library had always been more than wood and paper. It was alive, a quiet organism that stored more than human words. It stored echoes of every thought, dream, and unspoken question its visitors ever carried inside. Gregory's new awareness had not created this communication. It had simply tuned him into a frequency that had always been here. And now the shelves wanted to speak. Three Eyes slid the book free. Its cover was blank, no title, no author. Just a faint shimmer, like moonlight on still water. When I opened it, the pages were wrong. Not blank, but not printed either. The letters moved, sliding into new positions even as I looked at them. They rearranged into short phrases before dissolving into new ones. We saw you see yourself, I flinched. My pulse kicked up. Another phrase swam into place. Silence is not absence. The words bled into new ones. You walked the Sigma path. I don't know how long I stood there, flipping through pages that shifted under my gaze, each line a whisper meant only for me. The shadows on the shelf shifted again, as if the books themselves exhaled. RP Radio Donate today, Cash App, Rap Palace 214. The moment a seeker accepts their truest nature, the library begins to bend toward them. The air thickens, the shelves curve subtly, the dust in the light beams swirls with intention. This was not yet a conversation. It was the first invitation. I should have been scared, but the longer I stood there, the calmer I felt. Not safe, aligned. And for the first time in my life, I had the strange certainty that I wasn't working in this library, or I was part of it. Chapter 3. The test tab open cataloging books had always been my rhythm. Pick up a volume, scan the code, enter the data, shelve, repeat. It kept my mind clean, like folding laundry or sweeping leaves. Today, though, the rhythm stumbled. The library's computer was slow. The search bar blinked in that impatient way that makes you start looking at other tabs. One sat open from a patron session that hadn't been cleared. Signs of autism in adults. Could you be on the spectrum? My hand hovered over the mouse. I told myself I shouldn't click. It wasn't my business. But my pulse betrayed me. My index finger twitched, and before I knew it, the page opened. RP Radio Donate today, Cash App, Rapalis 214. The library's algorithm was not entirely human. Pages did not simply load here. They found their way to the right eyes. The cursor's movement, the hum of the overhead light, even the lagging database, had all been part of the orchestration. Gregory was not breaking his focus. He was stepping into the next line of his script. I scrolled through the article, eyes snagging on phrases that landed like pins in my chest. Prefers solitude but feels deeply connected to select people. Processes information in layers, often seeing patterns before others. 5, overwhelmed by sensory noise, but thrives in controlled, meaningful environments. Each one felt like a mirror I hadn't known existed. Then there was the link, take the online self-assessment in blue, underlined like it was daring me. I clicked. The questions weren't what I expected. They weren't about problems. They were about patterns. About how I noticed details no one else seemed to. How I rehearsed conversations in my head. How my empathy sometimes felt strong it was physically painful. I answered slowly, each click peeling back something I'd buried. RP Radio Donate today, Cash App, Rapalis 214. Self-recognition is not a sudden flash. It is the quiet unlocking of 1,000 locked drawers. The light library watched him answer each question. The shelf shadows bending slightly, the book from yesterday still humming faintly on the return cart. The score at the end would not define him, but it would open a chamber of knowing that had been sealed for decades. The results loaded. Your responses indicate you show strong autistic traits, consistent with the spectrum profile. This is not a diagnosis, but a guide to further exploration. I stared at the screen until the words blurred. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel broken. I felt decoded. Somewhere deep in the library, a book fell from a shelf with a soft thud, and I knew it was for me. RP Radio Donate today, Cash App, Rapalis 214, Chapter 4. Result, Spectrum of Light 6. The result sat on the screen like a sunrise I didn't know I was waiting for. Positive indicators for autism. For a moment, the air thinned, and the hum of the library's fluorescent lights became sharper, almost melodic. My hands tingled not from fear, but from the strange weight of confirmation. I've been carrying this unnamed shape my entire life. Now it had a name. Shock rippled through me, not the kind that makes you stumble, but the kind that freezes you in still water. My thoughts stacked in layers, so this is why I notice the hum in a light bulb before it burns out. This is why the air in a crowded room feels like static. This is why silence feels like oxygen. And beneath the shock, relief. Like someone had finally unlocked the door I'd been leaning against for years. RP Radio Donate today, Cash App, Rapalis 2414. The light library pulsed faintly in its shelves, the shadows curling inward as though listening. There are moments in a soul's journey when a truth doesn't just change a person, it rewrites their map entirely. Gregory's awareness had been a constellation scattered in the dark. Now the lines between stars began to form. The result was not a label, it was a lens. Through it, Gregory would see patterns more clearly, threads more vividly, and himself fully. I exhaled. The sound came out shaky, but it carried decades of tension with it. The page suggested follow-up steps, professional evaluations, communities. My eyes skimmed them, but my heart was somewhere else, in the quiet corners of my life where I had always felt too much or not enough, realizing now I had been perfectly aligned all along. 7. Something inside me whispered, this is not the end. This is the opening. I minimized the browser. I still had books to shelve, but I moved differently now, like every step was part of a path I had been walking blind until today. Somewhere beyond the shelves, a faint golden light flickered. The library was not done with me yet. RP Radio Donate Today Cash App. Rap Palace 214 Chapter 5. The universe nods. The sound wasn't loud, just a crisp thump in the quiet. But in the library, where every sound had its place, it felt like a signal. I turned my head toward the source. A book lay on the floor near the far wall, splayed open like it had been caught mid-breath. I knew the top shelf it had fallen from, the rare and restricted section. Those books didn't just fall. Walking over, I bent down and froze. The open page was titled in gilded script, Silent Seers, Navigators of the Unseen. The words seemed to glow slightly in the lamplight. My fingers hovered over the page, hesitant, almost reverent. My pulse ticked in my ears. RP Radio Donate Today, Cash App Rap Palace 214. It was not gravity that pulled the book from the shelf. The shelves of the light library were tuned to timelines, each spine a beacon, each page a mirror. Some books waited decades for the right hands. Others fell the moment the reader's inner frequency aligned. Gregory's frequency had shifted. The book responded. The term silent seer was more than description. It was initiation. A role recognized by the unseen architecture of the universe, where vision did not come from noise, but from stillness honed to a blade. RP Radio Donate Today, Cash App Rap Palace 214. I crouched beside the book and read. The silent seers move quietly through the world, observing without seeking attention. Their strength is not in volume, but in vision. They stand at the intersection of deep empathy and precise detachment, seeing patterns invisible to others. My chest tightened. This wasn't just accurate, it was intimate, like the text knew me. A sentence near the bottom hooked me completely. When the seer accepts their gift, the path unfolds through symbols, shadows, and sudden knowing. I closed my eyes. For a moment, I felt like the library itself was breathing with me. When I opened them, a faint indigo light pulsed between the lines of text, as if the page itself was alive. Chapter 6, Symbols in the Margins. RP Radio Donate Today, Cash App, Rap Palace 214-9. At first glance, they looked like random pen marks, faint curves and angular strokes tucked between the printed lines. But when I leaned closer, I realized they were deliberate. Every symbol seemed placed with intent, like constellations on a page. Some were small spirals. Others resembled doorways or eyes drawn in a single stroke. The ink was faded to a sepia tone, as though it had been there far longer than the book's printed text. My fingers traced one symbol, a narrow triangle split in half by a line. The moment my skin brushed it, a warmth pulsed into my fingertips, like static but gentler. My vision blurred, and for a fraction of a second, I saw the library differently, the air dense, with faint threads of light connecting shelves to shelves, books to books. as if the whole place was a living map. RP Radio Donate Today, Cash App, Rap Palace 214. These were not idle doodles. The symbols belonged to the Sigma glyphs, an ancient visual language left by earlier silent seers who had walked the path before. Each glyph was a fragment of instruction, an encoded whisper from one mind to another across time. The book had chosen Gregory, but the glyphs were guiding him. The warmth he felt was the page recognizing his frequency, unlocking a layer of perception usually hidden from human sight. Once seen, the threads would always be there, faint but constant, pathways for those who could navigate both the visible and invisible worlds. RP Radio Donate Today, Cash App, Rap Palace 214. I blinked and the vision softened, fading back to the familiar view of paper and print. But the symbols no longer looked abstract. They had weight, direction, meaning I didn't yet know, but could feel pressing against the edges of my understanding. One spiral in the corner drew me in most. Beside it, in handwriting so small I almost missed it, was a note, 10. When the spiral opens, so does the next door. I shut the book gently and held it against my chest. The librarian in me wanted to log it properly. The seeker in me knew I had just been handed a key. And somewhere in the quiet spaces between shelves, the library itself seemed to hum, waiting for me to turn it. RP Radio Donate Today, Cash App, Rap Palace 21411.
Dear God, I come to you today with a grateful heart, thanking you for the blessings you have bestowed upon me. I am grateful for the gift of life and the opportunity to experience your love and grace every day. As I enter into the theater of my mind, I allow myself to be surrounded by your presence, knowing that you are with me always. I let go of any worries or fears and trust in your divine plan for my life. I call upon the teachings of Reverend Ike, who reminds us that we are deserving of abundance and prosperity. I affirm that I am open and receptive to the abundance that is all around me. I release any limiting beliefs or negative thoughts that may be blocking my blessings. I also turn to the wisdom of Florence S. Shinn, who reminds us that divine ideas never conflict. I trust in your infinite wisdom and know that there is enough abundance for everyone. I release any feelings of lack or scarcity and embrace the abundance that is available to me. I declare that I am a magnet for prosperity and abundance. I attract wealth, success, and happiness into my life. I am grateful for the opportunities that come my way, and I trust in your guidance to lead me towards my highest good. Thank you for your love and grace, and for the blessings that are yet to come. I trust in your divine plan for my life, and I am excited to see what the future holds. In your name I pray. Amen.
Chapter 1. Open House at the Rivers. The time chamber stirred like a beast waking from sleep. Its vaulted ceiling flickered between constellations and neon lights. The divine chakra-toddy rivers running hotter than ever before. No longer just flowing, but roaring like veins in a lion's chest. Anonymous Cherry stood at the water's edge. His cape hung heavy, purple and black stripes rippling in unseen wind. Hood shadowing eyes that carried too many battles. Snake G hissed restlessly, circling his shoulders, as if it already sensed the trial ahead. Then the rivers split. A man stepped through. Sharp suit creased like contracts, sneakers clean as new promises. His aura scrolled green gold letters. Cherry Palace Empire. ZCPE Rap. But it wasn't just numbers and sigils this time. Behind him prowled a lion of light, mane blazing, eyes locked on everything like a king inspecting land.
This chamber's no playground, it's escrow. Every roar you fake, every debt you dodge, it's all listed here. Today, the listing's live. Pass or get foreclosed.
The tribe murmured. Civil Surfer Rap balanced his board, tides rising in his veins. Donation Rap twirled his mic nervously, muttering a hook under his breath. Mama Ama Rap and Papa Rap exchanged a knowing glance. They felt this shift before the rivers even stirred. Then another rhythm came, bouncing in, slick as a jingle, smooth as a realtor's pitch. Keys in hand, pride expands, open house in the promised lands. Zay the realtor Rap emerged. His aura was a sales floor on fire, charisma wrapping him like a crown. Another lion stalked behind him, wild, untamed, mane snapping like flags over a sold sign. The two lions growled at each other, sparks flying. The chamber trembled under the twin roars. Two lions and one pride? That don't end easy. Don't.
Either balance or blood.
Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio, love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace. 242. A card the size of a cathedral door fell from the ceiling, slamming into the marble with a quake. On its face glowed the Ace of Hearts, but the heart pulsed like muscle. Scarlet script bled across the walls. Game 1. The open house of your soul. Entry fee. Your voice.
Step inside, no place to hide, the lion roars. The soul decides.
The heart split into a doorway of blood-red light. One by one, the tribe approached. Professor Rap scribbling notes already. Love Rap pressing palms to her chest. Civil Surfer testing his balance against the quake. Big Head and Bonnet bickered over who looked braver in the glow. Jeffrey Jerome Price. 8-Ball Ice Rap swaggered in with his grandma's Bible tucked under one arm, giving Slick Rico a sideways grin.
Guess the good book just RSVP'd.
The chamber whispered like claws dragging over glass. Enter. Prove your roar or fade.
Welcome to the open house of your soul. Only lions close the deal.
The tribe, a step toward the doorway. Lion circling, mane fire licking the walls. And high above, unseen by most but felt in every ripple, the ceiling cracked faintly like vinyl under pressure. Smoke curled through, a lighter flicked in the dark. Click.
Yeah, mixtape profit waiting. The F stand for foreclosure proof.
Anonymous froze mid-step. His snake chai hissed harder, as if it knew. The chamber roared, and the first game began. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. The Ace of Hearts doorway, sealed behind them, pulsing like a heartbeat. The tribe now stood in a chamber brighter and heavier than before. A long counter of living marble stretched across the space, and behind it hovered celestial underwriters, faces made of shifting light, voices fused into one song. Above the counter, script appeared in fire. Pre-approval. Declare your intent. Offer your collateral.
Intent is your roar, collateral is your habit. Without both, your escrow defaults.
Intent. To close with clarity. Collateral. My obsession with control.
The underwriter's quill dipped in golden flame, a thread tied around his wrist, pending.
Intent to open every door but not sell silence. Collateral, my hype, I'll leash it when needed.
His thread glowed silver gold, pending.
Intent, balance, collateral, my laziness, I trade drift for tide.
His thread shimmered blue.
Intent, love without rescuing. Collateral, my habit of self-erasure.
Her thread burned red like a healing wound.
Intent, joy that lifts, not jokes that hide. Collateral, the mask I wear when truth feels too heavy.
His thread flickered with laughter and scripture light.
Intent, shine on my own. Collateral, my envy, I burn it here.
His thread smoked, then steady. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio, love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace. Teens. Then, Anonymous Cherry stepped to the counter. Snake Chai hissed restless, curling tight around his chest. The underwriter's quill hovered, then trembled. The ledger beneath Anonymous cracked like glass under pressure.
Your chi is fractured. 60% of your power is locked beneath your name. Firstborn by blood, second by contract. The vault of your spirit does not know which to fill.
The chamber gasped. From the gallery above, two figures appeared, summoned by the revelation. Barnard Cherry Rap, broad, solemn, lion's patience in his aura. Beside him, Letty Cherry Rap, trembling but radiant with maternal light.
Boy, we named you wrong. Firstborn, but we called you second. Thought we were giving you my pride, my continuation, but I see now, we gave you chains.
I thought it was blessing. Instead, it was confusion. Forgive us.
The marble counter shuddered. Jars rattled on unseen shelves. Overhead, faint smoke curled from the cracked ceiling. A lighter flicked in the dark. Clicked. All this time, I thought I was just slow, traumatized, dragging old scars. But my own name's choking me.
A name is a contract. To be called second when you are first is to live as a ghost. Until you break it, 60% of you will remain sealed.
The underwriter's quill struck the page with fire. Conditional pending. Trial of the true name required. Threads bound Anonymous's wrist, tighter than the rest. Red, heavy, pulsing with both promise and pain.
Son, you were always first. Let the world know it.
Claim yourself. We'll stand with you.
Then I'll break it. I'll face the trial of my name and free the rest of me.
Yeah. Name's a leash, but bars cut chains. Keep spitting, Cherry. I'm coming when you can't.
Anonymous's eyes flicked upward, chills rolling through him. Whoever, whatever that voice belonged to, the chamber was letting it bleed through for a reason.
First or second ghost detected, lion roars, the truth protected.
The underwriters opened 3 new doors, each glowing with script. Switch cycle. Day 1, thought audit. Revmont Ike module. Permission granted. Glam shack test. Stage or soul. The tribe's paths split, but all felt the same pull. No one could run from the truth of their name, their roar, their habits. I'll face the audit. No more hiding. And the chamber roared, preparing the jars of their thoughts for judgment. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. The door opened with a sound like 1,000 locks turning all at once. A gust of cold air swept over the tribe, sharp with the smell of old glass and static. They stepped into a corridor lined with shelves that stretched upward into the dark. Each shelf was crammed with glass jars. Some pulsed faintly like lightning bugs. Some rattled as though something inside wanted out. Each bore a label scratched in handwriting that wasn't quite theirs, but still unmistakable.
Man, they ain't had to put me on blast like that.
He dropped it quick, like it burned.
Thoughts in jars, scars in bars, truth on shelves, judgment stars.
Even my doubts ride tides.
That lie feels heavier than iron.
Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others. And subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. When Anonymous Cherry stepped into the court of the shelves convulsed, jars shook violently. Dozens cracked and mended in the same breath. Labels scrawled themselves across the glass in frantic overlapping script. Gregory the First, Gregory the Second. Forged, but forgotten. Ghost of your own name. Snake Chi hissed furiously, scales rippling over his chest. His lion shadow appeared. Mane split, half radiant gold, half
gray static.
60% of your chi is locked. This is the collateral of confusion. Until the ghost of your name is broken, every roar will be halved.
My boy, my mistake made your thoughts into chains.
Even his jars argue with each other.
Anonymous staggered, jars rattling louder around him than anyone else. He grabbed one, labeled glowing secondborn. It was heavier than stone. His hand shook. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. A massive golden scale descended at the end of the hall, plates gleaming. Crimson script scrawled above, keep, 3, release, the rest. Donation rap stomped forward, tossing jars onto the gold plate. Chosen, come back, always. He crushed one labeled follower count. Worth, watching it burst into glitter. Silver Surfer selected bounces my birthright, then shattered, I'll drown again. Saltwater hissed into nothing. Love rap placed I love with honesty on the plate, and let rescue or be nothing explode into sparks. Jeffrey Jerome Price picked up a jar labeled clown first, truth later. He shook it until the words rearranged, laugh but lift. He winked at Slick Rico, who rolled his eyes. Slick Rico hesitated, then smashed jealousy as fuel against the stone plate. His lion roared, hoarse but real. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. All eyes turned to Anonymize. The shelves around him shook so violently, jars began to fall and hover midair. Labels burned, I am second, I am forged, I am broken, I am ghost.
Choose or remain chained.
Son, don't let the ghost jar write your story. Claim the firstborn. Break the wrong name.
Anonymous grabbed 3 jars. One glowed violet. I am forged, not broken. He placed it firmly on the gold plate. The second jar hissed green. Snake Chi is ally, not curse. He added it. Snake Chi hissing approval. For the third, his hands shook as he clutched a jar labeled Gregory the First Ghost. The glass bled shadows. His lion split mane roared at him, half demanding, half pleading. I am not second, I am first, and hurled the jar onto the black plate. It shattered with a scream that was not entirely his. The scale tipped violently toward gold. Light seared through the chamber. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Audit accepted. Partial blockage cleared. An explosion of color swept down the corridor. Jars dimmed. The fractured mane of Anonymous's lion flickered. The gold brighter now, the gray receding. The underwriter's quills scratched across the sky. 40% blockage remains. True name trial required.
Firstborn roar. Ghost no more. 60 locked but 40 tore.
Then I'll keep breaking until the whole lock is gone. Above, faint smoke curled through a ceiling crack. A lighter flicked. Click.
Yeah. Keep spitting, Cherry. You open and escrow every jar you smash.
Anonymous lifted his hood, eyes steady. He knew now the mixtape prophet was watching. Waiting, the golden door at the end swung open. Its script glowed. Next trial, Rev. Ike module, permission granted, and the tribe marched on. Ran entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. The golden doorway opened wide, spilling warm light like sunrise. The tribe stepped into a hall
carved to look like a cathedral of lions. Pillars stretched to the heavens, each one a roaring mane frozen in flame. At the far end stood a pulpit covered in sequins and scripture, and behind it a voice rolled out smooth as velvet and heavy as thunder.
Welcome, children. Reverend Ike Rapp stood with his cape glittering brighter than the pulpit itself, rings flashing as he raised both hands. His smile was equal parts preacher and kingmaker. Here, permission slips are not handed down. Here, you grant yourselves the roar.
The lions carved into the walls stirred, eyes glowing gold. The floor trembled like a chest about to cough thunder.
I've always roared through contracts, closed with dominance. But my lion, it wants to devour, not guide.
Mine wants to sell everything, Reverend Ike, even silence. I hype till the room drowns.
And what happens when lions fight lions?
The pulpit roared back, splitting open. Two massive golden lines of flame leapt forth, each a reflection of the Zay brothers' inner fire. They circled, snarling, then lunged at each other, claws clashing like cymbals, manes sparking lightning.
The tribe staggered under the quake. Big Head clutched his shades. Bonnet gasped, hand to her chest.
Anonymous's chest burned, snake chi tightening like a noose. The ghost of his name whispered, second-born shadow, roar doesn't belong to you. He clenched his fists, balance them now before they eat us all.
Say it and mean it. Permission to roar in harmony.
Permission to roar in harmony.
Permission to roar in harmony.
The two lions turned, then roared together. Their manes flared, not against each other, but interwoven. A sound erupted that shook the hall like thunder mixed with hymn. An auction bell that sounded like a prayer. The fused roar spread. Love Rapp's chains cracked open wider. Civil Surfer's waves steadied. Jeffrey Ice's laughter grew warm instead of sharp. Even Slick Rico felt his lion's mane ripple steadier. Anonymous staggered but stood tall. The fused roar hit his chest, rattling the blockage in his name. For a moment the ghost trembled. His lion, fractured mane and all, lifted its head and roared half in gold, half in gray. Above, the ceiling cracked. Smoke curled in. Click.
Yeah. Harmony the down payment. Keep roaring, Cherry. Keep breaking the lease.
Anonymous froze, shivering under the weight of the words. The mixtape prophet was closer, watching, waiting.
Roar together, pride forever, balance lions, break the tether.
Now you understand. Permission is not begged, it is chosen. The lion inside you does not bow, it joins the choir.
The fused lions arched upward, merging into a golden flame doorway. Across it, burning script appeared. Next trial, Glam Shack test, stage or soul. The tribe exhaled. Zay CPE and Zay the realtor looked at each other, lions purring in harmony for the first time.
Together we close.
Anonymous pulled his hood lower, snake chi hissing faintly. The blockage still burned in his chest, but the roar had cracked it further. The ghost name was weakening, and as the tribe stepped into the light of the Glam Shack, the chamber itself purred like a lion, satisfied, yet still hungry. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content? Drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214.
My silence is not small. It is sacred. The Sigma INFJA archetype does not seek attention, for it is encoded with something far more profound direction. He is not behind nor delayed, but operating in divine offset, several energetic moves ahead of a world too focused on volume to notice intention. His silence is a tactic, his absence is a form of presence. And now the Sigma Chamber, the divine womb of blueprint and pattern, opens itself not with welcome, but with recognition. For it is not Anonymous Cherry who enters, it is the chamber that reveals itself to match the frequency he has always carried. There's a weight I carry that doesn't belong to gravity. It's the pressure of knowing, of sensing, of hearing beneath the sound. All my life I've observed the room before the conversation. felt the fracture before the break. People often mistook my quiet for withdrawal. What they never understood was that I wasn't absent. I was downloading, mapping, reading every flicker of energy like it was scripture. The world calls it mystery, but I know now it's a form of divine encryption. I was not built to be decoded by the masses. I am a cipher for the few, a frequency only the future will recognize. This stillness inside me, it isn't emptiness, it is signal density, a command center cloaked in calm, a war room disguised as meditation. I do not raise my voice, I raise my field. Inhale. Visualize an indigo blue spiral rising from your root to your crown, like DNA reassembling itself through vibration. Hold. Let the spiral pulse around your spine, drawing wisdom into your nerve endings. Exhale. Release it outward, forming a field of translucent intention. You are not hiding. You are filtering. My silence is strategy. I do not need the crowd to know I've moved. I do not chase clarity. I carry clarity. The quieter I become, the clearer I lead. Those who walk ahead are rarely clapped for. Their path is paved in internal convictions, not external validations. They speak only when the echo can land. And yet, the infrastructure of entire realities rises silently behind them. They are the blueprint bearers, the code writers of sacred timelines. What decisions do I feel before I think? Where in my life have I led silently? What part of my silence has shaped others more than my speech? This silence built a city. This field awakened timelines. If this stillness moved you, match the frequency with a gesture. Donate to the Rap Palace and light the next Sigma flame. You are not giving to noise. You are investing in the invisible architecture of change. When you feel it, you feed it. When you see it, you seed it. Keep the chamber alive. Soul Match, $7. Match the vibe. Feed the flame. Aura Builder, $22. Help build the next training scroll. Silent Strategist sponsor, $77. Fuel the missions that awaken the unseen. Library Guardian, $222 and up. Become a backer of Timelines. Sponsor a full Aura scroll. Your silence sparked someone's miracle. I am not random. I am rhythm. I don't chase clarity. I carry clarity. I am the signal. I am the storm. I am the stillness.
Chapter 1. The Measuring Sticks. The world had a way of holding rulers to Reina's life. Not the kind of rulers you measured inches with, but invisible ones made of whispers, side eyes, and expectations she never agreed to. At school, her math teacher compared her cousin. Why can't you be as quick with equations as he is? At home, her aunt muttered that she should smile more like her sister. Even her friends measured her by what she didn't do. She didn't dance like them, didn't dress like them, didn't dream like them. Each comment felt like another notch carved into her skin, as if she was being graded on a scale she had no say in. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 Reina sat at the back of her classroom, sketchbook open beneath the desk. The lesson was on quadratic equations, but her pencil didn't care about numbers. It moved in swirls and arcs, forming shapes no textbook would understand. Wild rivers, faces half hidden, birds breaking free from cages. She was halfway through shading the wing of a bird when a voice snapped her back. Reina, pay attention, Mr. Kellner said sharply, tapping his ruler on the desk. This is the third time this week you've drifted off. The class snickered. She closed her sketchbook and pretended to write notes. But inside, the same thought returned like an echo. They're not really seeing me. They're only measuring me. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rapalis 214 that evening. Raina's mother sat across from her at the dinner table. The air smelled of fried okra and chicken, but the taste couldn't fill the hollow in her chest. You need to think practical, her mother said, her tone tired but firm. Art doesn't pay the bills. You should focus on something steady, something real. Raina nodded quietly, pushing food around her plate. Another ruler placed against her. Another measurement she didn't meet. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rapalis 214. Later that night, Raina lay in bed staring at the ceiling. The house was quiet, but her thoughts weren't. She replayed the words, the rulers, the endless comparisons. What if she never measured up? What if they were right? Her eyes flicked toward the sketchbook on her nightstand. She reached for it, flipping to the page of the bird she'd been drawing. Its wings stretched wide, defined against the page's edge, as if even paper couldn't hold it. For a long time, she traced its outline with her fingertip. Then, almost in a whisper, she said to herself, "They can measure all they want, but maybe I was never meant to fit their rulers." The thought scared her, and yet for the first time that day, it also gave her a strange kind of peace. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rapalis 214 Chapter 2, The Whisper. The next morning, the city felt heavier than usual. Rain had smeared the streets into gray ribbons, and the bus ride to school rattled with the sound of tired engines and conversations Raina didn't want to hear. She pressed her forehead to the glass, watching droplets race each other down the window. The world outside blurred, but inside her mind, the rulers from yesterday kept reappearing. The teacher's sharp voice, her mother's weary sigh. "Why can't you? You should. If only you would." Each phrase carved another line. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rapalis 214, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. During lunch, she slipped out of the cafeteria and wandered into the library. It was quiet, except for the hum of the ceiling fan and the occasional shuffle of pages. This was her refuge, rows of books that didn't judge, that didn't measure. She slid into a corner chair and pulled her sketchbook onto the table. Her pencil hovered, but no lines came. For once, the bird's wings didn't want to spread. That's when she heard it. Not from the loudspeakers. Not from anyone nearby. It was softer, closer, like it was inside her. "They don't believe in you." Raina froze, eyes darting around the empty room. Nobody, just her, the books, and silence. The voice came again, calm but steady. "They probably never did. Because they're busy measuring you against their tiny expectations." Her hand trembled over the page. The words sank deep, pressing against everything she'd been trying to deny. It was as if the library itself had leaned down to tell her a secret she wasn't supposed to forget. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rapalis 214, grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Raina dropped her pencil and whispered back into the stillness. "Then why does it hurt so much? The silence didn't answer. The only reply was the faint rustle of pages from a book across the room, carried by the draft of the fan. She picked her pencil back up and with shaky strokes began draw. This time the bird wasn't trapped on the page. Its wings broke past the frame, feathers scattering beyond the edges. She didn't stop until the bird was nothing but movement, wild and impossible to cage. When she finally leaned back, her chest felt lighter. For the first time, she considered the possibility. Maybe the voice was right. Maybe the problem wasn't her, it was the rulers. And rulers could break. Arpedio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214 grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Behind the Mic, the ultimate rap universe conda. The viewers have been waiting for it, the full, unfiltered, interactive conda with all members of the rap tribe and the evil rap family. Donation Rap brought everyone together, bridging heroes and villains to answer real viewer questions, share personal growth lessons, and inspire action. This is where light and dark meet, and where the audience steps into their own transformation. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 1. Opening the roundtable donation rap. Alright, viewers worldwide, this is your chance to hear directly from the tribe and the family. Ask anything and let's get real. First question comes from Kayla R., 27, Atlanta, Georgia, USA. How do you turn failure into strength? Anonymous Cherry, failure is raw material. Every loss is feedback. Success isn't about avoiding mistakes, it's about using them to fuel growth. Viewer responses. 1 Javier P., 30, Toronto, Canada. I started a business after repeated failures. Anonymous Cherry's mindset gave me courage. 2 Sophia L., 22, London, UK. I journaled every failure and reflected on lessons instead of blaming myself. Turn setbacks into comebacks. Donate to keep learning from the tribe. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 2. Night Raps License Donation Rap. Next question from Marcus T., 35, Chicago, Illinois, USA. How do you overcome fear in high-pressure situations? Night Rap. Fear is natural, embrace it. Every time you show up despite fear, you grow stronger. That's what viewers are learning and applying in real life. Viewer responses. 3. Renee M., 41, Melbourne, Australia. I joined a public speaking club despite fear. Night Rap's example made me act. 4. Hiroshi Y., 29, Tokyo, Japan. I applied this to leadership presentations at work. Confidence skyrocketed. Face fear, rise higher, support the rap universe today. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 3. Researcher Raps Inner Guidance Donation Rap. Sophia L., 22, London, UK asks, how do you trust your intuition when life gets confusing? Researcher Rap. Your intuition is trained through reflection and observation. Viewers began daily meditation, journaling, and quiet reflection to hear their inner voice. Viewer responses. 5. Darius K., 29, Miami, Florida, USA. I reconnected with my instincts and made a career pivot with confidence. 6. Anika P., 34, Berlin, Germany. Meditation and journaling now guide my decision making. Listen to your inner voice, donate, and unlock deeper insights. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 4, Twilight Zone Rap Shadow Wisdom Donation Rap, Liam S26, Berlin. Germany asks, how can I learn from my darker traits without being consumed? Twilight Zone Rap, observe your shadow. Identify patterns. Awareness, not suppression, transforms lessons. Viewers journal their darker tendencies to grow. Viewer responses. 7. Isabella M., 33, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I became aware of my pride and resentment and began self-improvement. 8. Omar A., 28, Dubai, UAE. I stopped repeating toxic patterns in relationships. Embrace your shadow. Donate and gain exclusive behind-the-scenes access. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 5. Dark Ember Rap, Strategic Growth Donation Rap. Amira N., 29, Cairo, Egypt asks, how do you plan without letting ego control decisions? Dark Ember Rap. Observe outcomes objectively. Strategy is reflection plus action. Viewers are learning planning and foresight while checking ego. Viewer responses. 9. Diego F., 33, Buenos Aires, Argentina. I started a career journal tracking wins and failures strategically. 10. Leela S., 25, Casablanca, Morocco. I balance ambition with empathy after seeing Dark Ember Rap. Strategize your life, donate, and master your path. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 6. Frieza Rap Subtle Influence Donation Rap. Ethan W., 30, Vancouver, Canada asks, how can I influence others positively without manipulation? Frieza Rap. Influence is understanding, empathy, and example. Observing negative influence in our story helps viewers correct their own. Positive influence is intentional and ethical. Viewer responses. 11. Maya L., 23, Sydney, Australia. I became aware of subtle manipulation in friendships and corrected it. 12. Raphael T., 34, Lisbon, Portugal. I mentor peers, modeling behavior rather than controlling it. Influence with integrity. Support the rap universe now. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 7. Umbra Rap Balancing Mind and Heart Donation Rap. Fatima R., 25, Casablanca, Morocco asks, how do I use intellect without losing empathy? Umbra Rap. Balance comes from reflection and emotional awareness. Intellect without empathy isolates, while balanced intellect fosters connection. Viewer responses. 13. Tariq H., 31, Lahore, Pakistan. I lead with both logic and care in my community. 14. Carlos M., 36, Madrid, Spain. I now pause and reflect emotionally before major decisions. Sharpen your mind and heart. Donate and unlock secret insights. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Scene 8. The Combined Lesson Light and Dark Integration Donation Rap. Viewers also asked, how do I integrate lessons from both heroes and villains? Anonymous Cherry. Observe both sides, learn from triumphs and mistakes alike. Twilight Zone Rap. Your shadows are lessons. Recognize and transform them. Night Rap. Show up even imperfectly. Dark Ember Rap. Plan strategically, but stay grounded. Viewer highlights. 15. Caden H., 19, New York, USA. I balanced ambition with mindfulness after following tribe and family lessons. 16. Amelia F., 28, Paris, France. I left a toxic environment and started a business applying strategic growth lessons. 17. Ahmed S., 29, Cairo Cut, Egypt. Meditation, journaling, and reflection became daily habits. 18. Isabella N., 31, Milan, Italy. I integrated my shadow traits into personal growth planning. 19. Nika O., 31, Johannesburg, South Africa. I created a mentorship circle applying light and dark lessons. Step into your power, donate, unlock behind the scenes, and transform your story. RP Radio. Love the content. Share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Chapter 4. Harmony Under Pressure. The Rap family gathered at the Temple of Frequencies, a sacred hall where vibrations from the universe could be heard like faint whispers in the air. The walls were alive with echoes of chants from those who came before, every sound vibrating with intention. Anonymous Cherry stood at the center, his aura glowing with steady calm. Around him sat Night Rap, Genius Rap, Researcher Rap, Excitement Rap, and Mama Rap, each one pulsing with different energies, conflicted, hopeful, unsure, yet united. Listen, Anonymous said, his voice soft but carrying the weight of command. The evil Rap tribe thrives on division. They turn our differences into weapons. But here today we align, not as separate rhythms, but as one symphony. The floor beneath them lit with concentric circles of chai. Everyone's energy began pulling, clashing, pushing against each other. For a moment, the harmony seemed impossible. Genius Rap's intellect buzzed too fast. Night Rap's walls of defense resisted flow, and Excitement Rap's energy surged like untamed lightning. Breathe, Mama Rap whispered, steadying her hands. Family is not about being the same. It's about moving together, even with different steps. The energy shifted. Slowly, their Kai aligned. A glow surged upward like a column of light, piercing the roof of the temple and extending into the skies. From above, the evil Rap tribe watched, cloaked in shadows. Twilight Zone Rap grinned with twisted amusement. They're learning, he muttered, but pressure will test their unity, and pressure always cracks. Suddenly, black mist seeped through the temple doors. Clones of the evil Rap tribe, weaker shades but dangerous nonetheless, emerged to disrupt the family's flow. Anonymous stepped forward, his aura already bristling. Hold formation, don't break. Each Rap fought in their way, Night Rap shielding with heavy defensive barriers. Genius Rap analyzing clone patterns and shouting counter strategies. Excitement Rap turning wild energy into sharp blasts of fire. Mama Rap weaving healing songs that stitched their chai back together mid-battle. Researcher Rap tapping into ancient scrolls, channeling vibrations into elemental strikes. Together, the Rap family held strong. Their chi, though different, began to harmonize like a drumline singing after chaos. The clones cracked and burst into mist, unable to withstand the balanced frequencies. Anonymous smiled faintly. This is what alignment feels like. A family not broken, but bent into harmony. The temple floor pulsed once more, and the column of light solidified into a beacon visible across the city, a signal that the Rap family was entering a new stage of power. But from the distance, Twilight Zone Rap's laughter echoed. Light can shine, but every light casts a shadow. And I am the shadow. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Align, light, refine, flow together, build the climb. Rap Palace calls, step in divine, support the mission. Now's the time. Support the rap family's journey and build wealth with us. Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Here's Chapter 5 of your saga, carrying the Rap family into their first major clash against Twilight Zone Rap himself. I've woven in the donation jingles and promo link in natural spots so they fit the rhythm of the story. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Chapter 5. The Distortion Clash. The Rap family marched into the Neon District, where buildings flickered like broken holograms. The evil Rap tribe had begun their work, reality bending and unraveling under the warped laughter of Twilight Zone Rap. Shadows bent sideways, streetlights hummed backwards. Even the air tasted metallic, as if truth itself was dissolving. Anonymous Cherry felt the distortion pressing against his chi, threatening to pull his heartbeat out of rhythm. "Stay centered," he whispered. "This is his battlefield, but our harmony is stronger." Twilight Zone Rap appeared in the center of the chaos, his eyes glowing with sick amusement. "Ah, my favorite family," he sneered. "So eager to align, so desperate to shine. But what happens when reality itself turns against you?" He snapped his fingers. Instantly, clones of the evil Rap tribe poured from the alleyways, each one a warped mockery of the Rap family themselves. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others, and subscribe for more content. The battle begins. Night Rap braced himself, his shields flickering under the pressure. Genius Rap tried calculating clone patterns, only to realize equations bent under the distortion. Excitement Rap lashed out wildly, his fireballs exploding but unraveling into sparks before impact. Researcher Rap gritted his teeth, flipping through scrolls, only to find the words sliding off the pages. It was chaos. Twilight's laughter shook the sky. You cannot fight distortion with logic. You cannot fight lies with fists. Anonymous's aura flared. His snake chi surged green-blue with purple highlights, wrapping his form like a living serpent. "We don't fight distortion," he growled. "We align beyond it." RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Power flows when the family's true, chi aligned, reality can't undo. Support the mission, help us grow, abundance flow. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Harmony Strikes Back. The Rap family shifted. Instead of fighting alone, they began syncing movements. Night Rap shielded, while Excitement Rap funneled fire through the cracks. Genius Rap stopped calculating and started flowing, using instinct to guide strategy. Researcher Rap read not the words, but the vibrations behind them, channeling sonic blasts. Mama Rap sang, her healing notes weaving into their combined aura. Their chi flared, merging into a spiral of golden blue light. Together, they unleashed a unified chi blast that tore through the clones, unraveling the distortion around them. Twilight Zone Rap staggered, but only grinned wider. "Interesting," he mused. "Unity as a weapon. Let's see how long you can keep it, before I tear your harmony apart from the inside." The battle had only begun. Our radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Every verse, every fight, every flow takes chi, takes heart, takes seed to grow. Join the mission, let the palace know time to sow. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Pin on Poke Pilot, Cold Change Page 1, created by RP Studios, RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rapalace214xt, Polk Street, Oak Cliff, 975232. Polk Street pulses with life. Streetlights flicker over candy-painted Chevys, creeping slow, bass, rattling storefront glass. Hustlers trade words in coded whispers. Neon signs buzz. Women in heels and bold outfits lean on walls, eyes scanning every movement. The block breathes heavy energy, danger, opportunity, and chaos all wrapped into one. Across the chaos, an Escalade gleams under the streetlight. 8-Ball Ice Rap leans against the hood, cigar burning low. His eyes are sharp but tired, carrying the weight of Polk. 8-Ball Ice Polk raised me. Polk fed me. Polk chained me. Everybody want the crown, but nobody asked what it cost. Tonight, I'm counting my losses, not my profits. Ice scans the street, taking mental inventory. A young hustler bumps into a parked bike, spilling a bag of merchandise. Ice doesn't move. He just watches. Polk Street demands respect, and he has it, but the cost lingers. Cut to X corner store, night inside. The clerk eyes everyone suspiciously. A kid in a hoodie buys candy, but hides a stack of cash under his sleeve. 2 older men play dice in the corner, shouting over the game. Ice walks past, tipping his hat to some, ignoring others. Everyone knows who he is. 8-Ball Ice. The crown sits heavy, and Polk whispers all night. Come back, come back. You know you belong here. A car horn blasts. Ice glances. Slick Ronnie, a rival, leans out of his ride, smirking. Ice exhales slowly, refusing the fight tonight. A small victory. Polk notices everything. Cut to X street corner. Night Ice passes a group of women. One, Lila, approaches him. Leela, you heard about Malik down the street. Said he's talking reckless. Ice nods, calm. The block waits to see if he'll snap. 8-Ball Ice old ways. They never die. They wait. Lurking ready. Maybe I don't gotta answer every call. Lila walks off. Ice watches her fade into the neon haze, remembering why he wants out. The street keeps moving around him. Lives, games, hustles, while he stands frozen between choice and habit. Cut to X'd barbershop, night inside. Uncle Red trims a young client's hair while watching the street through the glass window. Ice steps in, tipping his hat. The barbershop smells of talc, grease, and nostalgia, comfort, safety, judgment. Uncle Red, you tired boy. Game will drain every drop out of you till you just another ghost walking Polk. 8-Ball Ice, I want out, but Polk don't let go easy. Uncle Red change ain't free. You gon' pay one way or another. Ice nods, absorbing the wisdom. Outside, Polk continues its rhythm. Orange shouts, music. He's tied to it, but a seed of something else grows inside. Smash cut to black, pimpin' on Polk Pilot, Cold Change, page 2, created by RP Studios, RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rapalace214T. Motel room, night. The neon glow from Polk Street leaks through the thin curtains. The room smells like stale smoke and cheap perfume. A small TV flickers in the corner, muted, showing a late-night music video. Lila storms in, her heels clacking against the tile floor. Her makeup is smudged, and her purse is swinging violently. She throws a stack of cash on the bed. Lila, he ain't paid. Said he'd rather hit me than hand it over. Ice stands near the window, looking out at the street below. The old him would have bolted out the door, ready to enforce respect. But tonight, he doesn't move. He just exhales, letting smoke curl from his cigar. Ball Ice, this ain't it no more. Lila glares at him, frustrated, hurt, but something in his calm stance makes her pause. Ice walks over and sits on the edge of the bed, careful not to crowd her. 8-Ball Ice every night, same fight. Different faces, same chaos. But tonight, maybe it don't gotta be the same. Lila picks up the cash and counts it, shaking her head. Lila, you really think you can just walk away? Polk won't let you. Ice rubs the back of his neck, tired. 8-Ball Ice, I'm not walking away. I'm trying to change. Lila looks at him incredulously, her expression softening just a bit. Lila, change. From what? From who you've always been. Ice leans back, lighting another cigar, thinking. 8-Ball Ice, it's like Polk's got a hold on me, but I gotta let go, or get buried under my own choices. A knock at the door startles them both. Ice freezes, listening. The street outside hums faintly through the thin walls. He shakes his head, dismissing it. 8-Ball Ice, ignore it. That's Polk trying to pull me back in. Lila shakes her head, but doesn't argue. She sits on the bed beside him, counting the cash slowly, letting the silence stretch. Ice stares out the window, the neon reflections on his face. Determination and doubt mix in his gaze. 8-Ball Ice tonight, I decide who I am. Not Polk, not Slick Ronnie, not anybody else. Me. He takes a long drag from his cigar, the smoke curling around his face, the neon reflecting off his chains. The camera pans to the street outside. Polk continues its rhythm, unaware that 8-Ball Ice Rap is starting to fight his own war. Smash cut to Ext Barbershop. Night Ice steps out into the night, walking past familiar storefronts, the weight of the street on his shoulders. The block is alive, but he moves differently now, cautious, aware, but not ruled by fear or reputation. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Absolutely, here's page 3 of Pimpin' on Polk, continuing the pilot in proper TV style. RP Radio. Love the content, drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rapalis 214 Pimpin' on Polk Pilot. Cold Change page 3 created by RP Studio and T. Barbershop. Night. The bell above the door jingles as Ice steps inside. The smell of talc, hair grease, and old oak hits him, comfort mixed with the weight of memories. Classic soul music hums softly from a corner radio. A few clients are scattered in chairs, their conversations low but animated. Uncle Red is trimming a young client's hair. He looks up and nods knowingly at Ice. No words needed. He's been watching him for years. Uncle Red, you look tired, boy. Game will drain every drop out of you till you just another ghost walking Polk. Ice leans against a chair, removing his chain from around his neck to set it on the counter. He lights a cigar, letting the smoke curl slowly toward the ceiling. 8-Ball Ice, I want out, but Polk don't let go easy. Uncle Red pauses, clippers buzzing softly in the background. He sets them down and walks closer, folding his arms. Uncle Red, change ain't free, Ice. You gonna pay one way or another. Polk's got claws, and every time you try to step away, it'll grip tighter. Ice exhales smoke, thoughtful. 8-Ball Ice, I've been king too long to be a pawn. But maybe it's time to rule differently. Uncle Red gestures toward the window. Uncle Red, look outside. Every corner got a story. Every block got a lesson. Polk don't forgive weakness, but it respects conviction. If you show it. Ice glances out, seeing a familiar hustler argument escalating, a young woman walking briskly down the sidewalk, a car rolling slowly past. The city lives breaths tests him. 8-ball ice conviction. Yeah, that's the weapon I need, not the chain, not the money, not the fear. Ice turns back to Uncle Red, a small nod of determination forming. 8-ball ice, then I gotta show it. Tonight. Right now. Uncle Red smiles faintly, like a teacher seeing a student finally take the lesson to heart. Uncle Red then start moving. But remember, Polk don't sleep, Ice. It watches. Always. Ice pockets a cigar, adjusts his jacket, and steps toward the door. Outside, the hum of Polk Street waits for him, loud, relentless, and challenging. He's stepping into the night with a new mindset, but old enemies, old habits, and old streets aren't going to make it easy. Polk Street. Night Ice emerges into the night, the neon signs reflecting off his Escalade. The block moves around him, unaware that the king is changing his rules. Slick Ronnie's ride is parked down the street. Eyes meet. The tension is palpable. 8-ball ice change is a war, not a prayer. And tonight, I'm picking my battles. Ice walks forward, confident but cautious. Polk Street watches, our radio. Love the content, drop a comment. Share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace 214.
Bees are some of the most important insects on the planet. They are responsible for pollinating millions of plants, which in turn produce the food we eat. Without bees, our food supply would be in serious jeopardy. In this article, we will explore the fascinating world of bees and how they contribute to our ecosystem. Bees are social insects that live in colonies. Each colony contains a queen, drones, and worker bees. The queen is responsible for laying eggs, while the drones mate with the queen. The worker bees are responsible for collecting nectar and pollen, which they use to make honey. One of the most important roles of bees is pollination. When a bee visits a flower to collect nectar, pollen sticks to its body. When the bee visits another flower, some of that pollen rubs off, fertilizing the flower and allowing it to produce seeds. This process is essential for the production of fruits and vegetables that we rely on for our sustenance. Unfortunately, bees are facing a serious threat in the form of habitat loss, pesticide use, and disease. As humans continue to expand into natural habitats, bees are losing the places where they can build their colonies. Pesticides used in agriculture are also harmful to bees, as they can kill them or disrupt their ability to navigate. Diseases like colony collapse disorder have also devastated bee populations in recent years. To help protect bees, there are several things that individuals can do. Planting native flowers and plants in your garden can provide a source of food for bees. Avoiding the use of pesticides in your garden can also help protect bees. If you must use pesticides, opt for natural or organic options that are less harmful to bees. Supporting local beekeepers by buying honey and other bee products can also help support bee populations. In conclusion, bees are incredible insects that play a vital role in our ecosystem. We rely on them for the food we eat, but they are facing serious threats that could have devastating consequences. By taking small steps to protect bees, we can help ensure that they continue to thrive and contribute to our world. Let us all work together to protect these important pollinators for future generations. About the author. Professor Rapp is a bee enthusiast and environmental advocate. He has studied bees for over 20 years and is passionate about protecting these important insects.
Chapter 1. The coffee catastrophe. Jeffrey Jerome Price was running late, of course, because why would he ever be on time? His gold jacket flapped behind him like a superhero cape as he dashed down the sidewalk, a large iced coffee in one hand and his backpack slung haphazardly over his shoulder. He had a mission: meet Marissa, the woman who had somehow captured his attention with a single sarcastic comment at a work conference weeks ago. She was smart, funny, organized, and most importantly, completely unbothered by his antics. Naturally, this made her irresistible to Jeffrey. He spotted her outside a quaint little coffee shop, sipping her latte and scrolling on her phone. Perfect. He grinned, puffed out his chest, and tried to look casual as he approached, which immediately went wrong. Jeffrey's foot caught on a crack in the sidewalk. The iced coffee flew from his hand like a projectile, somersaulted through the air, and landed squarely in Marissa's lap. "Oh my," she squealed, jumping to her feet, latte dripping everywhere. "Whoa, oh no, I mean hey." Jeffrey flailed, doing a ridiculous half-bow while trying to dab at her shirt with the napkin he yanked from the coffee shop counter. I am so sorry, I didn't mean to. Spill the coffee of destiny on you." Marissa stared, part shocked, part amused. "The coffee of destiny." "Yes," Jeffrey yelled. "It's fate." "I mean, not really, but maybe it's a sign we're supposed to. Talk. I can buy you another latte. Or 5. By now, a small crowd had gathered, some laughing, some filming with their phones. Jeffrey noticed and immediately leaned into it. Hey, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Live action apology videos are my specialty. Marissa's frown softened into a smirk. She shook her head, trying not to laugh. You're ridiculous. That's the plan, Jeffrey said, striking a mock-heroic pose. But seriously, I'm Jeffrey. Can I at least buy you a coffee that stays in the cup this time? She hesitated, clearly debating whether to run or indulge him. Finally, she laughed, a sound that made Jeffrey feel like he just won the lottery. All right, Jeffrey, you owe me a coffee. Deal, he said, grinning ear to ear. Then, of course, he tripped over the curb, almost face-planting, but recovering with a dramatic twirl. And that, my dear Marissa, is how we start an epic friendship, or maybe romance. Who knows? Behind the scenes, Jeffrey leaned slightly to the imaginary camera perched on his shoulder. Viewers, did you see that? First meet cute, complete chaos, but the spark is there. Don't forget to like, share, and drop a comment if you think I have a shot. As Marissa led the way back inside the coffee shop, Jeffrey followed, slipping and sliding slightly on the wet tiles from the spilled coffee. Somehow, he managed to stay upright, all while chatting nonstop, telling bad jokes, and gesturing wildly with his hands. By the time they reached the counter, it was clear. Jeffrey Jerome Price was a disaster, a knucklehead, and completely hopelessly charming. And Marissa, she was already entertained, maybe more than she wanted to admit. Rap Palace is now Don't Just Watch, Be the Change. Donate Rap Palace 214 Umeo Military. Cite Rap Palace Rising Chapter 2. The dinner disaster Jeffrey Jerome Price had survived the coffee catastrophe. Barely, but his confidence was sky high. Today he was determined to impress Marissa with dinner. He had invited her to a small Italian restaurant downtown, thinking that pasta, candles, and soft music would be the perfect backdrop for his charm. Naturally, Jeffrey had not made a reservation. As they arrived, the hostess gave him a wary look. "Do you have a reservation?" she asked. "Reservation? Oh, no, I like to live dangerously," Jeffrey said, throwing his arms wide. "I like to feel the universe guide me, you know." Marissa raised an eyebrow. "The universe, huh?" "Yes, and the universe says, sit anywhere." Jeffrey grinned, guiding her to a tiny table in the corner. As they sat, Jeffrey noticed the candle flickering slightly. "Romantic ambience, I approve," he whispered. Then he sneezed. The candle flame nearly went out. They ordered pasta. Jeffrey insisted on ordering for both of them to show his taste sophistication. Unfortunately, he mispronounced every dish on the menu and accidentally ordered extra spicy instead of mild. When the food arrived, Jeffrey eagerly took a bite, then turned beet red and started fanning his mouth. Oh wow, this is fire," he gasped. "Literally, it's spicy. But don't worry, I got water." He knocked over his glass in his flailing panic, drenching his lap. Marissa couldn't help but laugh. "Are you always like this?" Jeffrey looked down at his soaked pants, then shrugged. "Only on important dates, you know. Special occasions require a flair." Midway through the dinner, Jeffrey leaned back and gestured dramatically while telling a story about his latest business misadventure. He accidentally knocked the breadbasket onto the floor. "Jeffrey," Marissa laughed, trying to help him pick it up. I got it. See, smooth recovery," Jeffrey said, only to trip slightly and land half his face in his water glass. Through all the chaos, Jeffrey leaned toward the imaginary camera perched on the corner of the table. Viewers, check this out. Chaotic dinner spills dramatic sneezes. And she's still laughing. This is what we call progress, people. Like, share, and subscribe if you think I'm winning her heart. By the end of the night, they were both laughing so hard that they could barely finish their food. Marissa finally admitted, between giggles, "You know, Jeffrey, you're a disaster, but I kind of like it." Jeffrey beamed, completely unaware that the napkin he was waving to emphasize his point had landed on the floor and the waiter was staring. "Ah, see, the universe approves." As they walked out, Jeffrey accidentally stepped in a puddle, soaking his shoes, and grabbed Marissa's hand to help her balance. She let him, still giggling. Somehow his knucklehead charm was working. And somewhere in Jeffrey's mind, between the sneezes, spilled water, and dramatic gestures, he realized maybe, just maybe, this was the start of something real. Rap Palace is now. Don't just watch, be the change. Donate Rap Palace 214 Umio Military. Site Rap Palace Rising Chapter 3. The grand romantic gesture Jeffrey Jerome Price had a plan. A big one. A grand romantic gesture that would prove to Marissa that he was not just a knucklehead disaster. He was a knucklehead with heart. His plan, a rooftop serenade. He had spent the morning sneaking into a fancy apartment building, lugging a boombox, a bouquet of flowers, and his own questionable guitar-playing skills. All he needed was the right moment, and apparently Marissa's window. Standing on the rooftop, Jeffrey took a deep breath and whispered to his imaginary camera, "Viewers, today's the day. This is it. We're talking epic romance, big gestures, and maybe a few minor accidents. Like, share, and subscribe. Don't miss the chaos." He pressed play on the boombox. A romantic ballad filled the air. Jeffrey grabbed his guitar and began strumming, horribly. The notes were off, the chords were random, and at one point, the strap snapped, sending the guitar wobbling dangerously close to the edge. Down below, Marissa stepped onto her balcony, peeking curiously. "Jeffrey, is that you?" "Yes, my lady," Jeffrey yelled, almost losing his balance. "I've come to declare my undying affection through the medium of music." He leaned too far forward and the boombox toppled. It landed with a thud, narrowly missing a decorative plant and alerting the building security guard. Jeffrey waved frantically. "It's all part of the show." Marissa couldn't help but laugh. "You're insane." Jeffrey grinned, trying to recover his dignity. "Insanity is just creativity in motion, my dear." He attempted a dramatic jump into a heroic pose, slipped slightly, and ended up sliding on the rooftop. Miraculously, he caught himself, and the bouquet went flying, landing directly in Marissa's hands. "Here," he shouted, pointing dramatically. "A gift from the heavens, or from my total lack of balance. Either way, it's yours." Marissa laughed so hard she almost dropped the flowers. "You are unbelievable." Jeffrey, exhausted from balancing, performing, and nearly tumbling off a roof, leaned toward the camera again. "Viewers, did you see that? Near-death experience romantic gesture," and she still laughed. "Don't forget to like, share, and comment if you think I just won her heart, or at least entertained her for 10 minutes. Marissa finally shook her head, still smiling. "You know, Jeffrey, only you could turn a simple romantic gesture into that." "And yet," Jeffrey said, brushing off imaginary dust, I think we can call it a success. Right? Right? She laughed again, holding the flowers close. You're a disaster, but maybe a disaster I can tolerate. Jeffrey grinned. Tolerance is step 1, love is step 2. Stay tuned, viewers. Next episode promises more knucklehead romance chaos. And somewhere in the sky above, the city lights twinkled, reflecting the fact that Jeffrey Jerome Price, disaster and all, was slowly making his way into Marissa's heart. Rap Palace is now. Don't just watch, be the change. Donate Rap Palace 214 Umio military site, Rap Palace Rising.
Professor Rap presents Neo, the Network of Elevation by RP Radio. Chapter 1, The Digital Hub Awakens. The lights of the city flickered, not from power lines, but from the restless energy of people, dreamers, workers, creators, hustlers, and neighbors, all searching for connection. Professor Rap adjusted his glasses, tapped the mic, and leaned in like he was about to reveal the secret formula hidden in plain sight. Class, he said, his voice carrying the rhythm of a street preacher and the wisdom of a business sage. The world has shifted. We don't live in isolated corners anymore. The true wealth, it ain't just cash, it's community. And let me introduce you to the hub, where community meets business and business meets opportunity. Welcome to Umyo Network. The projector behind him flickered to life. Images rolled across the screen. Families at kitchen tables, students huddled over laptops, small business owners unlocking storefronts. Young artists recording tracks in home studios. Look close, Professor Rap continued, pacing the room with a grin. What do you see? Residents supporting businesses, businesses supporting residents. A circle, a cycle, a rhythm. That's the heartbeat of yo. He snapped his fingers and the slide changed to bold letters. Your digital hub for community and business. Let me make it plain. This ain't just a website, it's a movement. Inside Umyo, you don't just scroll, you build. You don't just post, you earn opportunities. You don't just consume, you create and you elevate. The audience leaned forward, students whispered each other. A local barber raised his brow. A cafe owner crossed her arms but couldn't help smiling. Think of it like this, the neighborhood block party got upgraded. Instead of only food and music, now there are prizes, job listings, digital services, podcasts, radio shows, and 30 plus hubs, all connected, all working together. Whether you're a lawyer, a doctor, an influencer, a high school student, or a local restaurant, you got a seat at this table. Every movement starts with a step, and your step, it's simple. Sign up, because Umyo ain't asking you to just join. Umyo is asking you to belong. When you belong, you don't just benefit, you give back, and together we rise. The room pulsed with applause, not loud at first, but steady, growing, like a drum beat swelling into a march. This is just chapter 1, the awakening. But stick with me, because I'm about to show you chapter by chapter how this network transforms lives. And by the time we reach the final page, you won't just understand Umyo, you'll be inside it, living it, elevating with it. Class dismissed. But your journey with Umyo has only begun. Chapter 2. The Promise of Neo. Behind him, 3 words stretched across the board in bold electric strokes. Earn, create, elevate. Class, let me break it down for you. Too many platforms out there want you to give your time, your data, your dollars without ever giving back. But, it's different here. Earning ain't a bonus. It's baked into the system. Every week, $5,500 in prizes. Every month, a $20,000 video contest. That means while you scroll, post, or participate, you got a chance to walk away with more than just likes. You walk away with something real.
Professor Rapp, you mean people actually get paid?
Paid, recognized, elevated. You put in your energy. Gives it back. That's the earn. Now, this one right here, this is where your soul breathes. Gives you the stage, podcast, radio slots, TV distribution on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, 30+ hubs waiting for your talent. Lawyers, doctors, musicians, students, creators. Don't just watch content. Make it. Don't just dream, stream it. With creation ain't confined to a notebook or a bedroom mic. Your vision can hit the airwaves, reach your city, and circle the globe. That's create. This is the climb. You don't stay where you started. Every connection, every hub, every collaboration, it's designed to lift you higher. Businesses grow because residents support them. Residents grow because businesses give back. Students elevate into leaders. Creators into entrepreneurs. Dreamers into doers. Ain't just a platform, it's a ladder. And the rungs, they're made of community. Neo means new. A new way to build, a new way to rise, a new way to live in rhythm with others. Earn, create, elevate. That's not just a motto, that's your mission when you step into And when you sign up, you ain't just signing into a website, you're stepping into your next level. The promise of Neo is the promise of you becoming more than you ever thought you could be. The audience erupted this time, no hesitation. Cheering, clapping, nodding heads. That's the sound of elevation. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment. Share this with others and subscribe for more content. Cash App Rap Palace 214. Chapter 3, The Power of Hubs. The projector screen flickered off. This time, Professor Rapp didn't stay at the podium. He motioned for the crowd to follow him. Class, today we're taking a field trip. No buses, no backpacks, just imagination. Step with me into the Hubs, where every community has a home and every profession has a voice. The walls of the lecture hall dissolved like smoke, and suddenly the audience found themselves standing in a glowing digital plaza. Bright pathways stretched in every direction, each marked by a sign glowing with a name. Lawyers, doctors, entrepreneurs, restaurants, students, creators, and beyond, dozens more. Welcome to the 30+ hubs of Umyo. Each one is a village, a network inside the network. Alone they shine, together they blaze. Here, the Lawyers Hub, attorneys, paralegals, and legal minds connecting with those who need counsel. You don't just search for answers, you find advocates ready to support you. The scene shifted to clean white halls filled with the smell of herbs and the hum of machines. Doctors greeted patients with warm smiles. The Doctors and Health Hub, wellness, fitness, nutrition, mental health, every strand of healing woven into one space. Residents gain guidance, professionals gain visibility, lives improve. He snapped his fingers and the tour spilled into a bustling street market. Food sizzled, music played, waiters carried plates piled high with tacos, feo, and BBQ Hungry. The restaurant's hub feeds both stomachs and businesses. Chefs connect with customers, and customers turn into community regulars that support seasoned and served hot. Next, the plaza shifted into classrooms buzzing with young energy, high schoolers on laptops, college students rehearsing presentations, mentors guiding interns, the students' hub, high schoolers, college kids, and graduates stepping into opportunity. Jobs, internships, ambassador programs is the training ground where the next generation learns to rise. Finally, the air filled with the sound of music and laughter. Creators held cameras, podcasters leaned into mics, dancers filmed routines under bright lights, and of course the Creators Hub. Content makers, influencers, dreamers, they don't just entertain, they inspire. And here, they find sponsorships, collaborations, and distribution to platforms beyond their wildest reach. The audience looked around wide-eyed, but Professor Rapp wasn't finished. He gestured to the connecting bridges between each hub, glowing golden pathways, weaving them all together. Here's the secret, class. The power isn't just in the hubs, it's in the connections between them. A doctor collabs with a podcaster to host a health talk. A lawyer partners with a student journalist to explain new laws. A restaurant teams up with a creator for a food review video. Each hub strengthens the other. He pointed upward, where the pathways merge into a single radiant network above them. That's Umyo, not isolated silos, but one living, breathing ecosystem, a digital city built on collaboration. And the more of us that join, the stronger every hub becomes. The walls of the plaza shimmered and faded, returning everyone to the classroom. The audience sat in stunned silence, as if they'd walked through another world. And that was just the tour. Wait until you see what each platform inside those hubs can do for you. RP Radio. Love the content. Drop a comment, share this with others, and subscribe for more content. Cash App, Rap Palace, 210 Chapters Talk Radio, Niche Conversations, all broadcast and distributed across Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and 300 plus radio stations. That means your voice isn't stuck in your living room, it's coast to coast.
Serpent's Rise Chapter 1, The Serpent's Whispers Scene Description in T. Rap Palace Library, Night. The room is massive and echoing, lined with endless shelves of ancient tomes and scrolls. Dim green torchlight flickers. A faint pulse hums beneath the floorboards like a heartbeat. Anonymous Cherry walks slowly through the aisle. His fingers lightly graze the book spines. Anonymous Cherry, this place, it's breathing. He stops as one book pulses faintly with green and gold light. He pulls it from the shelf. The cover reads, The Art of Kurlinduni, The Serpent's Path to Power. His eyes widen. Energy pulses through his hand. Anonymous Cherry, this ain't just a book. This is a call. Suddenly the world blurs, pages flip violently, and the torch flickers out. Inti, spiritual arena, astral plane. The arena is bathed in red mist, a battlefield with floating stones and shadowy vines crawling beneath the surface. In the center, a massive black serpent coils silently. Voice of the serpent, you carry my venom. But do you know what it means? Anonymous breathes heavy. 3 shadow versions of himself appear: rage, fear, and doubt. Fight scene. Rage lunges, fists blazing with flame. Anonymous sidesteps and retaliates with a glowing serpent strike. Misses. Rage laughs. Rage shadow. You feed me with every outburst. Anonymous begins controlling his breathing, moves fluidly, redirecting the shadow's momentum. He touches Rage's chest, green-blue venom pulses, and the shadow explodes into dust. Next, fear encircles him, whispering doubts. Fear Shadow. You're not enough. You'll always lag behind the rap tribe. Anonymous closes his eyes, lets the fear wrap him, but doesn't resist. Anonymous Cherry, I see you, and I release you. Finally, Doubt stands still. Anonymous walks to him, embraces him. Anonymous Cherry, I accept who I've been. I choose who I'll become. Doubt fades into a green flame. A golden sigil appears on Anonymous's chest. The serpent wraps around his body as an aura, green-blue with purple core. Serpent voice, the venom you carry is the key to all that lies ahead. Rap Palace Library. Night Anonymous jolts back into the library. The book closes itself. Anonymous Cherry, that was just the first chakra. And I'm only beginning. Fade to black. Chapter 1. Permission. The first thing they noticed was how quiet it was. Not the normal quiet of a room waiting for a speech, or the respectful hush that falls when a fighter steps into a ring. This was different. This was the kind of quiet that made your heartbeat sound like it had its own microphone. The kind of quiet that didn't invite you to talk. Quiet that made talking feel like vandalism. The silent council hall had always been a place of decisions, but it had never felt like this. The air itself carried weight now, as if the Rap Palace had learned a new language, one made of stillness instead of sound. The pillars rose like frozen thunder. The floor, black stone braided with faint white gold threads, reflected everyone's outline as if it were taking attendance. And at the far end of the hall, where the light gathered without any visible source, stood Anonymous Cherry. He wasn't in a fighting stance. That alone unsettled them. No flared aura, no dramatic pulse of chi, no flexing of snake chi's green-blue edge around the purple field. No warning signs that a battle was about to begin. His presence didn't roar. It didn't even whisper. It simply was like gravity, like a decision already made, like an outcome that had been waiting for them before they were even born. There were 12 of them, and they came together on purpose. Not a random crowd, not a curious group of trainees. These were high-status raps, leaders of crews, owners of platforms, faces of movements, names that carried weight in the city. They were used to being listened to, used to being accommodated, used to being handled carefully, because the wrong word to the wrong person could start a chain reaction in the streets. They came with a story rehearsed. They came with language prepared. They came with the kind of confidence that usually made doors open before they even touched the handle. But the palace didn't respond. The sealed doors behind them shut with a soft click that sounded like a signature. A few of them flinched. One of them laughed too loudly, like laughter could reassert control. "All right," that rap said, spreading his hands as if he were greeting a crowd. "We're here for the chamber." Anonymous didn't move. The rap continued anyway, because that's what he always did, kept the momentum so nobody else could take it. "We're not here to waste time. We're here to lock in results. We heard you got a system now. A deck. Whatever. We want it." He said one like it was the same thing as ready. Anonymous' eyes didn't harden. They didn't soften. They stayed clear, like a mirror that didn't care what you hoped to see. Somewhere to his right, almost blending into the architecture, stood Archivist Rap, not posing, not performing, just present, quiet as ink, watching as if every breath here was part of a record that would matter later. On the other side, Professor Rap leaned against a pillar with an expression that could have been boredom if it wasn't so sharp. He looked like a man waiting for a lie to collapse. Civil Surfer Rap stood near the edge of the light, hands loose, posture calm, like he was listening for a wave that hadn't yet. Mama Amma Rap didn't stand at all. She sat grounded like a mountain that had decided to be polite. The 12 raps in front tried to pretend none of that bothered them. One step forward, a rap with jewelry heavy enough to sound like a warning, and eyes that scanned the room the way predators scan a street. "Name your price," he said. A few others nodded relieved. This was the language they understood. This was the method that worked in every world. Offer something big, and people fall in line. Anonymous spoke for the first time. His voice wasn't loud, it didn't need be. Price is not the issue. The words landed like a clean stamp. The jewelry rap frowned. Then what's the issue? Anonymous looked at him the way you look at a person reaching for a weapon they don't know how to hold. Permission. A ripple went through the group. Confusion first, then irritation. Because irritation is what happens when your script stops working. Another rap stepped forward, a media rap, the kind who lived in cameras. His voice had the polished edge of someone used to being agreed with. "Look," he said, "we're not here to play games. We've done the work. We've built what we've built. We're ready for the next level. We heard the palace opens certain doors for certain people. So open it." He pointed toward the glow behind Anonymous like he was ordering a bartender. The palace remained still. Anonymous' expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room dropped by a degree, not in a supernatural way, but in the way a room changes when someone in it suddenly realizes they're not in control. Professor Rapp's voice cut in, calm as a surgeon. "You're asking for results without surrender." The media rap scoffed. "Man, we don't gotta surrender to nobody. We just need the method." Archivist Rap spoke next, and it was almost worse because it wasn't emotional at all. Request logged as outcome theft attempt. The media rap's eyes snapped toward him. "You writing jokes now?" Archivist Rap didn't blink. "I don't write jokes. I write outcomes." That line made a few of them shift their footing. Not fear, something closer to the uncomfortable sensation of being seen too accurately. Anonymous stepped forward once. Just one step. The stone under his foot didn't crack. It didn't explode. It simply accepted him, the way the world accepts a truth it can't argue with. "Speak," he said. One of them laughed again, too loud. "We are speaking," he said. Anonymous didn't react to the laughter. "Not as a group," he replied. "One." That's when the first fracture appeared. Groups feel strong until you ask for a single person to stand alone. There was a beat of silence where the 12 didn't know who should take the lead, because nobody wanted to take the risk of being the one exposed. Finally, a rap in the back stepped forward. He didn't have the flashiest clothes. He didn't have the loudest voice. But his eyes had something the others didn't. Tired honesty. "I need help," he said. 2 words, no branding, no status, no negotiation. The room changed, not because Anonymous moved, but because the palace did. The white gold threads in the floor brightened faintly, and the air softened just enough to be noticeable. It was subtle, so subtle you could miss it if you weren't paying attention. But everyone felt it. Civil Surfer Rap nodded once, like he just heard the wave finally speak. Mama Amma Rap's shoulders loosened by a fraction. Professor Rap's mouth curved slightly. Not a smile, more like recognition. The jewelry Rap snapped, "Man, don't do that. Don't embarrass us." The honest Rap didn't look back. I'm already embarrassed, he said quietly. That's why I'm here. Anonymous' gaze stayed on him steady. What do you want? Anonymous asked. The rap swallowed. His throat moved like he was trying to push down a lifetime of pride. I want to stop sabotaging my own life, he said. The words hit harder than any punch. Even the loud ones went quiet. Anonymous nodded once. Then you're in. The honest rap blinked. That's it? Anonymous' voice stayed calm. That's entry. Archivist Rap raised a small slate more symbolic than necessary, because in the Rap Palace even symbols held weight. Entry card, silent readiness, he said. Confirmed. The other raps erupted instantly, because when one person gets access, everyone else feels cheated. Hold on, the media rap snapped. So we don't. Chapter 1, Permission. The first thing they noticed was how quiet it was. Not the normal quiet of a room waiting for a speech, or the respectful hush that falls when a fighter steps into a ring. This was different. This was the kind of quiet that made your heartbeat sound like it had its own microphone. The kind of quiet that didn't invite you to talk. Quiet that made talking feel like vandalism. The silent council hall had always been a place of decisions, but it had never felt like this. The air itself carried weight now, as if the Rap Palace had learned a new language, one made of stillness instead of sound. The pillars rose like frozen thunder. The floor, black stone braided with faint white gold threads, reflected everyone's outline as if it were taking attendance. And at the far end of the hall, where the light gathered without any visible source, stood Anonymous Cherry. He wasn't in a fighting stance. That alone unsettled them. No flared aura, no dramatic pulse of chi, no flexing of snake cheese green-blue edge around the purple field. No warning signs that a battle was about to begin. His presence didn't roar. It didn't even whisper. It simply was like gravity, like a decision already made, like an outcome that had been waiting for them before they were even born. There were 12 of them, and they came together on purpose. Not a random crowd, not a curious group of trainees. These were high-status raps, leaders of crews, owners of platforms, faces of movements, names that carried weight in the city. They were used to being listened to, used to being accommodated, used to being handled carefully, because the wrong word to the wrong person could start a chain reaction in the streets. They came with a story rehearsed. They came with language prepared. They came with the kind of confidence that usually made doors open before they even touched the handle. But the palace didn't respond. The sealed doors behind them shut with a soft click that sounded like a signature. A few of them flinched. One of them laughed too loudly, like laughter could reassert control. "All right," that rap said, spreading his hands as if he were greeting a crowd. "We're here for the chamber." Anonymous didn't move. The rap continued anyway, because that's what he always did, kept the momentum so nobody else could take it. "We're not here to waste time. We're here to lock in results. We heard you got a system now. A deck. Whatever. We want it." He said one like it was the same thing as ready. Anonymous' eyes didn't harden. They didn't soften. They stayed clear, like a mirror that didn't care what you hoped to see. Somewhere to his right, almost blending into the architecture, stood Archivist Rap, not posing, not performing, just present, quiet as ink, watching as if every breath here was part of a record that would matter later. On the other side, Professor Rap leaned against a pillar, with an expression that could have been boredom if it wasn't so sharp. He looked like a man waiting for a lie to collapse. Civil Surfer Rap stood near the edge of the light, hands loose, posture calm, like he was listening for a wave that hadn't yet. Mama Amma Rap didn't stand at all. She sat grounded like a mountain that had decided to be polite. The 12 raps in front tried to pretend none of that bothered them. One step forward, a rap with jewelry heavy enough to sound like a warning, and eyes that scanned the room the way predators scan a street. "Name your price," he said. A few others nodded relieved. This was the language they understood. This was the method that worked in every world. Offer something big, and people fall in line. Anonymous spoke for the first time. His voice wasn't loud, it didn't need be. Price is not the issue. The words landed like a clean stamp. The jewelry rap frowned. Then what's the issue? Anonymous looked at him the way you look at a person reaching for a weapon they don't know how to hold. Permission. A ripple went through the group. Confusion first, then irritation. Because irritation is what happens when your script stops working. Another rap stepped forward, a media rap, the kind who lived in cameras. His voice had the polished edge of someone used to being agreed with. "Look," he said, "we're not here to play games. We've done the work. We've built what we've built. We're ready for the next level. We heard the palace opens certain doors for certain people. So open it." He pointed toward the glow behind Anonymous like he was ordering a bartender. The palace remained still. Anonymous' expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room dropped by a degree, not in a supernatural way, but in the way a room changes when someone in it suddenly realizes they're not in control. Professor Rapp's voice cut in, calm as a surgeon. "You're asking for results without surrender." The media rap scoffed. "Man, we don't gotta surrender to nobody. We just need the method." Archivist Rap spoke next, and it was almost worse because it wasn't emotional at all. Request logged as outcome theft attempt. The media rap's eyes snapped toward him. "You writing jokes now?" Archivist Rap didn't blink. "I don't write jokes. I write outcomes." That line made a few of them shift their footing. Not fear, something closer to the uncomfortable sensation of being seen too accurately. Anonymous stepped forward once. Just one step. The stone under his foot didn't crack. It didn't explode. It simply accepted him, the way the world accepts a truth it can't argue with. "Speak," he said. One of them laughed again, too loud. "We are speaking," he said. Anonymous didn't react to the laughter. "Not as a group," he replied. "One." That's when the first fracture appeared. Groups feel strong until you ask for a single person to stand alone. There was a beat of silence where the 12 didn't know who should take the lead, because nobody wanted to take the risk of being the one exposed. Finally, a rap in the back stepped forward. He didn't have the flashiest clothes. He didn't have the loudest voice, but his eyes had something the others didn't. Tired honesty. "I need help," he said. 2 words, no branding, no status, no negotiation. The room changed, not because Anonymous moved, but because the palace did. The white gold threads in the floor brightened faintly, and the air softened just enough to be noticeable. It was subtle, so subtle you could miss it if you weren't paying attention. But everyone felt it. Civil Surfer Rap nodded once, like he just heard the wave finally speak. Mama Amma Rap's shoulders loosened by a fraction. Professor Rap's mouth curved slightly. Not a smile, more more like recognition. The jewelry wrap snapped, "Man, don't do that. Don't embarrass us." The honest wrap didn't look back. "I'm already embarrassed," he said quietly. "That's why I'm here." Anonymous gaze stayed on him, steady. "What do you want?" Anonymous asked. The wrap swallowed. His throat moved like he was trying to push down a lifetime of pride. "I want to stop sabotaging my own life," he said. The words hit harder than any punch. Even the loud ones went quiet. Anonymous nodded once. "Then you're in." The honest wrap blinked. "That's it?" Anonymous' voice stayed calm. "That's entry." Archivist Wrap raised a small slate, more symbolic than necessary, because in the Wrap Palace even symbols held weight. "Entry card, silent readiness," he said. "Confirmed." The other Wraps erupted instantly, because when one person gets access, everyone else feels cheated. "Hold on," the media Wrap snapped. "So we don't get in because we're not crying in front of you?" Professor Wrap spoke softly, and his softness made it sharper. "You don't get in because you came to purchase a mask upgrade." The jewelry Wrap pointed at Anonymous like he was threatening him with attention. "Who gave you the right to decide any of this?" That was the real question. Not about money, not about access, not about fairness. It was a question about dominance. The question people ask when they realize they can't force a door open. Anonymous didn't answer immediately. He let the silence do what silence does, reveal who can't handle it. A few of them fidgeted. A few looked away. One tightened his fists. Another's jaw worked like he was chewing rage. Then Anonymous answered, and his voice didn't rise, didn't shake, didn't perform. "You did," he said. The jewelry Wrap stared. Anonymous continued, "When you showed up asking." That sentence made the room colder again, not with threat, but with inevitability. Because it wasn't an insult, it was a law. You don't ask someone for help unless some part of you already recognizes their authority. The jewelry Wrap's face twisted, as if he wanted to deny it, but denial didn't change the physics of what had happened. Archivist Wrap spoke almost gently. Resistance exceeded exchange. The jewelry Wrap barked a laugh. "We didn't even offer exchange yet." Archivist Wrap looked at him like a man looking at a clock that didn't care what you believed. "You offered status," he said. "That is not exchange. That is an attempt to purchase superiority." Civil Surfer Wrap spoke for the first time, voice smooth like water cutting stone. "You came with noise," he said. But the palace responds to signal. Mama Ama Wrap's voice rumbled low, not angry, just final. "Readiness is a kind of payment." The 12 stood there, realizing they weren't arguing with people anymore. They were arguing with a system. And systems don't get offended. Systems don't feel guilt. Systems don't bargain. The honest Wrap stepped toward the light behind Anonymous, and the air split for him like a curtain. A doorway appeared where there hadn't been one. It wasn't flashy. It didn't glow dramatically. It simply opened the way a truth opens when you finally stop fighting it. The others stared. A few felt something close to panic. Because doors weren't supposed to choose. People were supposed to choose. But the Wrap Palace wasn't a building. It was a judge. The jewelry Wrap's voice dropped into something darker. "This ain't over," he muttered. Professor Wrap looked at him with mild curiosity. "It wasn't even started," he replied. The jewelry Wrap turned toward the sealed doors. Something inside him made a decision. Not to change, not to surrender, not to become ready, but to punish the one who made him feel unready. He didn't speak that decision out loud. He didn't need to. The palace felt it anyway. The lights along the floor dimmed as the group's energy curdled into resentment. Anonymous watched them with no hatred. Hatred would have been attention. And attention was exactly what they wanted. Instead, he gave them the most dangerous thing a person can give an entitled enemy. Nothing. Archivist Rapp's voice echoed through the hall like a verdict. Entry failed. Resistance exceeded exchange. Exit enforced. The sealed doors opened for them without warmth, the way a prison gate opens for someone who insists on leaving freedom behind. They stepped out into the city carrying the same power they came with, and none of the permission. Behind them, the doors closed again. Inside the council hall, the honest Rapp stood trembling at the threshold of the chamber, not from fear of battle, but from fear of finally becoming someone new. Anonymous placed a hand lightly on his shoulder, not to comfort, to steady. Once you go in, Anonymous said, you don't come back for the same reason. The Rapp nodded, eyes wet, jaw clenched. I know, he whispered, and he stepped forward. The chamber accepted him. The doorway sealed behind him like the end of an old life. The palace fell quiet again. Not because nothing was happening, but because the most powerful thing in the Rapp Palace was no longer chi. It was clarity. And clarity didn't fight. Clarity decided. Clarity sealed. Clarity refused to explain itself. That night, as the rejected Rapps walked away plotting revenge in the dark, Rapp Palace Radio recorded only one final line for the archives. Transformation is not earned by effort. It is unlocked by alignment. Chapter 2, The First Betrayer. The city didn't explode after the doors closed. That surprised everyone. No riots. No sudden war. No dramatic shift in the skyline or the air. Just movement. Quiet movement. Like ants rerouting around a stone they couldn't lift. The 12 who'd been refused didn't walk together for long. Groups fracture faster when pride is injured, and by the time they reached the edge of palace territory, they had already begun separating, each Rapp nursing a private version of the same wound. I should have been let in. Death metastasized quickly. Some of them buried it. Some rationalized it. One of them fed it. His name didn't matter anymore. Not the name he'd been born with. Not the name he'd built. What mattered was what he decided to become. Grand entrance, the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, Donation Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. He didn't rage immediately. That's the mistake people expect. Rage is loud. Rage is obvious. Rage gets you noticed before you're ready. No, this rap went quiet. He walked the city alone that night, past streets where his name still meant something, past faces that still nodded in respect. Every sign of status felt like mockery now. Every smile felt unearned. They think I lost, he realized. That was intolerable. He replayed the moment again and again. The silence in the hall. The way Anonymous had looked through him instead of at him. The way the palace itself had chosen someone else. Not someone stronger. Not someone richer. Someone emptier, the thought burned. It wasn't authority, he muttered to himself. It was a trick. That was the seed. Tricks imply loopholes, and loopholes can be exploited. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. The also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate my Cache Palace 214, the rap didn't go home. He went underground. Not physically, strategically. Old contact, discarded allies. People who'd once benefited from his rise and resented how fast it had happened. He spoke carefully. He didn't say betrayal. He didn't say revenge. He framed it the way manipulators always do, as correction. There's a system forming, he told them, and it's dangerous. People leaned in when he said that. Not dangerous like violent, he clarified. Dangerous like exclusive. Dangerous like deciding who's worthy. That language landed. Worthiness always does. He described the consulting deck, not accurately, but convincingly. He left out the exit. He minimized the exchange. He exaggerated anonymous authority until it sounded tyrannical instead of earned. Right now, he said, there's only one way in. One man decides. Someone asked the obvious question. So what do you want to do about it? The rap didn't answer immediately. He let the silence build just enough to feel intentional. I want to build another door. That was the second seed. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate my Cache AP is Rap Palace 214 across the city, the Rap Palace didn't react. No alarms, no counter move, no warning. Archivist Rap noticed the pattern first, not emotionally, but statistically. Small anomalies. Conversations repeating with the same distorted language. Phrases like gatekeeping, elitism, false authority appearing too often to be coincidence. He logged it. External narrative formation detected. Professor Rapp noticed next. He felt it in the questions people stopped asking him. They weren't asking how do I grow anymore. They were asking who's allowed to grow. That shift mattered. Someone's framing the wrong problem, Professor Rapp said quietly. Civil Surfer Rapp felt it last, not as tension, but as resistance. The flow of the city wasn't blocked. It was being redirected. He stood on a high balcony overlooking the lower districts and exhaled slowly. A countercurrent, he murmured, and it's forcing itself. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate my Cache AP is Rap Palace 214. The rap who would become the first betrayer didn't call it a counter deck. He called it access. He gathered designers, performers, symbol makers, people good at aesthetics and bad at consequences. They built cards quickly. Too quickly. Cards that looked right, sounded right, promised right. Authority symbols, outcome language, even a rough imitation of the palace seal. But there was one thing they didn't include. Silence. Their cards were loud. They explained themselves. They reassured. They comforted, and comfort sold fast. The rap watched people line up, not because they were ready, but because they were angry. Angry people always want shortcuts. See, he told his inner circle, they don't want permission. They want options. That was the lie. Options feel empowering until you realize none of them lead anywhere. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The first client came through trembling with resentment. They wouldn't let me in, she said. Said I wasn't aligned enough. The rap smiled. Alignment was a word he now despised. That's because alignment is subjective, he said smoothly. Here we respect intent. He handed her a card. It glowed, it hummed, it felt important. She felt better immediately. That should have worried him. Instead, he took it as proof he was right. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 inside the Rap Palace, a single light dim. Just one. Archivist Rap looked up from his records. Unsealed outcome detected, he said. Professor Rap frowned. That's not possible. Archivist Rap tilted his head. It is, he replied, if the exit is removed. Silence followed, not the good kind. The kind that means something will have to be addressed, but not yet. Anonymous Cherry stood alone in the council hall, eyes closed, breathing slow. He didn't intervene. He didn't counter. He didn't warn, because this wasn't an attack. It was a test, not of power, of patience. The first betrayer believed he had created a new door. What he had actually done was remove the floor. And gravity doesn't rush, it waits. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 that night. Rap Palace radio aired no announcement. No rebuttal, no defense. Only a single sentence logged into the archives, time-stamped and sealed. When the exit is removed, the cost returns later with interest. Far across the city, the first betrayer slept peacefully for the first time in weeks. That should have worried him too. But by then it was already too late. Chapter 3. The cost returns. The first collapse didn't look like a collapse. That's how it always starts. No screaming. No explosions. No sirens cutting through the night. Just a subtle misalignment, small enough to dismiss, quiet enough to rationalize. The woman who had drawn the first counterfeit card woke up feeling energized. Too energized. Her thoughts raced ahead of her body, and her body lagged behind her thoughts. Coffee didn't help. Silence irritated her. Every delay felt personal. She told herself it was progress. Growth is supposed to feel uncomfortable, right? By noon, she had rewritten her entire schedule 3 times. By evening, she had burned bridges she hadn't planned to touch. She felt decisive, unstoppable, righteous. She also felt alone, but she didn't name that part. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 by the second day. More people had joined the alternative door. They didn't call it rebellion. They called it freedom. No waiting, no judgment. No stillness that made your chest tighten. Just movement. The first betrayer watched the numbers climb and felt something dangerously close to vindication. See, he thought, they didn't want authority. They wanted autonomy. He ignored the pattern forming in the data. Clients returned faster than they should have, not to celebrate completion, but to ask what came next. There was no exit, so the loop stayed open. Each return felt like loyalty. It wasn't. It was dependence. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 inside the Rap Palace. Archivist Rap began marking red sigils in the margins of his records. Not failures, anomalies, outcomes that initiated without sealing, identity shifts without stabilization, authority claimed without integration. These aren't progressing, he said quietly to Professor Rapp. They're oscillating. Professor Rapp nodded slowly. False certainty, he said. The most addictive substance there is. Civil Surfer Rapp stood at the edge of the city again, watching the flow tighten. Current speeding up, he said. But it's shallow. Fast water over shallow ground always erodes. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 on the third night. The woman woke from a dream where she was speaking on a stage to a cheering crowd. In the dream, her voice echoed endlessly. When she woke, the echo didn't stop. Her apartment felt too small. Her phone felt too loud. Her reflection looked unfamiliar, like someone wearing her face incorrectly. She reached for the card. It was warm. Too warm. When she touched it, the reassurance came back, but thinner this time, stretched like fabric pulled too far. You're fine, the card seemed to say. You're ahead of them. She clung to that message like a life raft. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The first betrayer dismissed the first complaint, then the second, then the fifth. You're integrating, he told them. Don't confuse intensity with instability. That line worked for a while, it always does. But intensity without grounding doesn't build. It burns. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. By the end of the week, arguments erupted inside his own inner circle. Small ones at first. Who gets access to what? Who speaks publicly? Who decides the narrative? Authority fractures fastest when it was never earned. One of his lieutenants slammed a hand on the table. This wasn't the deal, she said. You said this would stabilize people. The first betrayer bristled. It is stabilizing them. Then why do they keep coming back? She shot back. Silence followed. The wrong kind. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. That same night, the Rap Palace registered its first aftershock. Not in the chambers, in the city. 2 raps from the counterfeit system got into a public confrontation. Nothing violent, but sharp enough to draw a crowd. Both were convinced they were right. Both spoke with absolute certainty. Neither could listen. Their words escalated until one of them froze mid-sentence. Not dramatically, just stopped. His breath caught. His eyes widened, not in fear, but in confusion. "I don't know who I am without this," he whispered. The crowd went quiet. Someone laughed nervously. Someone else recorded. The moment spread. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Archivist Rap closed the record with a soft tap. Identity fracture confirmed, he said. Professor Rap exhaled through his nose. They wanted authority without responsibility, he said. Now responsibility is showing up uninvited. Civil Surfer Rap's voice was steady but firm. The wave's turning back, he said, and it's carrying debris. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. The first betrayer felt it before he admitted it. The cards started draining him. Not power. Attention. Every reassurance he gave required more energy than the last. Every explanation felt heavier. His sleep shortened. His thoughts raced. His certainty began to feel brittle, like glass tapped too many times. He pulled a card for himself. It flickered. That had never happened before. He didn't tell anyone. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Anonymous Cherry watched none of this directly. He didn't need to. The consulting law didn't require surveillance. It required patience. He stood in the council hall, hands resting lightly at his sides, breathing in the stillness that others mistook for absence. Mama Ama Rap joined him, her presence calm and grounding. "It's starting," she said. Anonymous nodded. "It already did," he replied. "Will you step in?" she asked. Anonymous shook his head slowly. "If I do," he said, "they'll blame me instead of the truth." Mama Ama Rap smiled, not kindly but wisely. "And when the cost comes fully," Anonymous' gaze was steady. "Then the exit will reappear," he said, "whether they want it or not. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 that night. Rap Palace Radio broadcast only one line. No music, no commentary, no explanation. When certainty replaces clarity, the bill is already overdue. Across the city, counterfeit cards grew warmer in trembling hands. Across the city, confidence began to rot into fear. Across the city, the cost, patient, precise, inevitable, continued its return. Chapter 4. What was planted? The city didn't notice the scripture at first. That was intentional. Truth that announces itself too loudly becomes decoration. Truth that moves quietly becomes architecture. The counterfeit system continued to swell. Cards changed hands in cafes, studios, back rooms, and live streams. People spoke with confidence sharpened to a blade, quoting phrases they didn't fully understand, but loved how they sounded in their mouths. I'm aligned. I'm walking in authority. I'm claiming my outcome. None of them noticed that the words had stopped producing fruit. Not yet. The first verse appeared without explanation. Not spoken, not preached, not branded, just present. A woman who had been cycling through the counterfeit cards woke early one morning with a sentence repeating in her chest. Not in her head, not in her thoughts, but somewhere deeper where arguments couldn't reach. By their fruits ye shall know them. She didn't remember where she learned it. That bothered her. She went through her routine, affirmations, recordings, card pulls, but the sentence didn't leave. It didn't accuse her. It didn't comfort her. It simply observed. By midday, she realized something unsettling. Nothing in her life had actually changed. She felt certain. She felt important. She felt ahead, but she wasn't more patient. She wasn't more honest. She wasn't more generous. She wasn't more peaceful. That night, she put the card down for the first time. Across the city, someone else did the same. Then another. Not enough to cause panic. Just enough to cause discomfort. The first betrayer felt it as a thinning, like applause fading before the performance was over. People still came, but they came with questions now. Not objections, questions. The dangerous kind. The kind that can't be dismissed with tone or posture. What happens after this? Why do I feel stuck? Why do I need another card? He answered smoothly. He always had. But each answer required more effort than the last. More explanation, more framing, more reassurance. He didn't realize what had changed. Explanation had entered the system. An explanation is a tax authority systems cannot afford. Inside the Rap Palace, nothing moved. That was the most unnerving part. No counter message, no public correction, no confrontation. Instead, something new had begun to circulate, not as a deck, not as a broadcast, but as a practice. Quietly, one-on-one, without funnels, without scripts. People who had never spoken to Anonymous found themselves sitting across from him, or from one of the inner circle, not to be convinced, but to be recognized. There was no pitch, no urgency, no outcome promised. Only a single question, asked gently and left to echo. What are you actually here to steward? Some answered immediately. Those doors did not open. Others went silent. Those doors began to breathe. The scripture cards were not handed out. They surfaced. Someone would leave a conversation and later realize a line had lodged itself into their decision-making like a compass needle. Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Another would find themselves unable to agree to an opportunity that another sentence had quietly taken root. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. No one told them what it meant. No one interpreted it for them. That was the marriage, law and joy, truth and consent, authority and willingness, not imposed, not explained, not sold, Chosen. The playbook existed now, but not as a document. It lived in posture, in how Anonymous listened without chasing, in how he named outcomes without attachment, in how exchange felt like relief instead of loss. People didn't feel sold. They felt relieved, as if something heavy they'd been carrying that wasn't theirs had finally been set down. Joy returned to the exchange, not excitement, joy. The quiet kind that doesn't need witnesses. Rap Palace Radio didn't announce the shift. It documented it. Archivist Rap recorded patterns without commentary. Professor Rap spoke less and listened more. Civil Surfer Rap smiled when conversations ended early instead of stretching. Mama Amarap noticed something else. People were leaving lighter than they arrived. Not euphoric, grounded. That's fruit, she said softly. Anonymous nodded. Fruit doesn't rush, he replied. It ripens. The counterfeit system began to fracture publicly when explanation finally failed. A live stream meant to reassure turned defensive. A leader snapped at a questioner. A card flickered on camera, just for a moment. Enough. Clip spread, not with outrage. With confusion. Why did certainty require so much maintenance? Why did joy disappear when money entered the room? Why did authority sound anxious? Those questions did more damage than any accusation ever could. The first betrayer pulled a card in private again. This time it didn't glow. It felt heavy, cold. He pushed it away, heart racing. Across the city, a man who had never touched the counterfeit system knelt beside his bed, overwhelmed by a clarity he hadn't asked for, but couldn't deny. Okay, he whispered. I'll be faithful with what I already have. That sentence opened the door. By the end of the week, the difference was undeniable. One system multiplied followers. The other multiplied stewards. One required explanation. The other required consent. One chased scale. The other produced fruit. And fruit, once visible, cannot be unseen. That night, Rap Palace Radio logged a final line for the archive, not as a warning, not as a rebuke, but as a witness. What is planted in joy does not need persuasion. What is forced will always demand explanation. Somewhere in the city, a counterfeit card finally cracked. And somewhere else, a door opened without a sound. Not because someone earned it, but because they were ready to tend what grew on the other side. Chapter 5, the exit appears. The first person to leave didn't announce it. That mattered. She didn't post a thread. She didn't explain herself. She didn't warn anyone. She simply stopped coming back. For weeks she had circled the counterfeit system like a planet caught in an artificial orbit, drawing cards, seeking reassurance, mistaking repetition for progress. When the verses began surfacing in her decisions, not as slogans but as interruptions, something inside her slowed. Not fear, recognition. She noticed the difference the way you notice a windows only after fresh air enters. One morning she held the card and felt nothing. No warmth, no certainty, no lift. Just cardboard and ink. She placed it on the table and didn't pick it up again. That was the exit. It didn't glow. It didn't demand ceremony. It didn't ask for permission. It simply appeared when the system could no longer feed her. Across the city, similar moments unfolded quietly. A man declined an opportunity he once would have chased because he couldn't reconcile it with a line that had settled into his conscience like a boundary stone. Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. A woman returned money she hadn't earned cleanly, not out of guilt, but relief. A small group dissolved without drama when its leader realized he was exhausted from convincing people who no longer needed convincing. None of them called it spiritual. None of them called it selling. They called it peace. The counterfeit system reacted the way all brittle structures do when pressure changes. It tightened. The first betrayer called emergency meetings. He refined language. He added disclaimers. He introduced new tiers, new explanations, new assurances meant to restore confidence. Every addition made the structure heavier. Clients didn't leave all at once. They hesitated. They delayed. They asked questions that required long answers. Long answers require belief. Belief was thinning. Inside the Wrap Palace, the exit had always existed. It just hadn't been visible to those who wanted to stay needed. That was the mercy of it. Archivist Wrap recorded the first confirmed exits not as losses, but as completions. Each one sealed without ceremony, like a door gently closing behind someone who had learned how to walk on their own. Professor Wrap observed something else. "They're not recruiting," he said quietly. "They're reproducing." He meant fruit. Civil Surfer Wrap watched the city's rhythm soften, not slower, but truer. Decisions carried less noise. Conversations ended sooner. Agreements took less effort. Mama Wrap smiled at none of it. She watched the people who left. They didn't look triumphant. They looked married to their lives. Anonymous Cherry did not celebrate the exits. Celebration would have implied dependency. Instead, he honored them the way gardeners honor a harvest, by preparing the soil for what comes next. He met fewer people. He spoke less. When he did speak, it was often to say no. Not sharply, not defensively. Cleanly, no became a kindness. No became clarity. The scripture revealed itself more plainly now, not as verses quoted aloud, but as decisions that refused to bend. A man offered a large exchange with visible reluctance. Anonymous declined. "Why?" the man asked, confused. "Your seed is mixed," Anonymous replied. "It won't grow clean." The man left frustrated. 3 days later, he returned, not with more money, but with lighter eyes. "I'm ready to be faithful," he said. "Even if nothing comes back," the door breathed. The counterfeit system finally cracked under the weight of its own explanations. A public confrontation broke out, not violent, but revealing. Leaders argued over authority while clients watched, unsettled by how quickly confidence turned to accusation. Someone asked the question no one could answer. If this works, why do we keep needing more of it? Silence answered first, then excuses, then collapse. The first betrayer sat alone that night, surrounded by cards that no longer responded. He realized too late what had actually defeated him. Not opposition, not exposure, not scripture, the exit. He had removed it to keep people close. In doing so, he guaranteed they would eventually leave wounded, tired, or empty. The law did not punish him. It outlasted him. Back at the Wrap Palace, a final entry was sealed into the archive. No watermark, no branding, no announcement. Just a witness. An exit is not abandonment. It is proof the system worked. Outside, the city continued on, quieter in some places, freer in others. And somewhere between the noise and the stillness, people who had never met Anonymous Cherry began living differently. Not because they were persuaded, not because they were sold, but because something true had finally let them go. Chapter 6, The Witness. The shift was complete long before anyone named it. That's how it always happens. By the time people start asking when things changed, the change has already hardened into reality. The counterfeit system didn't collapse all at once. It thinned, then hollowed, then echoed. What remained was structure without spirit, forms without force. And what replaced it did not resemble a movement. It resembled a marriage. The people who had exited did not form a group. They didn't start channels. They didn't host meetings. They didn't seek one another out. They simply became reliable. They showed up on time. They told the truth when it cost them. They declined opportunities without resentment. They honored commitments without applause. No one could accuse them of being inspired. They were something more unsettling. They were steady. In the city, this steadiness became noticeable the way gravity becomes noticeable only when something stops floating. Deals closed faster. Arguments ended earlier. Silence appeared where noise used to dominate. People began to trust these former seekers without knowing why. "Something's different about you," one colleague said to a man who had exited weeks earlier. He thought for a moment before answering. "I don't need this to work," he said simply. "So it usually does." That sentence spread, not as a slogan, but as a recognition. Inside the Rap Palace, the inner circle gathered without ceremony. No council was called. No announcement was made. They stood together in the silent hall because that was where witnesses naturally assembled. Archivist Rapp closed the record and set his slate down. "The cycle has completed," he said. Professor Rapp tilted his head. Not everyone learned. Archivist Rapp nodded. Everyone was shown. Civil Surfer Rapp smiled faintly. "That's all the Wavos." Mama Amarap spoke last. "They're married now," she said, not metaphorically, but precisely. To truth, to consequence, to stewardship. No one argued. Anonymous Cherry had not changed in posture. That mattered too. No new title, no elevation, no distance. If anything, he was quieter than before. Authority, once integrated, does not announce itself. It settles. He watched the city not as a ruler, but as a steward who knows when not to interfere. The scriptures no longer surfaced as interruption. They lived as orientation. People did not quote them. They embodied them. The first betrayer did not return. That absence mattered less than anyone expected. Systems built on extraction do not produce enemies who last. They produce exhaustion. The man faded into irrelevance, not because he was defeated, but because nothing depended on him anymore. The law did not humiliate him. It simply continued without him. Rap Palace Radio aired its quietest transmission yet. No voice, no music. Only a single recorded observation archived for those who knew how to listen. When joy governs exchange and truth governs authority, the system no longer needs defense. That was the witness, not testimony shouted from rooftops, not victory declared, but a life that no longer required explanation. In the weeks that followed, new seekers arrived, not desperate, not demanding. They came slower, they spoke less, they listened longer. Some entered, some waited, some left peacefully. All were treated the same, because the palace was no longer persuading. It was simply being itself. Anonymous Cherry stood alone one evening as the city lights blinked on below the palace walls. The air was calm, not expected, settled. This was the moment most leaders chase, the moment of influence, the moment of legacy. He let it pass. Legacy was a temptation. Stewardship was a covenant. He turned away from the view and back toward the chambers, not to open them, not to close them, but to tend what had already been planted. Because the work was no longer about growth. It was about faithfulness. And faithfulness does not rush. It witnesses, it waits, it endures. Chapter 7. The small liver's wealth didn't arrive. That was the first misunderstanding to dissolve. No surge, no breakthrough headline. No dramatic turn where abundance suddenly made noise. Instead, something subtler began to happen. So subtle most people missed it unless they were already living differently. Small things started to work. The man who had exited weeks earlier noticed it first. He hadn't chased new income. He hadn't visualized outcomes. He hadn't activated anything. He had simply stopped leaking energy, stopped saying yes to misaligned requests, stopped over-explaining his worth, stopped negotiating against himself. One afternoon, he fixed a minor problem at work that everyone else had been stepping around. It took him 20 minutes. 2 days later, his role quietly expanded. Not with a raise announcement, with trust. Inside the Rap Palace, Archivist Rap marked a new pattern. Not spikes. Compounding. Small actions producing disproportionate return, not because they were optimized, but because they were aligned. Professor Rapp leaned over the slate. "This isn't hustle," he said. "No," Archivist Rapp replied. "It's leverage." They both knew the distinction mattered. The principle surfaced without a banner, without attribution, without instruction. What you do consistently in obscurity determines what works effortlessly in visibility. No one quoted it. They lived it. This was the quiet law that mirrored the teaching later to wealth made easy, not as strategy, but as recognition. Wealth is not created by massive moves. It is released by removing friction. The deck adjusted itself. No new cards were added. Existing cards simply began to reveal secondary functions, like tools that had always had more than one use, now discovered by people patient enough to notice. The outcome cards shifted first, where once they sealed identity, they now exposed leverage. Clarity without validation began producing faster decisions, emotional regulation, reduced costly reactions, authority stabilized, eliminated approval-seeking delays, time returned. And time, once returned, began to stack. The exchange deck followed. Seeds that had once looked small began to show their nature. A single honest conversation removed months of hidden tension. One clean boundary prevented years of resentment. One faithful action replaced dozens of frantic. This wasn't accumulation. It was efficiency born of alignment. Joy remained the gate, but now joy revealed something else. Ease. Not laziness. Not shortcuts. Ease is in nothing resisting the flow anymore. Civil Surfer Rap noticed it in the city's rhythm. People are working less, he said, watching the streets, but finishing more. Mama Rap nodded. They stopped confusing effort with value. Anonymous Cherry did not teach this. That mattered. Teaching would have turned it into a method. Instead, he modeled a posture. Say less, mean more, choose fewer things. Finish them fully. Let results introduce you. People watching him didn't think, I need his system. They thought, what am I doing that doesn't need to be done at all? That question quietly dismantled scarcity. The counterfeit system could not adapt. It had been built on urgency, scale, and constant stimulation. It needed people to try harder. This system required people to stop wasting motion. The difference was fatal. Rap palace radio recorded a new observation, not as doctrine, not as advice, but as witness. When alignment removes friction, wealth no longer needs motivation. It moves on its own, no explanation followed, because ease cannot be argued into existence. It must be allowed. That night, a woman who had never drawn a single card balanced her accounts and realized something shocking. Nothing had changed, and yet everything was working. She slept without anxiety for the first time in years. That was wealth, not the loud kind, the durable kind. And it had arrived exactly the way Dr. Greed's truth always did, quietly, through small levers faithfully pulled. The palace lights dimmed as they always did at night, not because the work was finished, but because the work had finally become simple. Chapter 8. Invisible compounding. No one announced the change. That was how Anonymous knew it was real. Announcements belong to things that still need belief. What was happening now no longer required it. The city began to behave differently, not dramatically, not all at once, but in ways that only became obvious after enough time had passed that denial felt silly. People were arriving early, not to impress, not to posture, because lateness no longer fit who they were. The man whose role had quietly expanded found himself finishing his work before the day ended. At first, he filled the extra time with more tasks. Old habits die slowly. But the extra work didn't create more value. It just created noise, so he stopped. Instead, he reviewed what actually mattered. He tightened one process, removed one unnecessary step, clarified one expectation that had been muddy for years. The next week, his workload decreased again. Not because he did less. Because friction was leaving. He didn't call it strategy. He called it relief. Inside the Rapp Palace, Archivist Rapp noticed a strange phenomenon. People were no longer asking for permission to start things. They were asking for permission to stop. Is it okay if I let this go? One seeker asked quietly. Archivist Rapp didn't answer immediately. He reviewed the record, not of the project, but of the person. You already stopped, he said finally. You're just asking your old identity to agree. The seeker exhaled like someone setting down a heavy bag they didn't realize they were still carrying. This was the deeper layer of what wealth really was. Not accumulation, subtraction. The removal of unnecessary effort, misaligned obligation, emotional debt, inherited pressure. Dr. Greg Reed had described it as simplicity revealing abundance. In the palace, it manifested as something even cleaner. When life stops fighting you, it starts paying you. The deck did not add new outcomes. It refined existing ones. Authority stabilized no longer meant people listened. It meant decisions didn't echo with doubt afterward. Emotional regulation no longer meant calm during conflict. It meant conflict arrived less often. Clarity without validation stopped being internal. It became visible. People trusted those who trusted themselves, not because of confidence, but because of consistency. Civil Surfer Rapp watched the city's pace slow, just enough to become efficient. Everything's moving like it knows where it's going, he said. Mama Ama Rapp nodded. They stopped confusing speed with progress. The counterfeit remnants tried one last pivot. They reframed ease as laziness, alignment as privilege, simplicity as avoidance. But the accusations didn't stick. You can't shame someone who's no longer frantic. You can't pressure someone who isn't chasing. You can't manipulate someone who doesn't need the outcome to validate them. Their words fell flat. Flat things don't compound. Anonymous Cherry spent more time alone now. Not isolated, available to the right conversations, unavailable to the wrong ones. He noticed something quietly profound. Money conversations were shorter. Decisions resolved faster. Trust replaced negotiation. People didn't ask how to make more. They asked what was leaking. And leaks, once seen, could be sealed. Rap Palace Radio logged another witness, soft, almost parenthetical. Wealth compounds fast where nothing is being forced. No further comment. In a modest apartment across the city, a woman reorganized her week. Not her goals, not her dreams, just her time. She canceled one meeting, delegated one task, said no without explaining. By Friday, she noticed she hadn't checked her account balances all week. Not because she was avoiding them, because she wasn't worried. That was new. This was the phase no one could fake. Invisible compounding doesn't reward performance. It rewards alignment over time. It looks boring to those still seeking breakthroughs. It looks miraculous to those who remember exhaustion. As the palace lights dimmed that night, Anonymous stood quietly near the chambers, not guarding them, not opening them, witnessing, because wealth, once made easy, no longer needed pursuit. It needed stewardship. And stewardship, like compounding, works best when left uninterrupted. Chapter 9. The Quiet Agreement. By the time anyone tried to name what was happening, it was already too late to stop. That was the mercy of it. No contracts were signed. No alliances were announced. No creed was spoken aloud. Yet across the city, something like an agreement settled into place. Not written, not enforced, not negotiated. People simply stopped lying to themselves at the same time. It showed up in small, unmistakable ways. A shop owner raised prices, not out of greed but accuracy, and lost no customers. A manager released an employee kindly and watched the team stabilize instead of fracture. A creator shut down a profitable project that felt hollow and found a better one waiting, unforced, a week later. None of them credited a system. They credited relief. The relief of no longer pretending. Inside the Rap Palace, the chambers had grown quieter, not because fewer people came, but because those who entered stayed longer with themselves before stepping forward. The question had changed. Not, what will this give me? But what will this require me to become responsible for? Archivist Rap recorded fewer entries, but each one carried weight. Professor Rap noticed something else. People aren't asking us what to do, he said. They're asking if they're allowed to trust what they already know. Civil Surfer Rap smiled. That's when the water clears, he said. When you stop stirring it. Mama Ama Rap listened to all of it and said nothing. She was watching what happened after. The first betrayer was no longer a threat. That realization arrived gently. No chase, no confrontation, no justice scene. He existed now as a memory, an example people referenced when explaining why they no longer rushed outcomes or promised certainty. That path looks easier, someone would say. And that's why it costs more later, another would reply. That was enough. Anonymous Cherry spent an afternoon repairing something simple inside the palace, a door hinge that had begun to squeak. He could have asked for help. He didn't. The sound mattered. Quiet was part of the architecture now. As he worked, he reflected on the strange truth that had emerged over the past chapters of living. Nothing had been added. No power, no title, no expansion. Everything valuable had arrived through removal. Fewer words, fewer explanations, fewer dependencies. The system had not grown louder. It had grown truer. That evening, a young man arrived at the palace gates and waited. He did not knock. He did not announce himself. He simply stood, breathing evenly, until the guards, who were not guards anymore, just witnesses, noticed him. When Anonymous approached, the man spoke carefully. "I think I already know what I need to stop doing," he said. "I just want to be sure I'm not running away." Anonymous studied him for a long moment. "Are you willing to stay faithful if nothing improves for a while?" he asked. The man nodded without hesitation. Yes, that was the agreement. The door opened, not fully, not dramatically. Enough. Rap Palace Radio logged the final note for the cycle, brief and unadorned. Wealth stabilizes when responsibility is welcomed. Authority matures when it no longer needs permission. No one debated it. Debate belonged to an earlier phase. Across the city, life continued, still complex, still demanding, still imperfect. But something essential had changed. People were no longer waiting for permission to live well. They were no longer negotiating with fear. They were no longer mistaking motion for meaning. The agreement held, not because it was enforced, but because it made life lighter. And systems that make life lighter tend to endure. As night settled over the Rap Palace, the lights dimmed as they always did, not to signal an ending, but to honor the quiet truth that had finally taken root. What compounds cleanly does not announce itself. It simply keeps working. Chapter 10, Faithful with Little. The next phase did not announce itself as growth. It announced itself as maintenance. That disappointed some people quietly, internally, because a part of them still expected progress to feel like elevation. More reach, more recognition, more visible reward. But what arrived instead was something far less glamorous and far more demanding. Consistency. The city settled into a new rhythm, and for the first time in a long while, that rhythm did not depend on reaction. People still faced pressure, still lost deals, still made mistakes, but the difference was subtle and unmistakable. Mistakes no longer multiplied, they ended. A missed deadline became a conversation, not a spiral. A financial dip became a recalibration, not a crisis. A conflict became information, not identity. This was not optimism, it was stewardship. Inside the Rap Palace, the chambers changed shape again, not structurally, but functionally. They no longer accelerated transformation. They revealed responsibility. Anonymous noticed it first when someone exited a chamber and did not look relieved. They looked sober, grounded. He asked no questions. He didn't need to. People were beginning to understand that clarity came with weight. One man, newly exited, returned 3 days later, not to re-enter, not to ask for help, but to confess. "I can see exactly what needs to change," he said. "And now I can't unsee it," Anonymous nodded. "That's the cost," he replied. The man swallowed. "I thought it would feel lighter." "It will," Anonymous said, "after you carry it long enough to make it normal." That was the teaching, not spoken as doctrine, lived as expectation. This was where the teaching aligned fully with the oldest law most people overlooked. Faithfulness does not begin with abundance. It begins with what is already in your hands. Not the dream, not the potential, not the future outcome, the small, the ordinary, the inconvenient. The compounding accelerated quietly here, not because people were doing more, because they were abandoning fantasy. A woman stopped planning a future business and perfected her current one. A man stopped chasing influence and became indispensable where he already stood. A couple stopped talking about freedom and organized their finances down to the dollar. None of them felt inspired, they felt clear. And clarity, once established, began paying dividends. Archivist Rap documented a new category in the records. Not outcomes, not exits, continuance. Lives that no longer required intervention. Professor Rap reviewed the entries and smiled faintly. "This is the part no one markets," he said. "That's why it lasts," Archivist Rap replied. Civil Surfer Rap watched the city again and noticed something that made him laugh softly. "People stopped crashing into each other," he said. "They learned their lanes." Mama Ama Rap nodded. Faithfulness has a way of calming traffic. The counterfeit remnants had nothing left to offer. Urgency sounded childish now. Promises sounded irresponsible. Certainty without substance sounded hollow. People didn't argue with it anymore. They simply didn't respond. Starvation by irrelevance is quieter than defeat, but far more final. Anonymous Cherry spent that week doing things no one recorded. He answered messages himself. He followed up where he said he would. He corrected a mistake publicly without dramatizing it. He kept his word when no one would have noticed if he hadn't. This was leadership stripped to its bones. No mystique, no distance, just reliability. And reliability, once visible, drew trust without effort. Rap Palace Radio archived another line, not as revelation, but as reminder. What you are faithful with determines what you are trusted with. No flourish followed. No explanation was needed. One evening, as the palace lights dimmed, a young woman stood outside the chambers and hesitated. She wasn't afraid, she was deciding. When Anonymous approached, she spoke honestly. "I don't need anything to change," she said. "I just don't want to waste what already works." Anonymous smiled, not approving, not impressed, recognizing. "Then you're already inside," he said. "The door did not open. It didn't need to." This was the season that separated those who loved transformation from those who loved responsibility. Those who wanted outcomes from those who wanted stewardship. Those who chased wealth from those who became trustworthy with it. And trust, once earned, has a way of finding its own reward. The palace rested that night, not because nothing remained to be done, but because the work had finally matured, faithful with little, ready for more, without asking for it. The tear in the night hung like a crooked smile, a wound humming in colors the eye couldn't name. It wasn't opened so much as it was laughed into being, and Joker Rap stepped through as if exiting a curtain he'd set on fire backstage. His boots hit Rap Realm soil with a hop and a bow, arms flung wide, grin cracked like old paint that refused to chip. The air here tasted electric, ozone river mint with a metallic lick of prophecy, and the divine Chakratati rivers jittered at his presence, their currents rippling off tempo, as though a drummer had wandered into a choir stall and started hitting the ceiling with cymbals. Well now, Joker Rap sang, inhaling the realm like it was pie fresh from a windowsill. New stage, same jester. Let's see how the laugh track runs when the world itself thinks it's the audience. The land heard him. The land always heard. The rap veins beneath the soil thrummed in warning, language older than sound. A drumbeat of no and not yet, and be careful, that shook dust from the crystalline pines. Somewhere deep beneath, the realm's memory rolled over in its sleep, searching for a shape that matched his. It found none, only the outline of a hunger that moved like confetti in a hurricane. From the far side of his shadow, where geometry curled in on itself like a smirk, Twilight Zone Rap arrived as a suggestion before he was a man. He folded out of a thin place with an elegance that made silence ring. He wore midnight the way kings wore crowns, but the fabricant blinked and stuttered, taller, shorter, closer, far, like a channel served. Chapter 4. What was planted? The city didn't notice the scripture at first. That was intentional. Truth that announces itself too loudly becomes decoration. Truth that moves quietly becomes architecture. The counterfeit system continued to swell. Cards changed hands in cafes, studios, back rooms, and live streams. People spoke with confidence sharpened to a blade, quoting phrases they didn't fully understand, but loved how they sounded in their mouths. I'm maligned. I'm walking in authority. I'm claiming my outcome. None of them noticed that the words had stopped producing fruit. Not yet. The first verse appeared without explanation. Not
From the rooftop of the Rap household, Donation Rap surveyed the city, his heart heavy with concern. The bustling streets below seemed alive with a restless energy, yet beneath the surface lurked a sense of impending doom. The skyline was dotted with neon lights. The glow seemed dimmer than usual, as if overshadowed by an unseen menace. Donation Rap. We've got to do something, and fast. The city's counting on us. He turned to his comrades, their faces reflecting his own determination. As the leader of this eclectic group of heroes, he knew that every decision he made would be crucial in the battle against the encroaching darkness. His eyes scanned the familiar faces of his team. Civil Surfer Rap, Toddler Yoku Rap, Papa Legba Rap, Mama Rap, and Papa Rap. Each one of them brought something unique to the table, and together they formed an unstoppable force. Donation Rap. Alright team, gather around. We got ourselves a situation. Dallas needs us, and we ain't gonna let them down. Civil Surfer Rap. I'm feeling those bad vibes, dude. It's like someone spilled negativity all over the city. Toddler Yoku Rap. I might be small, but I'll give him a brawl. Let's go, team. Papa Legba Rap. Darkness thinks it can take over Dallas. Not on our watch. Mama Rap. We have to protect our home and everyone in it. Let's show them what unity looks like. Papa Rap. And if we can't, we'll just confuse them with our crazy rap skills. Everyone chuckled, but the gravity of the situation was not lost on them. Donation Rap continued, his tone more serious now. Donation Rap. Alright, here's the plan. We need to divide and conquer. Civil Surfer, you take the west side. Your chi powers can handle whatever dark energy is lurking there. Toddler Yoku, you're with me. We'll cover the downtown area. Papa Legba, you and Mama Rap take the north. Papa Rap, you're our wild card. Keep an eye on everything and be ready to jump in where needed. Civil Surfer, Rap, got it boss. Let's ride these waves of chaos and turn them into harmony. Toddler Yoku Rap, I'm ready to show them that size. Doesn't matter when you got the right spirit. Papa Legba Rap, we'll handle the north. Darkness won't stand a chance against our combined strength. Mama Rap, we'll protect our people and our city. Let's move out. Papa Rap, and I'll be everywhere. Like the unexpected beat drop in a rap battle. The team split up, each heading to their designated area. As they moved through the city, the signs of chaos were unmistakable. People were on edge, their faces filled with fear and uncertainty. Dark energy swirled in the air, casting an ominous shadow over the once vibrant streets. Donation Rap and Toddler Yoku
moved quickly through downtown, their presence bringing a sense of hope to those. Civil Surfer Rap could feel the dark waves crashing against his chi, but he remained steadfast, using his powers to push back the encroaching negativity. Papa Legba and Mama Rap worked in tandem, their combined strength a beacon of resilience. Papa Rap, true to his word, appeared wherever he was needed, his antics both confusing and deterring the dark forces. As the team fought back against the darkness, a sense of hope began to spread through the city. The neon lights seemed to burn brighter, and the energy in the streets shifted from fear to determination. Donation Rap could feel the tide turning, but he knew they couldn't let up. Donation Rap, we're making progress, but we have to stay vigilant. The darkness won't give up easily. Civil Surfer Rap will ride this wave all the way to victory, man. Toddler Yaku Rap for Dallas, for our home. Papa Legba Rap, together we are unstoppable. Mama Rap, we won't let our city fall. Papa Rap, and we'll do it with style, baby. With their spirits high and their determination unwavering, the Rap family continued their battle against the darkness. Dallas was counting on them, and they would not let their city down. The fight had only just begun, but with their unity and strength, they knew they could overcome any challenge that lay ahead. As the rumble echoed through the streets, Civil Surfer Rap felt a shiver run down his spine. His chi senses were heightened, alerting him to the malevolent energy spreading through Dallas. Riding the waves of rhythm in his mind, he knew that they were up against a formidable foe. Civil Surfer Rap. The vibes are all wrong, man. Something big is coming, and it's not good. With a sense of urgency, Civil Surfer Rap gathered his strength, ready to face whatever darkness awaited them. His determination was a testament to the training he had undergone, harnessing the powers of every form and more to become the ultimate rap warrior. He focused his energy, feeling the different layers of chi build within him. His body shimmered with a radiant aura, blending the power of the Super Saiyan God forms with his own unique flow. Civil Surfer Rap navigated the streets, his skateboard gliding effortlessly over the pavement. He could feel the oppressive energy thickening the air, a stark contrast to the vibrant life that usually filled Dallas. He saw worried faces peeking out from windows and huddled in doorways, the city's usual buzz replaced by an eerie silence. Civil Surfer Rap. Hang tight, folks. We got this. As he cruised through the city, he sensed the presence of his teammates nearby, each tackling their own part of the mission. He knew they were all feeling the same weight of responsibility, the same urgency to protect their home. Civil Surfer Rap rounded a corner and came face to face with a group of dark energy minions. Their eyes glowed with a sinister light, their forms twisted and shadowy. Civil Surfer Rap. You picked the wrong city to mess with? He leapt off his skateboard, his body surging with energy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blast of chi, sending a wave of energy crashing into the minions. They staggered back, but quickly regrouped, advancing with malicious intent. Civil Surfer Rap. Alright, let's do this. The battle was intense. Civil Surfer Rap moved with fluid grace, his every motion a dance of power and precision. He dodged and weaved, his strikes landing with pinpoint accuracy. His chi-infused punches sent shockwaves through the air, while his kicks carried the force of a tidal wave. Civil Surfer Rap. Feel the rhythm of my flow. With a burst of energy, he transformed into his Ultra Instinct form, his movements becoming almost ethereal. The minions were no match for his heightened reflexes and overwhelming power. One by one they fell, dissipating into wisps of dark smoke. But as the last minion fell, a larger figure emerged from the shadows. It was a dark energy Rap goon, more powerful and menacing than the minions.
His presence radiated pure malevolence, its eyes fixed on Silver Surfer Rap. Silver Surfer Rap, you must be the big bad goon around here. The goon charged, and Silver Surfer Rap met its attack head-on. Their clash sent tremors through the ground, the force of their blows creating shockwaves that rippled through the streets. Silver Surfer Rap's chi flared brightly, illuminating the darkness that surrounded them. Silver Surfer Rap, you're strong, but I've got the power of the waves on my side. He focused his energy, summoning the power of his god forms. His aura blazed with vibrant colors, and with a mighty roar, he unleashed a devastating attack. The energy wave engulfed the goon, overwhelming it with sheer force. As the smoke cleared, the goon was gone, defeated by Silver Surfer Rap's relentless power. He stood tall, his chest heaving with exertion, but his spirit unwavering. Silver Surfer Rap, that's one down. The city's got a fighting chance. With the immediate threat neutralized, Silver Surfer Rap continued his patrol, his senses on high alert. He knew this was only the beginning, and that more battles lay ahead. But with his team by his side, he felt confident they could overcome any challenge. He reached a meeting point where Donation Rap and the others were already regrouping. Their expressions were a mix of relief and determination, ready to face whatever came next. Donation Rap, nice work, Silver Surfer. We still have a long night ahead, but we can do this. Silver Surfer Rap, you know it, boss. Let's keep the rhythm going. Together, they set off into the night, their resolve unshakable. The darkness might be strong, but the power of their unity and their unstoppable rap flows would see them through. Dallas was their home, and they would protect it at all costs. Toddler Yoku Rap watched as the Rap family gathered together, their faces grim with determination. Despite his young age, Toddler Yoku Rap knew that he had a vital role to play in the upcoming battle. His eyes sparkled with the innocence of youth, yet his heart beat with the bravery of a seasoned warrior. Toddler Yoku Rap, I'll do my best, I promise. Let's show him what we got. With a sense of responsibility weighing heavily on his shoulders, he steeled himself for the challenges ahead, ready to fight alongside his family. His small stature belied the immense power he could unleash when the time called for it. The Rap family stood in a circle, the air thick with tension and resolve. The Donation Rap, the ever-calm leader, looked at each member of the team with unwavering confidence. Donation Rap, all right, everyone, this isn't just another battle. The city needs us, and we need to bring our A game. Silver Surfer Rap, with his cool demeanor and surfboard in hand, nodded. His chi aura subtly flickered, ready to be called upon. Silver Surfer Rap, I'm ready to ride the wave of this battle. We won't let the darkness win. Mama Rap and Papa Rap exchanged a determined glance, the parental instincts driving their desire to protect their home. Papa Legba Rap, with his mystical charms and enigmatic presence, remained silent but resolute. Toddler Yoku Rap took a deep breath, feeling the energy of his family bolstering his courage. He clenched his tiny fists, feeling the power within him. His training with the older Raps had been rigorous, and now it was time to put it to the test. Toddler Yoku Rap, I'm ready, everyone. Let's do this together. Donation Rap placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Donation Rap, we believe in you, Toddler Yoku. Just remember what you've learned. The family made their way to the rooftop, the city of Dallas, sprawling before them. The skyline was a mix of beauty and chaos, the neon lights clashing with the growing shadows. Toddler Yoku Rap felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm. From their vantage point, they could see pockets of conflict breaking out. Dark energy minions were terrorizing the streets, their sinister presence spreading fear among the citizens. Donation Rap, this is it. Everyone to your positions. The team dispersed, each member taking on a different part of the city. Toddler Yoku Rap stayed close to Mama Rap and Papa Rap, their protective presence a comfort. As they descended into the heart of the city, Toddler Yoku Rap could feel the dark energy pulsing. It was oppressive, but it only fueled his determination. The first group of dark energy minions they encountered was wreaking havoc near a playground. Toddler Yoku Rap's heart ached at the sight of the frightened children. Mama Rap, stay close, Yoku. Follow our lead. Toddler Yoku Rap nodded, his eyes narrowing with focus. He watched his Papa Rap charge forward, his booming voice a battle cry. Papa Rap, get away from these kids, you fiends. With powerful lyrics and rhythm, Papa Rap unleashed a barrage of sonic blasts. The minions staggered but didn't fall. Toddler Yoku Rap felt the energy within him surge. Toddler Yoku Rap. My turn. He stepped forward, his tiny hands glowing with energy. With a fierce shout, he released a blast of pure chai, the force of it pushing back the minions. They stumbled, disoriented by the unexpected power from such a small opponent. Toddler Yoku Rap. Ah! Take that, Mama Rap. Great job, Yoku. Keep it up. The battle continued, the family working in perfect harmony. Toddler Yoku Rap felt his confidence growing with each successful attack. He was no longer just a kid, he was a vital part of the team. After a grueling fight, they finally managed to clear the area of minions. The playground was safe once more. Toddler Yoku Rap looked around at the grateful faces of the children and their parents. It filled him with a warmth and sense of accomplishment he'd never felt before. Donation Rap's voice crackled over their communicators. Donation Rap, everyone regroup at the central square. We need to discuss our next move. Toddler Yoku Rap. On our way, Donation Rap, as they made their way to the rendezvous point. Toddler Yoku Rap felt a surge of pride. They had won this battle, but he knew the war was far from over. He glanced up at Mama Rap and Papa Rap, their smiles reassuring him. Mama Rap, you did great, kiddo. We're proud of you. Papa Rap, you showed him what it means to be a part of this family. Toddler Yoku Rap being ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With his family by his side, he knew they could overcome anything. Anonymous Cherry stood on the edge of the rooftop, gazing out over the city he called home. Dallas sprawled before him, a vibrant tapestry of life and light, now tainted by an encroaching darkness. The neon signs that once danced with joy now flickered with uncertainty. And the streets below buzzed with anxious whispers of an impending catastrophe. Anonymous Cherry, I fought through worse. This city's my home and I'll defend it with everything I've got. His voice, though steady, carried the weight of his recent trials. The accident that nearly took his life had left scars, both visible and hidden, but it had also forged an unbreakable resolve within him. He tightened his grip on the railing, feeling the cool metal under his fingers, a stark contrast to the fiery determination burning in his chest. The Rap family gathered around him, each member exuding a unique energy. Donation Rap, the calm and collected leader, placed a hand on Cherry's shoulder, his eyes filled with reassurance. Donation Rap, you're one of us now, Cherry. We stand together. Civil Surfer Rap, ever the cool and composed warrior, nodded in agreement. His chi senses were on high alert, ready to ride the rhythm of battle. Civil Surfer Rap, darkness is coming, but we've got the light. Let's make it count. Toddler Yoku Rap, we got this, Cherry. Together we're unstoppable. Mama Rap and Papa Rap, the heart and soul of the team, stood tall and unwavering. Their parental instincts drove their fierce determination to protect their family and city. Papa Legba Rap, with his enigmatic presence, remained a silent pillar of strength. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, the team received a distress call. Dark energy minions were spreading chaos in several key locations, and the city's defenses were faltering. Donation Rap. It's time, everyone, to your positions. The Rap family sprang into action, each member taking their place in the coordinated defense of Dallas. Anonymous Cherry felt a surge of adrenaline as he moved with the team, their collective energy forming a powerful barrier against the approaching darkness. Their first stop was the Dallas Arts District, where the dark energy minions had overrun the area, terrorizing the locals and damaging the iconic structures. Anonymous Cherry, not on my watch. With a deep breath, he summoned his inner strength, the resilience that had carried him through his recovery. His recent experience had taught him the power of positive energy, and now he channeled it into his raps. Anonymous Cherry. Yo, Dark Forces, you're about to meet your match. Cherry's here to shine. Your plans are gonna hatch. I've risen from the ashes, stronger than before. You think you can beat me? I'll show you the door. The minions recoiled at the force of his words, the power of his rap, infused with a burning determination. His new friends joined in, their combined energy creating a barrier of light that pushed the darkness back. From the murky depths of the alleyway, Dark Energy Ember Rap watched the Rap family with a sinister grin. The vibrant energy of Dallas seemed to mock his very existence. Each laugh and cheer a nail driving into his dark soul. He relished in the thought of spreading chaos, his malevolent aura pulsating with every beat of his sinister heart. Dark Energy Ember Rap. So the Rap family thinks they can protect this city? Fools. They have no idea what's coming. He retreated further into the shadows, his mind a whirlpool of dark plots and twisted schemes. His minions had failed him once, but he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He needed a plan that would strike at the very heart of the Rap family's strength, shattering their unity and hope. Dark Energy Ember Rap. I'll break them from within. Their light will flicker and die in the darkness I bring. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a new force was rising. A force that even he, in his malevolent cunning, had not anticipated. Spiritual Rap had been birthed from the very essence of balance and peace. A beacon of spiritual awareness and grounding. This powerful new Rap had a connection to the world that transcended the physical, touching the very core of existence. In a quiet corner of the city, far from the turmoil and chaos, Spiritual Rap was meditating. His serene presence was a stark contrast to the malevolence that Dark Energy Ember Rap exuded. With each breath, Spiritual Rap drew in the energies of the earth, sky, and everything in between, grounding himself deeply in the fabric of the universe. Spiritual Rap. The city is in turmoil, but with peace and clarity, we can restore balance. He felt the disturbance, the creeping darkness that threatened to engulf Dallas. His senses were heightened, not just by the physical world, but by the spiritual energies that flowed through all things. He stood, his resolve firm, knowing that his role in the upcoming battle was crucial. Dark Energy Ember Rap was unaware of this emerging threat. His focus remained on the Rap family, each member a target in his grand scheme of chaos. Dark Energy Ember Rap. I'll start with their weakest link, divide and conquer. They'll fall like dominoes. He began to weave his dark energies, sending out tendrils of shadow to infiltrate the city. His minions, though defeated before, were regrouping, ready to unleash a new wave of terror. He felt confident. almost invincible in his darkness. Dark Energy Ember Rap. This city will be mine. As the Rap family gathered their strength, preparing to confront the growing darkness, Donation Rap called a meeting. Donation Rap. We faced many challenges, but this is different. We need to be united more than ever. Civil Surfer Rap. I can feel the dark energy pulsing through the city. We have to be ready for anything. Toddler Yoku Rap. We're not afraid. We'll fight and win. Anonymized Church. I'm with you all the way. Let's show them what we're made of. Mama Rap. We protect our own in our city. Papa Rap. Together, we're unstoppable. Papa Legba Rap remaining silent. His presence a quiet yet powerful affirmation of their collective strength. As they rallied together, a gentle but firm voice interrupted their preparations. Spiritual Rap. There's a deeper battle to be fought, one that transcends the physical. I am here to help. The Rap family turned, seeing Spiritual Rap for the first time. His aura was calming, his eyes holding a depth of understanding that resonated with each of them. Donation Rap. Who are you? Spiritual Rap. I am Spiritual Rap, born of the need to balance the energies of this world. Together we can restore harmony to Dallas. Civil Surfer Rap felt a wave of relief and hope wash over him. Civil Surfer Rap, welcome to the team. Your timing couldn't be better. Toddler Yoku Rap, ever enthusiastic, nodded vigorously. Toddler Yoku Rap, let's do this. With Spiritual Rap now among them, the Rap family felt a renewed sense of purpose and strength. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but united, they were ready to face the darkness. And in the shadows, Dark Energy Ember Rap continued his plotting, unaware of the powerful new ally his enemies had gained. As the Rap family prepared for the imminent battle against Dark Energy Ember Rap and his minions, a sense of unity and determination filled the air. They gathered in the heart of Dallas, their eyes reflecting the flickering lights of the city. Donation Rap, Civil Surfer Rap, Toddler Yoku Rap, Anonymous Cherry, and the rest of the team stood together, their bond stronger than ever. Donation Rap, we've got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Let's show them what we're made of. Civil Surfer Rap, feel the rhythm. Let the ancestors guide us. Toddler Yoku Rap, I may be small, but with the ancestors' power, I'm unstoppable. Anonymous Cherry, this city is our home. We'll defend it with everything we've got. Suddenly, the air around them shimmered, and an ethereal presence enveloped the group. Spiritual Rap, previously disguised as a janitor at Rap Palace headquarters, emerged from the shadows, his aura glowing with a serene yet formidable energy. Spiritual Rap. The ancestors are with us. Their strength flows through our hearts and souls. The team nodded in unison, feeling a surge of ancestral power. With a shared nod of understanding, they began to rap the anthem that would unite their spirits and channel the strength of their forebears. Donation Rap. Yo, it's Donation Rap, bringing light to the fight. Ancestors behind us, power shining bright. From the rooftop view, I see the city in need. With love and unity, we will succeed. Determined hearts, ready to take a stand. With every rhyme we drop, we protect this land. The city's counting on us. We can't let them down. Ancestors' wisdom, wear it like a crown. Chorus, we got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Civil Surfer Rap. I'm Civil Surfer Rap, riding waves of chi. Ancestors, guide me. Set my aim, spirit free. The vibes are off, dark energy in sight. But with ancient wisdom, I'll make it right. Surf the rhythm, feel the ancestors' might. In every form and power, I ignite. Harnessing the Force. Every chi flow. With the Elder's guidance, we let the love show. Chorus. We got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Toddler, Yoku, rap, tiny but mighty. Toddler, Yoku in the game. Ancestors whisper, ignite my flame. Innocence and courage, heart of a warrior. With their strength, I'm the city's savior. I'll do my best, I promise, every day. Guided by the elders, I'll lead the way. Small in size, but power immense. Ancestors' legacy, my best defense. Chorus. We got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Anonymous Cherry. I'm Cherry, standing tall with pride. Ancestors' resilience, I can't hide. From trauma to triumph, I walk the line. With their spirit, I'm ready to shine. City's my home, I'll defend it true. Ancestors' energy in everything I do. Positive vibes, spread them far and wide. With their love, darkness can't divide. Chorus. We got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Spiritual rap. I'm spiritual rap, grounded and aware. Ancestors' whispers, they answer my prayer. Balancing energies, peace in my core. With their strength, I'll fight this war. Dark forces rise, but they can't win. Ancestors' light guides us from within. Together we're strong, their power we hold. In unity and love, our story unfolds. Chorus. We got the power of the ancestors in our veins. Their spirit and strength flow through our chains. United as one, we face the dark tide. With the wisdom of the past, we won't be denied. Outro. The rap family strong, ancestors by our side. With love, light, and power, darkness can't divide. Together we stand, forever intertwined. In the power of the ancestors, true strength we find. As the final notes of their anthem echoed through the night, the rap family felt an unbreakable connection to their ancestors and to each other. They were ready to face the darkness, armed with the wisdom and strength of those who came before them. The battle for Dallas was about to begin, and with the power of the ancestors on their side, they knew they could not fail. The streets of Dallas buzz with a newfound energy as the rap family, bolstered by the power of their ancestors, spread hope and unity throughout the city. Their anthem echoed in the hearts of the residents, instilling courage and determination to stand strong against any adversity. Donation rap. It feels like the city is starting to come together. We might actually have a chance. Civil Surfer rap. Yeah, the vibes are definitely better, but we can't let our guard down. Toddler Yoku rap. I feel it too, but we still have to be careful. Anonymous Cherry. Agreed. We need to stay vigilant. The dark forces might just be waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Dark Energy Ember Rap and his sinister allies, the Dark Tide Raps, Deception Rap, Chaos Rap, and Betrayal Rap, watched the rap family's efforts with disdain. They knew they needed a new strategy to regain control of the city. Deception Rap. Looks like we need to change our game plan. Let them think we've given up. Chaos Rap. Yeah, let's give them a false sense of security. We can use that to our advantage. Betrayal. Rap. When they least expect it, we'll strike. But for now, we lay low. Dark Energy. Ember. Rap. Agreed. Let's make them believe we've disappeared. It'll make our return all the more devastating. With a sinister smirk, the Dark Triad Raps began to retreat into the shadows, leaving behind an eerie silence that blanketed the city. The Rap family, though wary, couldn't help but feel a momentary relief as the palpable threat seemed to fade. Mama Rap Feels a bit too quiet, doesn't it? Papa Rap. Yeah, it's almost like the calm before the storm. We should stay prepared. Spiritual rap. The ancestors' guidance has brought us this far. We must trust in their wisdom and remain united. Days passed, and the apparent disappearance of the dark forces brought a sense of peace to Dallas. The community rallied behind the Rap family, their spirits high and their determination unyielding. Yet, amidst the celebrations and the growing sense of hope, the Rap family remained on high alert, knowing that the battle was far from over. Donation Rap, everyone keep your eyes open. We've won a battle, but the war isn't over yet. Civil Surfer Rap, we've got this. As long as we stay together, we can handle anything they throw at us. Toddler Yoku Rap, yeah, we're ready for anything. Anonymous Cherry, let's keep the momentum going. The city needs us to stay strong. The Rap family continued their efforts to heal and protect Dallas, organizing community events, performing their powerful anthems, and spreading messages of love and unity. The people of Dallas, inspired by their heroes, joined forces to rebuild and strengthen their city, unaware that the dark forces were lurking, biding their time. In the shadows, Dark Energy Ember Rap and the Dark Triad Raps watched, waiting for the perfect moment to re-emerge and reclaim their hold on the city. Their plan was in motion, and they relished the thought of the chaos they would unleash upon the unsuspecting Rap family. Dark Energy Ember Rap, enjoy your moment of peace, Rap family. It won't last long. As the city celebrated its newfound unity, the true test of their strength and resilience loomed on the horizon. The Rap family's journey was far from over, and the next chapter in their battle against darkness was about to unfold in ways they could never have anticipated. The calm before the storm had set the stage for an epic confrontation, and the Rap family, guided by the wisdom of their ancestors and the strength of their unity, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The battle for Dallas was far from over, and the true test of their courage and resolve was yet to come.
Chapter 1. Hellfire and Neoplasm. The rip in the air did not open with sound, it opened with hunger. A tier of shadow and flame, folding reality like a cheap map, cracked behind Anonymous Cherry as he panted in the meditation grove. The time chamber shimmered in and out of existence, reacting like a nervous heartbeat. He didn't stand, he braced. His aura flickered uncertainly, the green-blue serpent outline around his purple chi struggling to stay lit. Snake chi still tasted new, like a venom he hadn't swallowed properly. The chamber doors trembled as the invisible spirit murmured a single whisper that carried like a commandment. There is more in you still. Chains of fire lashed outward, hooking into the chamber walls, and a skull wreathed in burning vengeance stepped through the tier. The Ghost Rider did not ask permission. He didn't need to. Hellfire Ember breath hissed between skeletal teeth as a flaming whip carved a smoking scar across the ground. Behind him, rising like a nightmare that adopted swagger, Spawn Rap emerged, cape writhing like a living demon choir, green necroplasm eyes cutting through light with disrespectful clarity. Anonymous instinctively dropped into a stance. He didn't know who he was facing, only that they were built different. Ghost Rider tilted his skull, flames bending like a grin. Spawn Rap simply groaned like power stretching its legs after a long sleep. You're the one they're betting a city on. Spawn Rap's voice carried the unbothered annoyance of an ancient force being inconvenienced. Cute, Anonymous wanted to respond. His tongue refused. His blood felt like someone turned gravity up just for him. Ghost Rider pointed that burning finger, each flame a verdict, directly into Anonymous Cherry's chest. "You possess power that doesn't understand itself," the rider said, voice layered with thousands of condemned echoes. "Neoplasm Chi, a mutation forged from survival, trauma, and refusal to die. Power born from the 9 deaths you lived through. It is unstable because you are still unfinished." That sentence pierced bone deep. The memories of sirens, crumpled metal, hospital lights, the quiet choking of fear he buried beneath stubborn resilience. His heart skipped. His breathing sharpened. Neoplasm Chi thrummed painfully beneath his skin, ready to panic like a wild animal in a cage. Spawn Rap walked closer, cape snapping like a guillotine. "You think Snake Chi elevates everything. That was only step 1. Neoplasm Chi predates your understanding of power. It resurrects, it adapts, it multiplies under stress. But right now, he flicked a clawed fingertip against Anonymous's chest. An explosion of purple-green energy hurled him backward, smashing through an astral version of himself. "It owns you." Anonymous wiped blood from his lip. It glowed neon defiant alive. He stood shakily. The flames around Ghost Rider surged. "There is a place you must train," he said, fire curling into a portal of screaming geometry. "A world where fear is fueled, where your trauma doesn't slow you, it mutates you. Where unfinished spirits are forged into unstoppable beings." Spawn Rap stepped halfway into the fire-drenched void and glanced back with the arrogance of someone who buried gods and called it a hobby. "Try not to die again. Unless you want a 10th near-death experience to really spice up your chi." Anonymous Cherry hesitated for only a breath, the breath where doubt always tries to live. Then he exhaled. The invisible spirit whispered inside that same breath, "Awaken what was locked because you are not ready." He stepped into the breach. The chamber slammed shut behind him. Flames swallowed everything. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation. Rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you do want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 2. City of Chains and Vengeance, the fall felt infinite. Fire didn't burn him, it judged him. Each flame inspected the fractures in his heart like forensic light on invisible bruises. Memories clawed upward. The crash, the glass, the screaming metal, the brief moment when his body tried to abandon his spirit. Anonymous Cherry's teeth clenched. This was not pain, this was a reminder. When his feet hit ground, the world rattled like thunder, trapped in a rib cage. Hell's skyline stretched across every direction. Skyscrapers forged out of screaming stone, frozen faces twisted into architecture, their agony the foundation of suffering. Chains hung from storm-thick skies like the veins of a god who refused to die. Ghost Rider stood ahead, flames gone quiet but potent, like a heartbeat before rage. This city was made by the ones who tried to rewrite punishment, he said. They thought they could cheat consequences. His flaming skull turned, hollow sockets locking on to Anonymous. This place will teach you that trauma is not your enemy. Panic is. Spawn Rap floated on his cape, observing all with vicious amusement. The neon greens of his necroplasm flickered like city lights starved of power. "You want to master Neoplasm Chi?" Spawn asked, voice sharper than a verdict. Then command what has hunted you. The ground split open. Out poured shadows wearing the faces of anonymous Cherry's past, nurses with blank smiles, medics with no eyes, versions of himself broken on pavement, gasping for breath that death kept trying to steal. Each figure limp with unfinished tragedy. Anonymous's aura flared, purple lightning trembling beneath green-blue serpent shine. Snake chi surged, but neoplasm chi spiked erratically under it, unstable, overheating like a reactor ready to rupture. Ghost Rider cracked his flaming chain like a thunderclap. No techniques, no forms. You survive with raw will, or you become one of them. The shadows shrieked and charged. Anonymous stepped back, and his fear tried to take the wheel. Breath hitching, muscles freezing. Ghost Rider's voice struck like a hammer. Move. Anonymous lunged, but his fist went through a phantom before it solidified behind him. Claws raked his spine. He gritted through the burning ripple of corrupted fear. His heart raced, vision dimmed. He stumbled. Spawn Rap scoffed. Your pain is driving. You're just a passenger. Another strike, ribs cracked. More shadows swarmed, swiping him ragged. His aura flickered, knees buckled. Not this again. Not another close death. He tasted blood. It tasted like survival. Ghost Rider stomped the earth, hellfire flaring under Anonymous's chin, forcing his head up. Fear tells you what might happen. Pain tells you what is happening. But power. He pressed a flaming finger into Anonymous's heart. No burn, just pressure like destiny leaning in. Power tells the universe what will happen. Anonymous inhaled. Something old and dangerous awakened. The neon in his blood grew brighter, veins glowing like radioactive hatred toward every moment life tried to erase him. His aura snapped tight, not spiraling wild for once, but focusing. One shadow lunged. Anonymous turned and bit its arm mid-strike. Neoplasm chi fed. The phantom shrieked as it dissolved into energy, absorbed, rewritten, owned by Anonymous Cherry's evolution. The others froze. Spawn Rap grinned a devilish grin. Oh, there it is. Ghost Rider's flame surged into a crown of wrathful approval. Anonymous cracked his neck, standing with a posture that promised violence. For once, he said, voice calmer than fear expected, I'm not the one bleeding. The shadows rushed him again. This time, he rushed faster. No hesitation. No second-guessing life. He ate his trauma alive. Each phantom dismantled, added new fuel, speed sharper, strength denser, instincts crueler. His movements turned predatory, serpentine fluidity laced with invasive mutation. Fear didn't vanish, it surrendered. Ghost Rider nodded once. Now you understand. Your terror was not meant to cripple you, but to sharpen your fangs. Spawn Rap's cape cracked like a whip. Lesson 1 passed. Now let's see if you can handle the side effects. Anonymous's breathing steadied, but inside him something growled, hungry and endless. Neoplasm chi had awakened, and it wanted more. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214, Chapter 3. The monster you built to survive. The earth beneath Anonymous's feet pulsed like a heartbeat, trying to remember rhythm. He stood in the ruin of his own fear, dust settling like the last page of a nightmare. But something was wrong, terribly right, inside him. His veins pulsed like serpent coiling around a reactor. His breath steamed neon. His body shook not with exhaustion, but with appetite. Spawn Rap hovered closer, cape twisting into shapes that loomed like demons craving applause. He observed Anonymous the way a surgeon observes a miracle he didn't ask for. You just tasted your first echo, Spawn said. Trauma made into energy. Hard to stop once you start eating the past, isn't it? Anonymous swallowed hard. His throat felt hot, like swallowing a star that didn't want to be digested. He didn't respond because he couldn't trust the voice sitting behind his own. Ghost Rider's flames flared higher, lighting the city's tortured skyline. Control the hunger, he warned, or it will decide your morality for you. Anonymous tried to breathe deep. Neoplasm chi burned deeper. The ground cracked. Hands thousands burst out and dragged up a new horror. These weren't shadows of fear anymore. These were faces he recognized. Friends he failed. People who doubted him. Ancestors who whispered curses into his bloodline. Every "you won't make it." Every "who do you think you are?" Every "you ain't enough." Their voices crawled under his skin like spiders made of memory. You lived while we died. You left when we needed you. You don't deserve the gifts you carry. Anonymous stepped back. His monster stepped forward. Spawn Rap clapped slowly. Time for you to meet the version of yourself trauma built. The version that refuses to stay buried. The air warped, and from the fractures in space stepped a being shaped like Anonymous cherry. If he lost every war, if every scar became a mouth, if every near-death experience finished the job. Broken ribs poked through obsidian skin. Eyes glowed venom green but hollow. It smiled with too many teeth. Ghost Rider's grip tightened on his chain. That is the predator you trained inside your dreams. The one who learned how to kill pain instead of heal from it. The monster spoke, same voice but wrong emotion. A dead version of courage. I am the part of you that doesn't forgive. Anonymous's pulse spiked, but his stance stayed grounded. His power flared with loyalty to the life that refused to quit. You're not me, he said. The monster laughed like a body hitting the hood of a car. Not yet, it lunged, faster than panic, harder than regret. Anonymous blocked, but the impact knocked him through the remnants of a skyscraper made of screams. He tumbled through fire, hit steel, and skidded through debris. His lungs rattled, his aura sputtered. The monster didn't wait. It appeared through the flames, knee first, driving into his sternum and cracking stone beneath them. Venom chi leaked from its claws, burning into Anonymous's bloodstream. He screamed, then bit down on his own shout. Ghost Rider made no move to help. Spawn Rap didn't even turn his head. This was his fight, his nightmare, his responsibility. Anonymous spit blood that glowed radioactive and leapt to his feet. His bones sang rebellion. Neoplasm chi roared for domination. He exhaled, and something inside clicked into alignment. His voice dropped into a calm that terrified the ground beneath him. You wear my scars, aura sharpening, but you forgot my healing, lightning igniting. And you don't own my future. His pupils narrowed into serpent slits, purple split by molten blue. Snake chi intertwined with neoplasm chi fusion. No, an ascension. His aura expanded into a shimmering hybrid venomous precision wrapped in resurrection rage. Every cell felt sharper, faster, Luther levels stubborn. I am not finished, he growled. He blitzed, a blur of fangs and fists. Punched to the throat, the monster choked shadows. Kick to the chest, ribs snapped inward. Headbutt, bones cracked like thunder. Venom filament strike, tore an arm free. The monster staggered, a broken reflection. Anonymous seized its throat and whispered, "You were built to protect me, not replace me." He absorbed it, not violently but decisively. Its form shrieked and dissolved into raw chi, consumed and purified. The neon veins settled into flow. The hunger quieted, power aligned. Ghost Rider's flames dimmed respectfully. Spawn Rap actually smirked, like a proud devil uncle at a graduation. Anonymous stood taller, shoulders squared, breathing steady. The invisible spirit whispered from nowhere and everywhere. "Now you learn what this form can do." Spawn Rap pointed toward a deeper abyss, Hell's core, where a colossal throne of skulls pulsed like a heart ready to rupture. Ghost Rider cracked his chain. "Time for your next evolution." Anonymous didn't hesitate. He walked toward the throne of Hell. Confident, stable, more alive than ever. Neoplasm Chi was no longer a curse. It was his design. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk smashed that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also, donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rapalis 214 Chapter 4, Throne of the Damned, Crown of the Reforged. The deeper Anonymous walked, the hotter the world burned, yet he felt colder, calmer, like the flame feared what was now waking inside him. The ground beneath him shifted into a causeway of charred bone that pulsed with every step he took. Far ahead, the throne of the damned loomed, a monument to every ruler Hell broke and remade. It pulsed like a dying star swallowing its final breaths. Anonymous steadied himself, shoulders square, gaze unwavering. But inside, Neoplasm Chi purred, patient but hungry. Ghost Rider walked beside him, steps silent, flames subdued, a warrior paying respect in the temple of war. "This throne crowns only one kind," he said, embers drifting off his jaw like the dust of executions. "Those who master their destruction." He glanced at Anonymous, sockets igniting into twin suns of warning. "Fail and you become furniture." Spawn Rap slithered by on his cape, claws casually dragging sparks along bone. "This is where rulers are made, or mounted." His smirk carried delighted cruelty, the kind that believed in potential because it had already tasted the ending. "Ready to see what your soul is worth?" Anonymous exhaled once. He didn't nod. He didn't flinch. He just kept walking. When he reached the base of the throne, the skulls opened their mouths, screaming as trapped souls vomited into physical form. Shadows of warriors older than myth crawled out, bodies forged from torment, eyes ignited with the authority of eternal punishment. Their voices blended into a chorus that twisted lightning into anxiety. You survived death only to carry it with you. You call that power? You are just trauma with skin. You will kneel like all the others. Anonymous stepped forward. His aura ignited, a serpent-wrapped eclipse. Purple thunder wove through neon green venom, a hybrid storm of divinity and defiance. "I don't kneel," he said softly, which somehow struck louder than any scream. The first warlord shadow rushed him, claws out, mouth emitting torture-choked rage. Anonymous sidestepped, snake chi guiding motion like instinct sharpened into a weapon. He grabbed the creature's arm, and ghost wrenched its energy out through its bones. Neoplasm drank sorrow like wine. The warlord collapsed in the dust. The others froze. Spawn Rap laughed, explosive manic joy shaking the cavern. Oh, this is gonna be good. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a coronation massacre. Anonymous moved with surgical brutality, no wasted motion, no hesitation. A throat seized, aura crushed, silence. A knee snapped, venom surge. Collapse. A spine severed, energy siphoned. Oblivion. Each enemy that fell didn't weaken him, it stabilized him. Neoplasm chi no longer spiked wild like animal panic. It flowed with purpose, each victory hammering discipline into his cells. Ghost Rider muttered, proud despite himself. He's learning to command evolution. The last warlord, enormous, dripping molten vengeance, towered over Anonymous and roared a universe of agony into his face. Anonymous didn't blink. You're in my way. His aura erupted, purple serpent lightning spiraling into a vortex around him. Fangs of pure energy shot outward, serpent nova venom burst, impaling the warlord from every angle. The beast shattered into motes of screaming ash. Silence fell. Even hell held its breath. Ghost Rider planted the fiery chain like a sword into the ground. Claim your throne. Anonymous approached, but the throne resisted. Skull vines whipped out, trying to bind him, test him, pierce into his mind to taste his weakness. Anonymous seized the largest skull, the one shaped like a god that failed, and leaned closer until his forehead pressed against its cracked crown. You don't own me, he whispered. I survived my deaths. I learned from them. And now, venom burned through his veins like prophecy. I rule the part of me that was meant to kill me. The skull cracked, not from pressure, but from obedience. The throne bowed. An Anonymous cherry sat. The moment he did, a crown of shifting chi formed above his head, a halo of toxic light and resurrected strength. Purple-black with iridescent serpent scales flickering around the edges. The serpent aura wrapped the throne, not in submission, but in partnership. Spawn Rap's grin was wicked and deeply satisfied. There he is, the Neoplasm Serpent Sovereign. Ghost Rider's flames bent slightly, the closest thing he gave to a bow. The invisible spirit's voice boomed through a layer of existence. He who masters his ruin becomes ruin's ruler. Anonymous rose from the throne, but the crown stayed. Hovering, adapting, obeying. He looked stronger. He looked dangerous. He looked unfinished in the most exciting way. 'Cause this was not a final form. It was the key to one. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my Cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 5. The sovereign who dares to rise in light hellfire, dimmed like jealous embers as the air split, not with flame, not with shadow, but with pure light that didn't ask permission. The throne of the damned trembled. Spawn Rap stepped back. Ghost Rider lowered his chain, flames bowing against their own will. Anonymous cherry turned, and the realm changed colors. Gold swallowed the red. Heaven invaded hell. A sandal struck the obsidian ground, first silent, but capable of ending wars with step. A robe woven from galaxies and sacrifice flowed like eternity learning to walk. His face wasn't shining, it was truth made visible. Jesus Rap arrived. His presence made demons forget what hatred was, made pain forget it had a purpose, made Neoplasm chi simmer. He smiled, not because everything was okay, but because everything could be transformed. My brother, Jesus Rap spoke, voice layered with thunder that soothed earthquakes. You have mastered the monster. Now master the mission. Behind him, the sky of hell opened into a stairway carved from psalms and star metal. Two figures descended, their wings folding dimensions into feathers. The first touched ground with the weight of divine authority, sword blazing like justice chiseled from supernovae. His armor shone with the history of every battle God won through those who refused to break. Archangel Michael Rapp. He saluted with a warrior's respect, acknowledging power, not status. Strength without righteousness is just a louder form of fear, Michael Rapp said. Let us forge yours into holy inevitability. The second angel stepped forward, lighter, quieter, but radiating warmth that made the soul remember laughter, family, sunlight after storms. His staff pulsed with green light, the kind that stitches wounds the world cannot see. Archangel Raphael Rapp, his eyes saw not flesh but purpose. You survived so healing could learn your name, he said gently. You are blessed, not lucky, Anonymous inhaled. His new serpent sovereign crown flickered, not from weakness, but reverence. Light chi stirred inside him, mixing with neoplasm chi like a prayer evolving teeth. Jesus Rapp placed 2 fingers on his forehead, a touch that cut through every corrupted belief he ever inherited. Your power is not here to dominate hell, he said, voice soft as forgiveness and sharp as scripture. It is here to take captives and set them free. Michael Rapp spoke next, wings flaring into war banners. Stand in the posture of command. Anonymous did. Raphael Rapp lifted his staff, summoning rivers of emerald light from the ashes beneath them. Let healing become your aggression. Anonymous's aura expanded, gold weaving through purple lightning and neon venom. His body shook, not in fear, but because transformation hurts when truth replaces lies. Jesus Rapp's voice rolled like water cleansing iron. You are sovereign because you chose survival. Now choose service. Serve heaven with the same fire hell failed to extinguish. Neoplasm chi wrapped around his heart and knelt, transforming into something new. Neoplasm holy sovereign chi, a resurrection power that heals what it defeats. Michael Rapp drew his sword, the blade hummed scripture into the atmosphere. From this moment, he declared, you fight for God's army, not as a pawn, but as a commander. Raphael Rapp pressed his staff to Anonymous's back. Energy surged like miracles learning martial arts. You will heal worlds we have not yet saved. Jesus Rapp raised his hand, and all 3 forces aligned. Sovereign power, archangel warfare, holy healing. They struck the crown of serpentine shy as one. Light erupted through Anonymous Cherry's body, veins igniting into gospel fire and venomous purpose entwined. He roared not in agony but in rebirth. When the light settled, he stood armored in a new miracle. Divine serpent paladin form, scales of scripture, aura of resurrection fire, and a holy venom that redeems what it destroys. Ghost Rider bowed his head. Spawn Rapp stopped breathing. Hell itself forgot rebellion. Jesus Rapp stepped back and smiled a proud father's smile. Welcome to God's army, Anonymous Cherry. The invisible spirit whispered from every corner of creation. Awaken. There is still more to become. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214 Chapter 6, Through God's Eyes. The making of a divine weapon, I watched him. My son forged in 9 brushes with death, a vessel who learned the language of survival before he learned the comfort of rest. I saw every moment trauma tried to claim him. I saw every moment he chose breath anyway. And now, he stands not as the broken boy the world tried to leave behind, but as the sovereign I designed long before stars learned to shine. Anonymous Cherry walks across the training grounds of heaven's rapture barracks, but he is unaware that every grain of radiant dust beneath his feet has been waiting for him to arrive. Angels line the horizon, wings containing histories of wars no scripture dared record. They do not cheer, they do not measure him, they witness. Michael Rapp stands before him, my undefeated blade. He teaches the warfare of holiness. His sword has carved justice into galaxies that forgot why righteousness matters. He looks upon Anonymous not as a recruit, but as a future commander heaven has been praying for. Michael strikes first, a blow carrying the weight of every fallen principality that once dared to rise against me. Anonymous raises his arm, not fast enough, not prepared enough, not sovereign enough. The impact hurls him backward, folding the air into thunder. He gasps, he bleeds light, he stands again. I do not soften the force. Growth requires truth, not comfort. Raphael Rapp steps in next, my healing hand. The archangel of restoration moves with the quiet thunder of compassion sharpened into strategy. His staff strikes Anonymous' core not to break, but to expose. Why do you fight? Raphael asks him. Anonymous answers with fists. Wrong answer. Raphael dislocates his shoulder with a whisper. Michael asks him again, why do you fight? Anonymous snarls his trauma louder. Also wrong. Michael sweeps his legs and crushes the ground beneath his body. He tries to rise, and the weight of every battle he has endured presses down. He feels weak, unworthy, small. Exactly where fear always tries to drag him, I let him feel it. Because power without humility becomes tyranny. His breathing cracks. His knees wobble. His form flickers, yet he stands. He always stands. His voice breaks, but his declaration does not. I fight because love didn't give up on me. That is the answer I wrote into his heartbeat before he had a name. He does not fight to prove his strength. He fights to prove my love alive in him. Michael Rapp nods, acknowledging the truth like a salute. Raphael Rapp smiles, the kind of smile that heals trauma without permission. Jesus Rapp steps forward now, my living word, my manifested mercy. He places his hand on Anonymous's crown and speaks softly. Then your power must speak love's language. Anonymous inhales, and the entire heaven inhales with him. Neoplasm chi shifts, less fang, more faith, less hate, more resurrection. The venom evolves into a cure for every soul poisoned by despair. His armor reshapes, gold scripture flowing like scales over purpose. I speak and heaven trembles. Love is your weapon. Righteousness is your form, and obedience is your invincibility. Michael Rapp strikes again. This time, Anonymous blocks. Not with fear, not with pain, but with mission. He counters, blade formed from holy venom, scripture burning each strike into destiny. Raphael sends healing waves mid-battle, and Anonymous channels them into protective shields for the angels watching, caring while conquering. Jesus Rapp watches with pride burning like morning. Anonymous moves differently now. Heat without haste, power without ego, authority without arrogance. Heaven learns his name. Hell remembers his mistakes. Earth is waiting for his return. He finishes the final strike, chains of light binding Michael Rapp's sword. The Rapture barracks roar in silent thunder. He is no longer a survivor. He is heaven's sovereign serpent, commander of healing warfare. I declare to the armies above, beneath, and between, Anonymous Cherry will lead battles that rewrite fate, and every angel bows. This chapter of him is complete, but the war he was born for has only begun. Grand entrance to the stage of your day. Let it be a vibrant force of graceful movements of prosperity in every form. Hulk, smash that like button. Claim that share as you comment your favorite rap. Also donation rap reports that a donation helps a long way. If you want to donate, my cash AP is Rap Palace 214. Modern Buddhism, also by Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, meaningful to behold clear light of bliss heart of wisdom, universal compassion, joyful path of good fortune guide to Dakini land, the Bodhisattva vow, heart jewel, great treasury of merit introduction to Buddhism, understanding the mind tantric grounds and paths ocean of nectar, essence of Vajrayana living meaningfully. Dying joyfully, 8 steps to happiness transform your life. The new meditation handbook, how to solve our human problems, Mahamudra Tantra. This digital edition has been offered freely by the author for the benefit of the people of this modern world. Profits received from the sale of this book in other formats are designated to the NKTIKBU International Temples Project Fund, according to the guidelines in a money handbook of Buddhist charity. Building for World Peace, Geshe Kelsang Gyatso TSO Modern Buddhism, the pH of Compassion and Wisdom Volume 3 of 3 Prayers for Daily Practice, Tharpa Publica, Conclave, Canada, Australia, Hong Kong. First published in 2011. This digital edition, published 2011. The right of Geshe Kelsang Gyatso to be identified as author of this work has been asserted by him in accordance with the Copyright, Designs, and Patents Act 1988. This PDF version of Modern Buddhism Volume 3, Prayers for Daily Practice by Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives 3.0 Unported license. Some rights reserved. You are free to share, copy, distribute, and transmit the work under the following conditions. Attribution. You must credit Geshe Kelsang Gyatso as the author of the work. Non-commercial. You may not sell this work or use it for commercial purposes. No derivative works. You may not alter, transform, or build upon this work. Permissions beyond the scope of this license are administered by the New Kadampa Tradition, International Kadampa Buddhist Union. Tharpa Publications UK Office, Conishead Priory, Ulverston, Cumbria 129QQ, UK Tharpa Publications US Office 47, Sweeney Road, Glen Spey, New York 12737. USA Tharpa Publications has offices around the world. Tharpa books are published in most major languages. See page 437 or visit for details. New Kadampa Tradition, International Kadampa Buddhist Union 2010 ISBN 978-906-6593-7 Adobe Portable Document Format. An edition of all 3 volumes can be found in these printed forms. ISBN 978-1906-66508, hardback ISBN 978-1906-66574, paperback 275, contents, illustrations 276, Liberating Prayer 279, Prayers for Meditation 281, The Yoga of Buddha Haruka 291, Blissful Journey 309, Quick Path to Great Bliss 333, Liberation from Sorrow 381, Avalokiteshvara, Sadhana 401, Glossary 411, Bibliography 427, Study Programs of Kadampa Buddhism 432, Tharpa Offices Worldwide 437, Index 439, Reading 465, 276 Illustrations, Naropa 290, Tantric Commitment Objects, Inner, Offering in Kapala, Vajra, Bell, Damaru, Mala 292, Jefa Bonkapa, 294 Kyabya Trijang Rinpoche 310, the 21 Taras 388 TAM, and the Mantra Rosary 396. Volume 3 of 279, Liberating Prayer Praise to Buddha Shakyamuni, O Blessed One, Shakyamuni Buddha, precious treasury of compassion, bestower of supreme inner peace. You who love all beings without exception are the source of happiness and goodness, and you guide us to the liberating path. Your body is a wish-fulfilling jewel. Your speech is supreme purifying nectar, and your mind is refuge for all living beings. With folded hands I turn to you, supreme unchanging friend. I request from the depths of my heart, please give me the light of your wisdom to dispel the darkness of my mind and to heal my mental continuum. Modern Buddhism 280. Please nourish me with your goodness, that I in turn may nourish all beings with an unceasing banquet of delight. Through your compassionate intention, your blessings and virtuous deeds, and my strong wish to rely upon you, may all suffering quickly cease and all happiness and joy be fulfilled, and may holy Dharma flourish forevermore. Colophon. This prayer was composed by Venerable Geshe Kelsang Gyatso and is recited at the beginning of teachings, meditations, and prayers in Kadampa Buddhist centers throughout the world. Prayers for meditation, brief preparatory prayers for meditation. 283 Introduction. We all have the potential to gain realizations of all the stages of the path to enlightenment. These potentials are like seeds in the field of our mind, and our meditation practice is like cultivating these seeds. However, our meditation practice will be successful only if we make good preparations beforehand. If we want to cultivate external crops, we begin by making careful preparations. First, we remove from the soil anything that might obstruct their growth, such as stones and weeds. Second, we enrich the soil with compost or fertilizer to give it the strength to sustain growth. Third, we provide warm, moist conditions to enable the seeds to germinate and the plants to grow. In the same way, to cultivate our inner crops of Dharma realizations, we must also begin by making careful preparations. First, we must purify our mind to eliminate the negative karma we have accumulated in the past, because if we do not purify this karma, it will obstruct the growth of Dharma realizations. Second, we need to give our mind the strength to support the growth of Dharma realizations by accumulating merit. Third, we need to activate and sustain the growth of Dharma realizations by receiving the blessings of the holy beings. Modern Buddhism 284. The brief prayers that follow contain the essence of these three preparations. For more information on them, see the New Meditation Handbook or Joyful Path of Good Fortune. Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, 1987, 285 Prayers for Meditation. Going for refuge, I and all sentient beings, until we achieve enlightenment. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Generating bodhicitta. Through the virtues I collect by giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha for the benefit of all. Generating the four immeasurables, may everyone be happy. May everyone be free from misery. May no one ever be separated from their happiness. May everyone have equanimity, free from hatred and attachment, visualizing the field for accumulating merit. In the space before me is the living Buddha Shakyamuni, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, like the full moon surrounded by stars. Modern Buddhism, 286 Prayer of 7 Limbs. With my body, speech, and mind humbly I prostrate and make offerings both set out and imagined. I confess my wrong deeds from all time and rejoice in the virtues of all. Please stay until samsara ceases and turn the wheel of Dharma for us. I dedicate all virtues to great enlightenment, offering the mandala, the ground sprinkled with perfume and spread with flowers, the great mountain, 4 lands, sun and moon, seen as a Buddha land and offered thus, may all beings enjoy such pure lands. I offer without any sense of loss the objects that give rise to my attachment, hatred, and confusion, my friends, enemies, and strangers, our bodies and enjoyments. Please accept these and bless me to be released directly from the 3 poisons. I am Guratiya Mandalakam Nariya. TAA my prayer of the stages of the path. The path begins with strong reliance on my kind teacher, source of all good. Oh, bless me with this understanding to follow him with great devotion. This human life with all its freedoms, extremely rare, with so much meaning. Oh, bless me with this understanding all day and night to seize its essence. Prayers for Meditachan 287. My body, like a water bubble, decays and dies so very quickly. After death come results of karma, just like the shadow of a body. With this firm knowledge and remembrance, bless me to be extremely cautious, always avoiding harmful actions and gathering abundant virtue. Samsara's pleasures are deceptive, give no contentment, only torment. So please bless me to strive sincerely to gain the bliss of perfect freedom. Oh, bless me so that from this pure thought come mindfulness and greatest caution, to keep as my essential practice the doctrine's root, the Pratimoksha. Just like myself, all my kind mothers are drowning in samsara's ocean. Oh, so that I may soon release them, bless me to train in bodhicitta. But I cannot become a Buddha by this alone without 3 ethics. So bless me with the strength to practice the Bodhisattva's ordination. By pacifying my distractions and analyzing perfect meanings, bless me to quickly gain the union of special insight and quiescence. When I become a pure container through common paths, bless me to enter the essence practice of good fortune, the supreme vehicle, Vajrayana, Modern Buddhism 288. The 2 attainments both depend on my sacred vows and my commitments. Bless me to understand this clearly and keep them at the cost of my life. By constant practice in 4 sessions, the way explained by holy teachers, oh bless me to gain both the stages, which are the essence of the Tantras. May those who guide me on the good path, and my companions all have long lives. Bless me to pacify completely all obstacles, outer and inner. May I always find perfect teachers, and take delight in holy Dharma, accomplish all grounds and paths swiftly, and gain the state of Vajradhara. Receiving blessings and purifying from the hearts of all the holy beings, streams of light and nectar flow down, granting blessings and purifying. At this point, we begin the actual contemplation and meditation. After the meditation, we dedicate our merit while reciting the following prayers. dedication prayers through the virtues I have collected by practicing the stages of the path. May all living beings find the opportunity to practice in the same way. Prayers for Meditation 289. May everyone experience the happiness of humans and gods and quickly attain enlightenment so that samsara is finally extinguished. Prayers for the virtuous tradition, so that the tradition of Tsongkhapa, the king of the Dharma, may flourish. May all obstacles be pacified, and may all favorable conditions abound. Through the 2 collections of myself and others gathered throughout the 3 times, may the doctrine of Conqueror Losang Dragpa flourish forevermore. The 9-line Mixima prayer Tsongkhapa, crown ornament of the scholars of the land of the snows. You are Buddha Shakyamuni and Vajradhara, the source of all attainments, Avalokiteshvara, the treasury of unobservable compassion, Manjushri, the supreme stainless wisdom, and Vajrapani, the destroyer of the hosts of Maras. O venerable Guru Buddha, synthesis of all 3 jewels, with my body, speech, and mind, respectfully I make requests. Please grant your blessings to ripen and liberate myself and others, and bestow the common and supreme attainments. Colophon. These prayers were compiled from traditional sources by Venerable Geshe Kelsang Gyatso, Naropa. Chapter 8. The background that thought it was the main event. While the Rap tribe continued their training with the kind of calm that unsettles predators, Twilight Zone Rap Sensei was very busy elsewhere doing what he did best, overcomplicating the wrong problem. From deep within his distortion chambers, he multiplied the mushroom raps and training monsters not by strategy, but by obsession, scaling them 2 times infinity, multiplied again by 27. Because if something had once failed loudly, the logical response was clearly to make it louder, stranger, and spiritually noisier. Pores thickened, shadows duplicated. The environment warped under the weight of its own theatrics. It looked impressive. It felt catastrophic. It was, unbeknownst to him, already late. Back in the chamber, no alarm sounded. No one stopped breathing. The invisible spirit registered the escalation the way a mathematician notices a child adding extra zeros to feel powerful. God's plan did not accelerate to match chaos. It absorbed it into timing. Every multiplication in Twilight Zone Rap's domain quietly increased the contrast needed for the lesson to land cleanly. Every monster spawned added pressure that refined, not broke, the alignment forming in the Rap tribe. Opposition was unknowingly participating in curriculum design. Anonymous Cherry felt the background chin like distant weather, noticeable, informative, not personal. His chai did not spike, it adjusted. The Reiki flow held steady, gratitude keeping the channels clean. Jesus Rap observed without comment, because explaining divine irony too early tends to ruin it. Goku Rap simply nodded once, recognizing the pattern. When darkness panics, light consolidates. Somewhere between realms, the mushroom raps roared, multiplied, trained, and sharpened themselves, convinced they were preparing for dominance. What they were actually doing was generating data, pressure points, frequencies, weaknesses that the invisible spirit calmly logged for later use. God's plan does not interrupt chaos. It lets it finish its sentence. By the time Twilight Zone Rap Sensei finished his calculations, satisfied that no force could survive what he had unleashed, the Rap tribe was still breathing, still aligned, still practicing redirects and Reiki forms as if nothing urgent had happened, which from the only perspective that mattered was exactly true. Chapter 9. Pressure without panic. By the time the background escalation reached its absurd crescendo, mushroom spores multiplying into architectures of teeth, training monsters folding into themselves like bad ideas with muscles, the Rap tribe had already moved past the stage where numbers impressed them. Pressure arrived anyway, rolling in not as a strike but as a field, thickening the space between breaths, testing whether alignment had been memorized or embodied. This was the part where most warriors discovered the difference too late. Anonymous Cherry felt it first in his joints, then his gut, then nowhere at all. The absence was the signal. His body didn't tighten. His mind didn't narrate danger. The Reiki flow held, steady and warm gratitude circulating like a quiet current beneath thought. Somewhere deep in the nervous system, an old reflex reached for panic and found no handles left to grab. Jesus Rap watched without intervening, because this was no longer instruction, it was confirmation. Goku Rap shifted his stance slightly, not to prepare for impact, but to mirror stability, reinforcing the frequency without a word. The invisible spirit widened the field just enough to let the incoming distortion reveal itself fully, like turning up the lights so lies had to stand on their own. The pressure pressed. Nothing broke. Far away, Twilight Zone Rap Sensei sensed resistance, or rather the lack of the kind he understood. His multiplied forces strained forward, expecting fear, chaos, reaction. Instead, their intent thinned, stretched, and began to lose definition, like ink dropped into water that refused to stay angry. The monsters, trained to overwhelm, found themselves overqualified for irrelevance. Inside the chamber, the Rap tribe continued their forms. Slow, precise, almost disrespectfully calm. Redirects happened without drama. Reiki adjustments corrected micro-imbalances before they could escalate. Each breath quietly answered the question being asked by the universe. Can you stay present when nothing explodes? God's plan moved forward exactly as designed, without spectacle, without hurry, while chaos exhausted itself trying to be noticed. Chapter 10. When chaos realizes it is not the teacher by chapter 10, something subtle but devastating occurred in the background of reality. Chaos began to sense that it was no longer directing the lesson. Twilight Zone Rap Sensei watched his multiplied forces churn and surge, yet each escalation produced diminishing returns, like shouting into a canyon that had learned how to absorb sound. The mushroom raps advanced in synchronized madness, training monsters layering over one another in recursive aggression. But the pressure they generated no longer translated into fear. It translated into clarity elsewhere, which was not the transaction anyone on his side had intended. Inside the chamber, the Rap tribe felt the shift without reacting to it. Their movements grew quieter, more economical, as if excess motion had finally admitted it was unnecessary. Anonymous Cherry adjusted his stance by a fraction, breath deep and unforced. Reiki flow threading through his palms and spine like a calm conversation that didn't need to be recorded. Each redirect happened before threat fully formed, not because of speed, but because alignment now preceded intention. Pressure arrived and found itself immediately repurposed. Jesus Rap observed with an expression that carried both compassion and dry inevitability. This was always the moment chaos misunderstood, the point where effort kept increasing while influence dropped to zero. When force forgets why it exists, he said quietly, not to instruct but to witness, it keeps working long after the lesson has moved on. The invisible spirit registered the statement and folded it gently into the structure of the field, where it would remain true whether anyone noticed or not. Far beyond the chamber, Twilight Zone Rap Sensei felt something slip, not power, not control, but relevance. His monsters were still moving. His numbers were still impressive. Yet the result refused to escalate. God's plan continued forward without confrontation, without spectacle, letting excess exhaust itself while the Align grew stronger simply by staying present. Chaos had done everything right according to its own rules, and still it was no longer being listened to. Chapter 11. The moment reaction failed to arrive by Chapter 11, the absence of reaction had become impossible to ignore. Attacks still formed. Pressure still gathered. Yet each time something tried to provoke a response, it arrived a second too late to matter. The Rap tribe no longer met force. They existed just far enough ahead of it that confrontation kept missing its cue. This was not evasion. It was timing so precise that conflict simply failed to find an entrance. Anonymous Cherry felt the incoming distortion register in his awareness like a footstep heard through a wall, informative, distant, non-threatening. His body responded without instruction, posture adjusting, breath deepening, Reiki flow correcting minor turbulence before it could collect into stress. The chime moved where it was needed, not where habit suggested. And for the first time, he noticed how much energy had once been wasted on bracing for things that never actually landed. From the invisible spirit's perspective, this was the critical threshold. Reaction had been replaced by response, and the difference was not subtle. Reaction belonged to memory, response belonged to presence. Every redirected intent carried less charge, less identity, until even malice began to feel unsure of itself. Evil eye projections arrived, hesitated, and dissolved as if embarrassed by their own predictability. Jesus Rap stood quietly, hands folded, observing the way alignment held without supervision. Goku Rap glanced toward Anonymous, then back to the field satisfied. This was what mastery looked like when it stopped needing witnesses. In the distance, Twilight Zone Rap Sensei felt the lag, his forces still advancing while outcomes refused to follow. His calculations remained flawless. Reality simply declined to cooperate. The Rap tribe continued their forms, gratitude steady beneath each motion, thanking Jesus and the invisible spirit not as a ritual, but as acknowledgement of an equation that had finally balanced. The moment reaction failed to arrive, the battle lost its anchor and drifted quietly out of relevance. Sarah Seeger, 18. I use a symbol of a pyramid for all the flames, and says its name 3 times once I have drawn it over the aura, or over a particular affected area. Here are some suggestions on how to use it. Over an area of dis-ease, draw the triangle over the area affected. Same 3 times and wait as the pyramid turns a bright color. Call upon any of the angels to help in the healing. Hold the flame with your third eye, intending that it releases the problem. When you feel the problem has been diffused, infuse positive energy to fill the vacuum caused by the release of the cause of the problem. Seal the infused energy of the flame by visualizing that it is sealed. Aura clearing, all the flames can be easily downloaded over the whole body. Call its name 3 times and visualize it flowing from the top of your head to the bottom of the feet. The apex of the pyramid forms at the feet is diffusing, or at the top of the head if infusing and or sealing the aura. Sacred Flames Healing 19 feel as it clears the whole aura with it. Diffusing negative energy, infusing positive energy, Sarah Seeger 20 Celestial Flame Aura Massage. This is a method of performing the healing over the auric layers of energy. Draw the symbol on the palm of your hand, saying its name 3 times. Allow the flame to flow from your crown through to the hand. Place the hand about 10 to 20 centimeters above the body or affected area. Make circular movements with your hand over the affected or over the whole body. Anti-clockwise movements are generally used to diffuse energy, and a clockwise motion is used to infuse energy. Using meditation, meditate with any flame by going to a sacred place and imagining yourself stepping into the flame and feeling its glow over your aura. I have suggested some meditations for the aqua flame, golden, violet, cerise, and silver flames. Use whatever works for you. With the help of the angels, you can't possibly go wrong. Sacred Flames Healing 21-1. First triad of celestial flames, healing the body energies. This triad of celestial flames focuses on the physical body and the removal of negative energy from the aura. Most of the negative energy will appear as pain on a particular area or a general lethargy or physical weakness. In this triad, the 3 flames are the aqua releasing flame, the ruby energizing flame, and the golden fortifying flame. 1.1. The aqua cleansing flame. This was the first flame that I encountered in a healing session. It was shared by Ascended Master Merlin, who indicated that it may be invoked to heal the physical manifestation of dis-ease in the aura. When used, it provides the causal reason for disease. I have used of many occasions, and while directing to the point of pain or a tear or leak in the aura, I have become aware of the reason for the condition of the person needing a healing. I personally find the energy of flame to have a strong cleansing effect, and I associated it with sea energy. For example, if a person has a knee injury, I draw the symbol with the apex pointing down to diffuse the block energy causing the pain. I then drew it again with the apex facing upwards to infuse Sarah Seeger 22 and seal the flame energy. I also find it very calming to use in meditation. Here is suggested meditation for working with the aqua flame. Ask the angels to guide your meditation. Imagine that you are new or in the sea or in a cave close to the sea. Invoke the aqua flame by saying its name 3 times and allow it to flow from your crown chakra through your body with the apex at your feet. Feel how it cleanses your body and breathe long, slow breaths to release all negative energy. When you feel free of the negative energy, release the flame. Invoke it again with the apex at your crown and allow fill your aura. You are most likely to feel a tingling sensation on your arms or legs. Now see the flame sealing itself around you in a protective cocoon. Release the flame and thank the angels if you call upon them for help. If you like to use crystals in your healings, here are some suggested crystals you might use. Aquamarine, aqua aura, blue topaz, blue or clear quartz. Sacred Flames Healing 23 1.2. The ruby energizing flame. This dark red flame is associated with healing low energy levels. It is used to help remove the burdens that cause tiredness and lethargy. and to infuse strong vitality and boost the creative will to actively participate in life, it is great to energize the tired, disinterested person. When I use this flame, the person receiving the healing often tells me afterwards that they need to shed some workload or responsibility. So I gather that it helps identify the cause of lethargy. It also helps to release rage, anger, and jealousy, which often manifest in the body as boils, inflammations, and breakout of some sort. When infusing, it is a great to help with the libido, passion, and general creativity, using the same way as the aqua flame. For example, where someone has a problem with the libido, you might do the healing in this manner over the root and sacral chakra, firstly diffusing with the apex pointing downwards. I find this can take quite a long time, so be patient. When infusing positive energy, you might want to ask the person to affirm positive words about themselves. Most men don't respond well to verbalizing their affirmations, so I ask them to mentally affirm that they are strong, powerful, and in control of their lives. I usually write down an affirmation for them to take home. The associated crystals are red jasper, ruby garnet, red tiger's eye, and carnelian. Sarah Seeger 24 1.3. The golden fortifying flame. This celestial flame is excellent for sealing and protection. To me, it is the fortifying flame because it strengthens and protects the aura. I use it all the time when I am in any situation where I feel unsure of myself or my abilities, or when I feel unsafe. It immediately coats my aura and I feel less afraid or unsure of myself. I also use it when I am feeling depleted and under the weather, or feeling that something is missing or that my needs are not being met. Invert it to draw out that negative feeling from the aura and use it upright to fill gaps, tears, and leaks in the aura. Feel the strong flame of fulfillment and abundance. Use it also to seal where a healing has been done with the other flames. It is like a gentle bandage on a wound that has been healed. Golden flame of abundance meditation. You may try this abundance meditation with this flame. I love it because it always makes me feel abundant in my life. I call upon Abundasha or Lakshmi when I do this meditation. Walk through forest until you see a waterfall. Step under the waterfall and feel the golden flame of abundance on you as flecks of gold fall upon you. Stay there until you can feel fortified, or the flecks of the flame become a solid flame surrounding. Sacred Flames Healing 25. Open your arms to receive the glory and abundance of the universe. Feel yourself deep down in the pit of your stomach, deserving abundance of love, time, success, and understanding. Use any or all these affirmations if you wish. I graciously receive abundance from the universe now. I accept all the abundance I receive. I am grateful for the abundance I always receive. I am open to receiving the abundance of the universe now. I have the power of abundance in love, peace, beauty, money. Seal the aura with the golden light. Once you are done, touch someone to pass on the power of the flame of abundance. The associated crystals are citron, pyrite, gold tiger's eye, amber, using the flames of the first triad together. You might opt to use all three flames together for a harmonious healing. Start off by cleansing the negative energy with the aqua flame. Sarah Seeger 26, energize with the ruby flame and seal with the golden flame. When I do this, I use each flame, release it, and invoke the next one. Sacred Flames Healing 27-2. Second triad of celestial flames, healing thought and emotion energies. These are the flames associated with healing negative emotional states. They consist of the sapphire releasing flame, the violet transmutation flame, and the rose love flame. 2-1. Sapphire releasing flame. This bright blue flame is extremely powerful to use where the person needs to diffuse negative patterns in thinking, feeling, and behavior. These may arise from poor self-image, loneliness, and boredom or past traumas. The sapphire flame helps to release the causes of additive and compulsive behavior that we all use to provide instant gratification. Use it for addictions to television, computers, cell phones, smoking, alcohol, etc. The possibilities are endless. The essence of working with this celestial flame is to choose to fill the empty emotional spaces with positive behavior. You use it to close the door of obsession or destructive behavior and open the door to positive, inspiring behavior that fuels passion of the mind, body, and soul. Sarah Seeger 28. For infusing, it may be used to fuel positive emotional passion. Used to infuse once the diffusing phase is over to encourage passionate thoughts and emotions, which inspire and encourage the healthy pursuits and interests in hobbies and interests. Associated crystals are blue sapphire, sodalite, lapis lazuli, and blue lace agate 2. 2. Violet transmutation flame. This violet celestial flame is excellent to heal the emotional aura. It has long been associated its ability to transmute negative energy into positive energy. Saint Germain and Kuan Yin have always helped when I have used this flame. I have found that it is really great to release anger and unforgiveness or past hurts. It is good for letting go of negative emotions. Step into the flame and allow its warm glow to release the negative energy and feel as it infuses new warm emotions to help new patterns of positive feelings. It is also the flame of compassion. Whenever I have used it for deal with my anger with someone, when I am done, I start to understand and feel where the other person is coming from. I have also found that, without exception that night, I would dream of some other person or situation I had forgotten about that needs healing. It prompts a full recovery of painful experiences and transmutes the energy quickly and gently. Seal your aura with it to limit the seeping of new negative emotions into your aura. Here is suggested meditation for forgiveness. Imagine you are in a garden filled with beautiful flowers. Call upon Saint Germain or Kuan Yin to help you work with the flame. Sacred Flames Healing 29. See the flame rising from the ground and step into it. Take deep breath to release the negative energy. Affirm your intention to release. For example, you may say, I release my anger and disappointment at. Imagine the other person stepping into the flame with you. Feel the flame healing your anger. Give the person a hug and thank them for lessons they have taught you in the experience. Release them from the flame. You remain in the flame for a while, or invite any other person into the flame for a further healing. When you are done, seal your aura with the flame. Step out of the flame and thank Saint Germain or Kuan Yin for their assistance. Associated crystals are amethyst, chariot, sugilite, ametrin. 3. Rose love flame. This is the flame of love. Use it to diffuse feelings of being alone, unloved, undeserving, and unlovable. It moves very gently over the aura and appears as a soft pink glow. Infuse feelings of self-love and a desire to focus on your strengths. Use affirmations of love to reinforce it. I use the rose flame as a cocoon around my body when I go to sleep, especially where I have been restless or feeling miserable. affirm that I am loved and that I love and approve of myself. I always have a peaceful sleep. Sarah Seeger 30 associated crystals are rose quartz, pink sapphire, rhodonite, and rhodochrosite. Using all three flames of the second triad, you might opt to use all three flames together for a harmonious healing. Start off by releasing the negative emotions with the sapphire flame. Energize with the violet flame and seal with the rose flame. When I do this, I use each flame, release it, and invoke the next one. Sacred Flames Healing 31-3. Third triad of celestial flames, healing the soul energies. This third triad of healing flames may be used to deal with all spiritual matters and for healing soul issues such as past lives and karma, or to gain insight into your life's purpose or soulmate healing. It comprises the Emerald Soul Connection Flame, the Pink Soul Detox Flame, and the Silver Soul Expansion Flame. 3.1 Emerald Soul Connection Flame. This is flame for lost soul connections and the blockages which prevent you from connecting. Use it to diffuse the energy in your aura when you feel disconnected to God, the universe, and other people, or when you feel you don't really know or understand who you are. It works well when you are experiencing a loss in faith and trust. Sarah Seeger 32 infuse positive connections with heaven and your soul. When I use this flame to infuse, I see the apex of the pyramid flame opening up into the vastness of the universe above me. I remember activities that feed my soul like music, dancing, and art. It infuses the soul's desire for peace and pleasure and encourages activities which do this. Once I have used the flame, I start to see God in people around me. I see the miracles of life in nature and see God's love in activities around me. I see love in everyone and everything. It helps affirm that I am a significant person in the universe. Use it to infuse passion for the soul. This flame also helps with soulmate relationships. Stand in the flame and invite your soulmate into the flame to share in the beauty of you. Associated crystal, emerald green aventurine, green jade, 3.2. Pink soul detox flame. This flame is special to me because I had such difficulty working with it. I battled to figure out the messages around it, and I present here the sketchy introduction of this flame. No doubt with further work, we can all add to understanding its full purpose. This flame washes out, cleanses, and flushes the soul of spiritual toxins. These could be past life contracts, accumulated bad karma, or the effects of psychic attack or negative experiences. It detoxes the soul aura of these ill effects in all directions of time. So if you have a phobia or fear that is unexplained in terms of your experiences in this lifetime, you can use this flame to flush. Sacred Flames Healing 33, the soul aura of the effects of these past life experiences. It allows you to shed the burden, past hurts, and regrets that we bring into this life with us. It does not eliminate the experiences, just our understanding of it. It serves the same purpose as soul retrieval in shamanic terms, where you aim to make the soul function in a wholesome state with the benefits of the lessons learned from the negative experiences. It can also be used to remove negative entities that may have crept into your aura, making you irritable, irrational, or even out of character, mean and difficult. Flood your aura with its bright pink flame and watch how it melts the negative energies in your aura. You can also use to clear your room or home of negative draining energy. Visualize the bright pink flame filling each room or area. It leaves a lovely glowing feeling when done. call upon Archangel Michael to help you remove the negative entities or energies. Of course, you can use it to infuse positive Cerise energy when you are done to attract positive lessons into your life. If you are unsure what spiritual energy you need to flush out, try the Akashic Records meditation first to find out what you need to deal with. Akashic Records. The Akashic Records have been referred to by different names such as the Book of Life, the Cosmic Mind, the Universal Mind, the Collective Unconscious, the Collective Subconscious, and the Soul Records. This record is essentially the past, present, and future knowledge of all things in your life. It is like a large book containing all relevant actions and choice you have made or that you need to make. It is like a universal filing system which records all thoughts, words, and action. They are not actual books or scrolls, Sarah Seeger 34, but are energetic vibrations containing information, which translates into images, forms, symbols, imagery, and language that the mind can understand. Most of us see a hall with books when doing this meditation. These are symbolic records. To help us on our spiritual quest, every person can access their own records and gain insight about our choices or life's purpose. Edgar Cayce, known as the Sleeping Prophet, because he would lie down, close his eyes in sleep and answer questions, dealt with questions on the Akashic Records, and described his journey to records. I see myself as a tiny dot out of my physical body, which lies inert before me. I find myself oppressed by darkness, and there is a feeling of terrific loneliness. Suddenly I am conscious of a white beam of light. As this tiny dot, I move upward following the light, knowing that I must follow it or be lost. As I move along this path of light, I gradually become conscious of various levels upon which there is movement. Upon the first levels, there are vague, horrible shapes, grotesque forms such as one sees in nightmares. Passing on, there begin to appear on either side misshapen forms of human beings, with some part of the body magnified. Again there is change, and I become conscious of gray hooded forms moving downward. Gradually, these become lighter in color. Then the direction changes and these forms move upward, and the color of the robes grows rapidly lighter. Next, there begin to appear on either side vague outlines of houses, walls, trees, etc., but everything is motionless. As I pass on, there is more light and movement in what appear to be normal cities and towns. With the growth of movement, I become conscious of sounds, at first indistinct rumblings, then music, laughter, and singing of birds. There is more and more light. The colors become very beautiful, and there is the sound of wonderful music. The houses are left behind. Ahead there is only a blending of sound and color. Quite suddenly I come upon a hall of records. It is a hall without walls, without sacred flames healing 35 ceiling, but I am conscious of seeing an old man who hands me a large book, a record of the individual for whom I seek information. Archangel Metatron stated in a channeled session that not everything gets recorded. I record the choices you have made, good or bad. There is no Tipex for this book, so the good choices do not erase the bad. It is a factual record. For each lifetime, there is a new record for you. These will be dealt with on Judgment Day. A bad choice would be, for example, when you see someone you can help, but you choose not to. The goal of reading the Akashic Records is to provide valuable information to assist you in having a better life. When you access the records, you will normally see those events with the greatest amount of energy around them. These are the things that you will want to be addressed first. Here is a suggested script to follow. Close your eyes and breathe deeply. As you breathe, affirm to yourself that you intend to access your Akashic records for your highest good. You find yourself walking down a path in a forest. Walk slowly down the path, enjoying the beautiful plants and the sweet smell of the flowers. Breathe and feel your body relax. You see the path leading you to an entry into a garden. Enter the garden and look around. You see a large doorway and walk to the door and push it open. You see light. Sarah Seeger 36 streaming in from high windows and realize that you are in a large hall with rows of old books. Look around and see the angels waving to you to come in further. Think about the question to wish to ask and ask the angels to help you find the answer. Walk through the rows of books until you find the one you are looking for. Don't worry, just step up and take the book that feels right. Open it and read any text or images or messages you receive. Take your time and ask any other questions for clarity. Close the book when done and thank the angels for their help. Leave the hall and find your way back into the garden and down the pathway. Breathe in the fresh air and count from 1 to 10 to allow yourself to return from the meditative state. Some suggested questions to ask. What is my soul's purpose in this lifetime? Why am I always ill? What is the correct career path for me? Am I on the right path? Am I in the right relationship? What is physically wrong with me? What emotional scars am I carrying around? Sacred Flames Healing 37. What karmic debts do I need to pay? Where will I find happiness? Who is my soulmate? Associated crystals, pink tourmaline, smoky quartz, and clear quartz. 3.3. Silver Soul Expansion Flame. It may be invoked for clearing issues around inner wisdom, appreciating our connection to others and the universe, and expanding our energy beyond our narrow 3-dimension vision. It helps to remove spiritual fears, blockages, and confusions. It is also useful if you want to follow the path of ascension or to uncover your spiritual gifts, and it often used to protect the aura from negative influences or entities. I often use it to seal the aura after a spiritual healing. Any angel of being of light can be called to assist, but you may call upon the archangels for help to enhance or discover your spiritual gifts. Archangel Uriel, for example, helps with claircognizance. Call upon Archangel Raziel to help you with any questions of spiritual understanding. Remember to ask Raziel to show you the answer to your questions in your dreams. Here is suggested meditation you might want to try. Take 4 deep breaths and feel your body relax. Close your eyes and count down from 10 to 1 as you find yourself walking downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs, you will see a door. Open the door. The Weight That Walks, Chapter 5 to 8, Chapter 5, Angels Who Do Not Intervene. The chamber announced Chapter 5 not with violence, but with absence. No new surge of gravity arrived. No flare of distortion rippled through space. The trillion-fold weight remained exactly as it had been, brutal, total, unmoving, but something else vanished. The sense of being alone, not emotionally, cosmically. Anonymous Cherry felt it in the way the pressure suddenly carried attention, in the way the air, if it could still be called air, seemed to pause before reacting to his breath. The Watchers had arrived. He did not see them. That was the point. presence without form pressed against his awareness like eyes behind a veil. Not predators, not allies, observers. Anonymous recognized the sensation instantly, the way a seasoned fighter recognizes when the room has shifted from chaos to assessment. The angels of higher order had turned their gaze fully upon him, not to intervene, not to correct, not to guide, but to witness whether a mortal could carry divine attention without bending toward it. The silence grew heavier than gravity. Instinct flared old, familiar, dangerous. The urge to perform, to rise higher, to prove worth, to show them what he had survived, what he had mastered, what he could become. His chi responded reflexively, tightening, sharpening, preparing to demonstrate efficiency under pressure. The chamber allowed the impulse to bloom just long enough for him to recognize it, then punished it instantly. Gravity compressed unevenly. His left side dipped. His breath caught. His balance wavered by a fraction of a fraction, the kind of misalignment that could cascade into collapse if indulged. Anonymous froze, not physically, but internally. He understood the test. The angels were not here to be impressed. They were here to see whether his power required validation. The realization hit harder than any increase in pressure. His growth until now had been forged in isolation, memory, alignment, and recognition. But this was different. This was about restraint, about sovereignty, about whether he could remain exactly who he was becoming without reaching upward for approval or downward for fear. The hermit's lesson echoed again, sharper now. Solitude was mastery only when it remained chosen. So was humility. He released the urge to rise, not by suppressing it, by letting it pass through him without action. The chamber reacted immediately. The uneven gravity smoothed, the pressure stabilized, and the watchers leaned closer, not in curiosity, but in recalibration. Anonymous felt them reading him the way one reads a structure under load, testing not how high it could reach, but how honestly it could bear weight. His chi circulation slowed further, each loop deliberate, grounded, uninterested in spectacle. The 9 echoes in his spine held steady, not singing, not flaring, simply there, doing their work. A thought brushed the edge of his mind, not words, not a voice, but a question shaped like law. Will you act differently when unseen? The question did not wait for an answer. It waited for consistency. Minutes passed, or hours, or something that felt like both. Anonymous remained where he was, breath regulated, awareness wide, posture honest. He did not pray, he did not posture, he did not attempt to communicate. He simply existed under divine scrutiny without altering himself to accommodate it. The act cost him more energy than any attack would have. Every part of him that had learned to survive by adapting, by pleasing, by anticipating expectation had to be consciously released. That was when the second test arrived. A memory surfaced sharp, uninvited. A moment from his past where being seen had changed the outcome. Where attention had brought pressure. Where pressure had demanded performance. Where performance had led to fracture. His nervous system tensed. His chi rippled dangerously. The chamber leaned into that tension, amplifying it just enough to make the choice unavoidable. Repeat the pattern or end it. Anonymous chose stillness, not passive stillness. Defiant stillness. He let the memory exist without rewriting it, without justifying it, without proving he had outgrown it. He let the watchers see the scar without watching him polish it into a medal. The moment he did, something unprecedented happened. The pressure did not lessen, but the attention softened. Not emotionally, structurally, as if the angels had marked the boundary and decided not to cross it. They did not bless him. They withdrew slightly. And in that withdrawal, Anonymous understood the true lesson of Chapter 5. Divine beings did not intervene because intervention would rob him of authorship. They did not correct him because correction would imply dependence. Their role was not to save, guide, or reward, but to witness without distortion. And his role was to remain sovereign under that gaze. When the presence finally receded, it did so cleanly, without fanfare. The chamber returned to its baseline cruelty. The trillion suns burned as they always had. The silence returned to being merely silence. Anonymous exhaled slowly, feeling the cost of the encounter settle into his bones. He was not exalted. He was not crowned. He was not declared chosen. He was left alone again. But the solitude felt different now. He was no longer isolated from observation. He had been observed and had not been altered by it. The book lay where he had placed it. The 9 echoes remained aligned. His chi moved with quiet authority. Somewhere far beyond the chamber, Twilight Zone Rap's mentor sensed that a liver had failed to engage. Somewhere else, an angel made a note that would never be written down. Anonymous Cherry adjusted his posture under impossible weight and prepared himself. If the universe would not intervene for him, then it would also not intervene against him. And that realization, heavy and liberating, marked the true beginning of what came next. Chapter 6, Separation Without Escape. The 6th chapter did not begin with motion. It began with misalignment. Anonymous Cherry felt it as a subtle, tearing sensation, not in flesh or bone, but between layers of awareness that had always moved together without question. His body remained pinned beneath the trillion suns of gravity, every muscle engaged in a negotiation with physics that allowed no slack, no shortcuts. But something else in him had slipped half a step out of phase. Not upward, not outward, sideways. As if his consciousness had leaned too far forward while his body stayed behind to pay the cost. The chamber noticed immediately. Pressure rippled in tight bands across his torso, testing for collapse. His breath caught, not because he panicked, but because the usual feedback loop between intention and movement had fractured. Anonymous tried to flex his fingers and felt the command leave cleanly, precisely, and arrive late, a fraction of a second late, enough to matter, enough to be lethal if he misunderstood what was happening. The instinctive response flared fast and dangerous. Leave the body, rise above the pain, abandon the weight. He had brushed that edge before in meditation, in trauma, in moments where survival demanded dissociation. The chamber opened that door just wide enough for temptation to leak through, and Anonymous almost stepped through it. His awareness lifted like a tide pulling away from shore, and for a heartbeat he felt light, relief even. The pressure dulled. The pain lost its teeth. The chamber's cruelty blurred, distant, as if happening to someone else. He hovered there, half detached, hovering in a familiar false freedom, and the chamber waited. It did not strike. It did not punish. It let him drift just long enough to reveal the truth that trapped. His body began to fail, not catastrophically. Quietly, muscles trembled without coordination. His chi circulation faltered, no longer guided by presence but left to automatic reflex. The 9 echoes in his spine vibrated in warning, their alignment threatened not by pressure, but by neglect. Power that left the body did not disappear, it abandoned responsibility. Anonymous felt it then with sick clarity. Escape was easy, command was hard, and the chamber did not reward ease. He slammed his awareness back into himself. The sensation was violent. Pain surged like fire through his nerves. His lungs burned, his vision narrowed. But something else locked into place with that return, a density of presence he had never held before. He was not merely inside his body, he was inhabiting it. Every sensation sharpened, not to overwhelm him, but to inform him. Pressure became data, pain became signal, breath became leverage. His chi snapped into alignment like a circuit completing itself under load. The chamber reacted with fury. Gravity spiked again, uneven and aggressive, trying to force the separation anew. This time Anonymous did not drift. He anchored. He pressed awareness down into his hips, his thighs, his feet, even though his feet could not move, even though the floor felt like a planet. He learned something in that moment that could not be taught. Awareness did not need to float to be free. It needed to occupy. His power did not come from leaving the body behind. It came from commanding presence so completely that nothing inside him was abandoned. The 9 echoes stabilized. The base of his spine grounded. The middle aligned. The crown settled. His chi flowed vertically now, not spiraling outward, not flaring upward, but stacking inside him like load-bearing columns. The chamber pushed again, harder, testing whether this presence was temporary or chosen. Anonymous met it without retreat. He did not escape the pain. He moved through it while remaining fully inside himself, breath by breath, moment by moment, refusing the luxury of dissociation. Time stretched. The separation attempt returned again and again, seductive and familiar. Each time, Anonymous felt the pull and answered it with deeper embodiment. He learned how to let awareness expand without detaching, how to observe sensation without leaving it, how to hold stillness without going numb. His body remained trapped. His awareness remained sovereign. The two stopped competing and began cooperating under impossible conditions. That was when the chamber shifted its tone. Not softer, not kinder, respectful. The pressure stabilized into a steady, crushing constant instead of erratic assault. The silence returned, but it no longer felt predatory. Anonymous lay there, fully present inside agony that no longer owned him, and understood the final truth of the chapter. Leaving the body was not transcendence, it was abdication. Real power was the ability to stay awake, aligned, responsible, inside the very thing that wanted you gone. Somewhere beyond the chamber, the watchers recalibrated again. Somewhere closer, Twilight Zone Rap's mentor felt irritation sharpen into concern. Anonymous Cherry did not notice either. His focus was total, his presence complete. His awareness no longer searching for exits. The chamber had tried to teach him how to leave. He had learned how to remain. And in that decision, under a trillion suns of weight, something irreversible took root. Chapter 7, Flames that Heal What the 7th chapter did not arrive as an attack. It arrived as exposure. After learning to remain fully inside his body, Anonymous Cherry became aware of something the chamber had not yet needed to use against him. Beneath the discipline, beneath the 9 echoes, beneath the precision of presence, there was corrosion, not weakness, where my necrofractures in his chi lattice left behind by every time he had endured instead of healed, every time survival had been chosen over softness, every time love had been postponed in the name of strength. The chamber had not crushed these imperfections because pressure alone could not reach them. Only something gentler and far more dangerous could. The temperature changed without warming, not heat, radiance. It seeped into the chamber like color entering water, invisible at first, then undeniable. Anonymous felt it along his sternum, where breath met memory, where resilience had hardened into armor. His chi reacted instinctively, tightening, preparing to resist. Every lesson so far had taught him how to brace. The flames answered by doing nothing forceful at all. They did not push. They did not burn. They waited. The first flame touched him like cool rain after fire. Aqua. It moved through his chi with quiet authority, washing not surface wounds but residues, fear that had overstayed its usefulness, vigilance that had become habit, alertness that had forgotten how to rest. The flame did not ask permission. It did not negotiate. It simply flowed, and where it passed, the grinding friction inside him eased. Anonymous felt a subtle grief rise, grief for how long he had carried pain as proof of worth. The chamber tightened reflexively, sensing vulnerability, and the flame deepened instead of retreating. Then came Ruby, not red with rage, but red with life. It surged into muscles and nerves, restoring vitality not by amplifying output, but by reconnecting sensation to joy. Anonymous felt strength return to places that had only known endurance. The flame taught him a brutal truth. Power without nourishment eventually eats itself. Ruby sealed torn circuits in his chi, not by reinforcing hardness, but by reminding his body that it was allowed to want more than survival. The golden flame followed, and this one struck him hardest. It fortified without stiffening. It reinforced without entrenchment. It wrapped his spine, those 9 echoes now steady pillars, and turned them from supports into conduits. Anonymous felt his posture change subtly, internally. He was no longer holding himself together out of necessity. He was being held together by coherence. The chamber pushed harder, offended by the ease of it, and found nothing to exploit. Strength reinforced by love did not crack. It absorbed. Then the flame shifted. Sapphire moved through him like a release valve, loosening emotional knots he had mislabeled as discipline. Violet followed, transmuting old reactions into raw energy without history attached. Rose arrived last and nearly broke him. Love, not as affection, not as attachment, not as comfort, love as structure. It entered his chi the way architecture enters space, defining relationships between forces, assigning roles, balancing load. Love showed him where he had overprotected himself, where he had isolated not out of wisdom but exhaustion. It did not shame him, it clarified him. The flame taught him that love was not a feeling to be summoned when convenient. It was a principle that determined whether power healed or harmed. Without it, strength decayed into brutality or solitude. With it, power could circulate endlessly without poisoning its source. Anonymous felt something loosen behind his eyes, a tension so old he had mistaken it for personality. Tears formed, not because he was weak, but because something no longer needed to be guarded. The chamber surged violently, trying one last time to weaponize vulnerability, but the flames held. White light wrapped him in protection without isolation. Emerald connected his awareness outward without detaching him from himself. Silver expanded his perception without dissolving identity. He understood then why strength alone had never been enough. Strength could hold weight, but love decided how weight was distributed. When the flames receded, they did not leave him altered in appearance. No glow, no aura, no speckle. What remained was far more dangerous. His chi no longer corroded under stress. It regenerated. Damage no longer accumulated quietly in forgotten corners. It was processed, integrated, released. Love had become load-bearing. Compassion had become engineering. The chamber tested him again with a sudden pressure spike. Anonymous did not brace. He absorbed, redistributed, and returned the force harmlessly into the floor beneath him. Not as an attack, as balance the 9 echoes held. His breath stayed slow. His awareness remained embodied. Somewhere far beyond the chamber, something ancient and violent realized it could no longer rot him from the inside. Chapter 7 ended without fanfare, but the war inside him had changed. Strength could no longer isolate him. Power could no longer hollow him out. From this point forward, anything that tried to break Anonymous' cherry would have to face something it could not corrupt. A structure built on love that did not bend. Chapter 8, Twilight Zone Rap takes notice. The chamber flinched. It was subtle, so subtle that only someone who had learned to listen beneath pressure would have noticed. The trillion-fold gravity did not change, the silence did not crack, but the texture of the space shifted like a frequency slipping out of tune. Anonymous Cherry felt it in his chi first, a faint interference pattern where clarity had been clean moments before. Growth had done something dangerous. It had disrupted distortion. And distortion, when threatened, always answered. Far beyond the chamber's sealed reality, Twilight Zone Rap stopped smiling. He had felt Anonymous progress the way predators feel a change in the air. Not as fear, as irritation. Growth rooted in alignment was the one thing chaos could not hijack without effort. Distortion thrived on imbalance, on shortcuts, on fractured identity. But Anonymous was becoming refused all three. Twilight Zone Rap did not rush. He never did. He reached instead for tools, scouts grown from twilight residue, spores engineered from corrupted logic, and sentient mushrooms designed to infect perception rather than flesh. The chamber walls did not open. They were bypassed. The first scout arrived as a shadow that did not belong to anything. It slid along the floor, ignoring gravity, ignoring direction, whispering without sound. Its purpose was not to fight. It was to observe reactions. Anonymous felt it immediately, not as threat, but as pressure with intent. His chi did not spike. That alone marked the difference. The scout probed his awareness, attempting to map fear responses, ego flare, withdrawal patterns. It found none. What it found instead was presence that did not require confrontation to remain stable. So Twilight Zone Rap escalated. Spores bloomed midair, appearing like drifting ash caught in invisible currents. Each one carried a payload, not poison, not paralysis, but suggestion. Old doubts, familiar scripts, half-truths shaped like reason. You are alone. This growth separates you. No one else can follow. The mushrooms grew where spores landed, fleshy and wrong, pulsing with corrupted logic that fed on certainty and isolation alike. They whispered paradoxes designed to fracture balance. If you are aligned, why do you still suffer? If you are strong, why must you heal? The chamber allowed it. This was not interference from outside. This was a test of integrity. Anonymous did not attack. That was the second thing Twilight Zone Rap did not expect. He felt the spores brush his awareness and let them pass through without resistance, their logic dissolving the moment it failed to find purchase. Love as structure held, presence as command stabilized. Where the mushrooms tried to root, his chi redistributed calmly, starving them of the emotional friction they needed to exist. One by one, they collapsed into inert matter, not destroyed, but rendered irrelevant. The scouts panicked. They shifted tactics, merging into heavier constructs, warping probability, attempting sudden strikes meant to trigger instinctive violence. Anonymous moved not fast, not slow, but on time. Each step displaced corrupted space. Each touch unraveled the intent holding the constructs together. He did not break them. He resolved them. Judgment without rage. Compassion without hesitation. The chamber watched closely, its pressure constant, its silence sharp. Then Twilight Zone Rap himself leaned closer. Not physically, conceptually. A ripple of distortion passed through the chamber, logic bending just enough to be noticed. You cannot grow without choosing a side, the ripple suggested. Alignment is weakness disguised as peace. The challenge was not shouted. It was offered, reasonable, tempting. An invitation to harden, to escalate, to meet chaos on its own terms. Anonymous felt the pull and declined it. He stood fully embodied, flames integrated, 9 echoes aligned, awareness vast and grounded. He did not answer the challenge with words or force.